Chapter 720. Zhao Yao had never seen Yang Kai's true face before, so it wasn't surprising that he couldn't recognize him at this moment. Yang Kai chuckled and greeted him. Hearing his voice, Zhao Yao immediately woke up and shook his head with a wry smile. "It turns out you've never shown your true face, you're quite vigilant." Saying so, his eyes narrowed, and although his expression was indifferent, it was difficult to hide the shock in them as he quickly asked, "I see that Brother Yang is a little different from before. Could it be you've broken through to the transcendent realm?" His vision was quite sharp and he immediately saw the problem. It was a fluke. Yang Kai smiled modestly, not concealing anything. Both Zhangyan and Fei Yu were shocked. Only now did they realize that Yang Kai had really reached the transcendent realm. Just now, they had been so happy with Yang Kai's safe return that neither of them had noticed this. The two of them also cheered up. "Little brat, if I gave you another 10 or 20 years, I'm afraid you'd be able to catch up to your martial uncle." Zhangyan laughed and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder, an expression of satisfaction on his face that Soaring Heaven's sect had finally found a successor. "Brother Yang, you didn't really stay in the star field for a year, right?" Zhao Yao asked with some uncertainty. Even though he had witnessed Yang Kai's powerful physique, he still couldn't believe that he could safely spend so long in the star field. But if that wasn't the case, how could Yang Kai's cultivation have broken through a great realm? "I encountered an accident there and only found my way back a few days ago," Yang Kai nodded. Zhao Yao's expression was one of shock, speechless to the extreme. He had struggled desperately in the star field for 3 months before finally being unable to hold on any longer and returning to Tongxian realm through the void corridor. Even so, after returning, he was praised by his master for a long time. Zhao Yao himself also felt that such a result was enough to be proud of. But now, compared to Yang Kai, the difference was obvious. Star field? Zhangyan and Fei Yu were stunned and looked at them in disbelief. "Did you just say star field? Could it be that you went there? Sit down and talk." Yang Kai chuckled. Everyone wanted to know the secrets of the star field. Zhangyan and Fei Yu were no exception. The four of them sat down. Yang Kai told them about all the miraculous things he had encountered in star field. Not only did Zhangyan and Fei Yu listen with great interest, even Zhao Yao, who had also been to star field before, was listening attentively. Many of the wonderful things that Yang Kai had encountered were things that he had never seen before. During the 3 months in star field, Zhao Yao had spent most of his time beside the void corridor, tempering his body while preparing to evacuate at a moment's notice. Unlike Yang Kai, who acted as if he didn't know the difference between life and death, running all over the place and encountering the devastating star field storm. Hearing that the star field storm had crushed hundreds of thousands of meteorites in an instant, everyone's faces turned pale. They found it hard to imagine how Yang Kai had survived such a disaster in the star field. Even a Saint Realm master who was caught in such a storm would have no choice but to die. But not only had Yang Kai survived, he had become even stronger than before. Yang Kai didn't explain in detail what had happened in the star field storm, only explaining that he had brushed past the edge of the storm and suffered some injuries. After all, this was related to the great demon god's bone and demon god blood, so Yang Kai didn't dare reveal it casually. Taking out 4 drops of the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid, Yang Kai put them into a jade bottle and handed it to Zhangyan. Even the calm Zhangyan couldn't help trembling slightly when he received these 4 drops of medicinal liquid. His big hands trembled slightly. His expression was filled with excitement. With these 4 drops of medicinal liquid, the 4 protectors had a great chance of breaking through to the Saint Realm. Although the difference between the Saint Realm and the Transcendent Realm was only a single step, the distance between them was like heaven and earth. The gap between them was even greater than the gap between the Transcendent Realm and the Immortal Ascension boundary. On Tongxian Realm, there was no lack of Transcendent Realm masters, but there were very few Saint Realm masters. Each Saint Realm master was a cornerstone of their respective sect, a rare and precious asset. Soaring Heaven sect, on the other hand, only had 2 Saint Realm Masters. In addition to their ancestral founder Chu Ling Xiao, there was also their martial uncle who was in secluded retreat. On the other hand, a great force like Bright Thunder Spirit Religion had no Saint Realm Masters at all. Now that we've obtained the medicinal liquid of the 1000-year demon flower and little martial nephew has returned, Sangyan, we should return to the sect. Feiyu said softly. She couldn't wait to return to Serene Resplendent Peak and enter retreat to break through the biggest hurdle of her life. Sangyan obviously also thought so, but before that, little martial nephew should go and say goodbye to Li Lao. This time, if it weren't for Li Lao's help, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Yang Kai nodded. Even if Sangyan hadn't said anything, he would have gone and talked to Li Lao. After all, in this world, only the 2 of them possessed conflagrated knowledge seas. From Li Lao, Yang Kai felt that he could learn a lot of useful knowledge. Master also asked me to bring you along. Zhai Yao chuckled, then let's go, we shouldn't keep Master waiting too long. 2 seniors, do you want to go? We won't be going, Sangyan shook his head, send our regards to honored Master. Zhai Yao nodded before leaving the inn with Yang Kai and walking towards the city lord's mansion. A moment later, the 2 arrived at the city lord's mansion and, under the guidance of Zhai Yao, walked unimpeded. In front of a room in the city lord's mansion's backyard, Zhai Yao stopped and respectfully said, Master, Brother Yang is here. Come in, Li Lao's aged voice came from inside. Yang Kai's expression became serious, he tidied up his appearance and followed behind Zhai Yao. After seeing Yang Kai's true appearance, Li Lao didn't show much surprise, as if he had already known. He chuckled and said, Sit. Sorry for disturbing Li Lao. Yang Kai cupped his hands and sat cross-legged in front of him. Zhai Yao personally poured tea for the 2, brought it over, and sat beside Yang Kai. Tasting the fragrant tea, the room was quiet for a while. Li Lao didn't speak and Yang Kai didn't dare to speak rashly. In front of him was an existence that could be described as a saint, one that was revered by all living beings in the world. After a long time, Old Man Li suddenly waved his hand. Yang Kai clearly noticed that an invisible force had enveloped the entire room. From the inside, he could see what was going on outside, but from the outside, he couldn't hear the slightest thing from inside. His expression becoming serious, Yang Kai suddenly realized that this white-haired old man in front of him was not only a top-level alchemist, but also a master with an extremely high cultivation. I heard Yao say that little brother is a disciple of Soaring Heaven sect? Li Lao asked. Yes, Yang Kai nodded. If this old master is so bold as to ask, was little friend born in Soaring Heaven sect or did you only join the sect recently? Old Man Li suddenly asked a seemingly random question. Yang Kai stared at Li Lao in amazement, how does senior know? I really only joined the sect recently, about 1.5 years ago. Sure enough. Li Lao nodded lightly, good, I won't tell you the specific reason for now, I'll explain it to you later. This old master will ask you one more time, do you have a conflagrated knowledge sea? As soon as this statement came out, Zhai Yao's face was filled with shock as he turned to look at Yang Kai in horror. Yang Kai chuckled, senior's vision is indeed sharp. When you saw this junior before, senior must have already noticed it, right? And those who possess a conflagrated knowledge sea are able to sense each other. The higher one's strength is, the stronger this sense is, so this old master was able to detect it. However, you don't need to worry, as long as you don't use your conflagrated knowledge sea casually, even a Saint Realm master won't find it easy to spy on you. You really have a conflagrated knowledge sea? Zhai Yao's eyes widened. Yang Kai nodded. You little brat, you really make one envious, Yang Kai grinned bitterly. Di Yao smiled bitterly. A conflagrated knowledge sea was something he dreamt of having because he had witnessed the various mysteries of conflagrated knowledge sea from his master. When it came to alchemy, what kind of help could a conflagrated knowledge sea provide? As an alchemist with excellent aptitude, how could Diao not want one? However, this kind of thing wasn't something that could be obtained just because one wanted it. A conflagrated knowledge sea was a kind of mutation of one's divine sense and was largely dependent on coincidences. Over the years, Li Lao had made many preparations for Zhai Yao and made many efforts, but Zhai Yao's divine sense remained the same, without the slightest change. What can you do with your conflagrated knowledge sea now? Li Lao asked again. Yang Kai scratched his cheek and said somewhat embarrassedly, catching others off guard and sneaking up on them. Li Lao laughed heartily, appearing extremely happy. Not bad, not bad, this is indeed one of the wonderful uses of a conflagrated knowledge sea. A mutated divine sense is much more lethal than an ordinary divine sense. Even if an enemy is stronger than you, if they are not prepared, they will still suffer a great loss. Even their soul may be incinerated, which is a great danger to anyone. However, this is only one of its uses. Did you know that the greatest use of a conflagrated knowledge sea is in alchemy or artifact forging? Junior has thought of it before, but I don't know how to use it. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he respectfully said, "Please enlighten me, senior." Li Lao smiled and nodded. He was very satisfied with Yang Kai's eagerness to learn. This time I called you here precisely to pass on my experience in this area to you. Release your knowledge sea's defenses, Li Lao said softly. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he hurriedly held his breath and opened the door to his knowledge sea. Li Lao's expression also became serious as he slowly extended his middle finger. An inexplicable energy burst forth from the tip of his finger, flickering with a little bit of fluorescent light. That finger gently touched Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai's body trembled as he instantly felt a pure energy carrying a huge amount of information pour into his mind. Not daring to hesitate, Yang Kai hurriedly began to investigate. This information was all of Li Lao's many years of experience in studying the conflagrated knowledge sea, how to use it in alchemy, and how to use it reasonably. All kinds of insights, all kinds of experiences, were extremely precious. Yang Kai was immersed in his investigation and gradually gained some understanding of the wonderful uses of the conflagrated knowledge sea in alchemy. It was impossible to investigate such a huge amount of information in a short period of time. After all, this was the summary of Li Lao's several hundred years of experience, and now, he had unreservedly imparted it all to Yang Kai. As time passed, the room was quiet. Whether it was Li Lao or Zhai Yao, neither spoke to disturb him, all of them holding their breaths and quietly waiting. Chapter 721. After a long time, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly regained their clarity and a thoughtful look flashed across his face. Reaching out, he summoned out his pill furnace and took out a few herbs from the black book space. Conflagrated knowledge sea burst out and wrapped around these herbs. Under the scorching heat, these herbs were quickly condensed into medicinal liquids which were then placed into the pill furnace in an orderly manner. His conflagrated knowledge sea then wrapped around the pill furnace and the medicinal liquids began to fuse and transform. A moment later, a fresh pill fragrance filled the room. With a soft sound, a round pill flew out from the pill furnace. Yang Kai grabbed it and carefully examined it, a smile appearing on his face. A spirit-grade pill. Compared to using yuan qi to refine pills in the past, this was much faster and more convenient. The time taken to refine pills was greatly reduced. On top of that, Yang Kai could feel that if he practiced and used his conflagrated knowledge sea well, the quality of the pills he refined would also be much higher. Using conflagrated knowledge sea to perform alchemy was on a completely different level from using yuan qi. Throughout the entire process, Li Lao and Zhai Yao were also completely absorbed. Zhai Yao watched in amazement. Even though he had seen his master use conflagrated knowledge sea to perform alchemy countless times, he still couldn't help feeling amazed. For someone like him who didn't have such an advantage, naturally he was quite envious of Yang Kai's qualifications. Li Lao also nodded approvingly, his eyes shining brightly. Yang Kai's comprehension ability and aptitude made him feel that his experience was not a lie. Yang Kai would definitely be able to thoroughly understand his experience and develop his own insights and developments based on it. Many thanks for Li Lao's guidance. Yang Kai put away the spirit-grade pill and cupped his fists respectfully. Little brother is too polite. This old master actually has conditions for teaching you this, Li Lao smiled lightly. Please speak, Li Lao. This old master wants to ask, how did your conflagrated knowledge C come to be? Moreover, from the strength of your conflagrated spiritual energy, it seems to be not inferior to this old master's at all. It was hard for me to imagine that you could cultivate your conflagrated knowledge C to such an extent. If it's convenient, can you tell this old man about it? Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, well, about the first question, it actually came up by accident. I once had a piece of jade true spirit and wanted to devour its energy to increase my cultivation base and battle prowess. But I didn't expect that during that cultivation, would accidentally cultivate a conflagrated spiritual energy. Jade true spirit? Li Lao's expression changed. You've got guts. How dare you swallow something like that? I didn't think too much about it at the time. Now that I think about it, it was indeed quite dangerous. Yang Kai grinned. Fortunately, the jade true spirit wasn't too strong. Otherwise, would have died. Li Lao nodded slightly and pondered. It turns out that devouring a jade true spirit can also give birth to a conflagrated knowledge C, but this method is still a bit too risky. He asked this obviously because he wanted to help Zhai Yao obtain a conflagrated knowledge C. Yang Kai's method was not suitable for Zhai Yao. Not to mention whether it was dangerous or not. Even if there was no danger, there was no guarantee that Zhai Yao would be able to produce a conflagrated knowledge C. The element of coincidence was too big. As for the second question, Yang Kai slowly said, the reason why my conflagrated knowledge C can be comparable to Li Lao's is because I devoured it. I think it's probably because I devoured other people's conflagrated knowledge C and not because I cultivated it myself. Devoured other people's conflagrated knowledge C? Li Lao paled. Li Lao misunderstood. I didn't take it by force. In a certain place, many cultivator with conflagrated knowledge C died. Their spiritual energy was preserved and I was able to devour it by chance, Yang Kai explained. Your opportunity really makes one jealous. Zhai Yao said with envy. In this world, although it was rare to find a cultivator with a variant conflagrated knowledge C, there were always a few. It could only be said that the only high-level alchemists with conflagrated knowledge C were Yang Kai and Li Lao. Perhaps there were others with conflagrated knowledge C, but they were not proficient in alchemy and could only use it in battle. This old master understands. Li Lao nodded slightly. Many thanks to little brother for answering this old master's doubts. This has been a great help to this old master. Li Lao is too polite. This junior has also benefited a lot from Li Lao. Yang Kai quickly said, thinking about it for a moment before asking, is there something else senior wanted to tell me? Before, Li Lao had guessed that Yang Kai had only recently joined Soaring Heaven sect, but he had not revealed the reason, which made Yang Kai somewhat concerned. A person like Li Lao would not say such nonsense, so since he had done so, there must be some profound meaning behind it. This matter may or may not be related to you, Li Lao chuckled, reaching out and taking out a spirit pill and handing it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and examined it carefully, asking in amazement, isn't this the spirit pill I refined? This spirit pill was the one he had refined when he competed with Zhai Yao in the inn last time and still had pill veins on it. If it is convenient for little friend, could you please depict the spirit array used to refine this spirit pill? Li Lao said kindly, rest assured, this old master is not trying to pry into your knowledge, he just has some doubts. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Yang Kai chuckled. In front of a character like Li Lao, he felt very assured. Circulating his yuan qi, he began to inscribe the spirit array he had used before inside the pill furnace. Soon, after the spirit array was inscribed, Yang Kai handed over the pill furnace. Li Lao took it and examined it, a thoughtful look appearing on his face before he casually handed the pill furnace to Zhai Yao. Take a look. Zhai Yao, with a confused look on his face, took the pill furnace and began examining it. A moment later, he couldn't help letting out a light sigh, as if he had discovered something interesting. What's wrong? Yang Kai was confused by this master and disciple duo. Interesting. Zhai Yao looked at Yang Kai with a smile. The spirit array Brother Yang used is slightly different from the one we use now. It seems to be a very ancient technique. Yes. Li Lao nodded slightly. It is indeed a very ancient spirit array, one that has been lost for many generations. Compared to the spirit array we use now, it is undoubtedly more useful. I learned it from a very ancient book. Yang Kai explained. Li Lao, if you want, I can inscribe all the spirit arrays I know. Old Li chuckled. There's no need for that. I'm not asking you this because I covet your knowledge, but because Yao and I have seen this kind of spirit array before, so I think it might be related to you. Yang Kai frowned. I'd like to hear the details. Brother Yang, it's like this. Zhai Yao continued. Since I was a child, I have been cultivating with my master in the mountains, learning the alchemic way. After 20 years, a few years ago, my master decided to take me out of the mountains to experience the world. I have always felt that with my alchemy skills, I am invincible among my peers in this world, but in Floating Cloud City, I lost to Brother Yang, and before that, I lost to another person, just 2 years ago. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. There is someone who is better than Brother Zhai in alchemy? Yes, what makes me most depressed is that that person was a woman. Zhai Yao looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai was stunned, but suddenly, as if he remembered something, his eyes lit up and he eagerly asked, what kind of woman? I don't know. That woman was wearing a veil, her forehead was decorated with a sapphire, and her eyes were very bright and clear. She should be a beauty, but she looked a little delicate. Yang Kai's breathing gradually became rapid as he asked in a trembling voice, was there a lecherous old man by her side? Lecherous? Zhai Yao looked at him blankly. It was probably lecherous. In any case, that old man gave off a feeling of disrespect. Is that old man surnamed Meng? Yang Kai took a deep breath. Sure enough, he is related to little brother. Li Lao gently nodded. When this old master saw the traces of the spirit array used in this spirit pill, he had some guesses, but he wasn't sure. Now it seems that little brother and that young lady are from the same family? After all, the spirit arrays you use are the same. And, that's my senior sister. Yang Kai nodded heavily. There was no mistake. 2 years ago, the one who defeated Zhai Yao in alchemy was definitely Xia Ningchang. In this world, only Xia Ningchang could achieve such a feat. There was no one else. Which sect are you all from? Why are you all so strong? Diao wore a speechless expression. That woman is one thing, but it seems she was born with a different physique. When it comes to alchemy, she doesn't need a pill furnace at all. She can simply gather the surrounding world energy and refine pill veins at will. I competed with her 3 times, but the result was a crushing defeat, a heavy blow to my confidence. But you're even more extraordinary, actually possessing an advantage like your conflagrated knowledge. See. I simply can't compare to you, senior sister and junior brother. She does indeed have a special physique, one that was specially born for alchemy. Yang Kai nodded, his heart filled with excitement. After searching for so long, he finally found a useful clue. Sacred spirit medicine body. Li Lao suddenly exclaimed, no wonder, it turns out she has the sacred spirit medicine body. In time, her achievements will definitely surpass this old master's. yet that old bastard Meng Wuya is still being so secretive and unwilling to reveal it to this old master. Yang Kai's expression changed. From the way Li Lao addressed Meng Wuya, the two seemed to have known each other for a long time, and were even of the same generation. "Senior, when you met them, did you see anyone else? I still have a senior sister and a friend with them. Could it be they're also proficient in alchemy?" Zhao Yao asked with a bitter expression. "No," Yang Kai shook his head. "I didn't see them. Meng Wuya seems to only have that little girl surnamed Xia with him." Yang Kai's expression sank, his heart filled with impatience. If Meng Wuya had Xia Ning Chang with him, then what about Su Yan? What about the old demon? Where had the two of them gone? There was no need to worry about the old demon. He was originally from Tongxian realm and had even occupied the body of a demon general. Besides a Saint realm master, no one could hurt him, but Su Yan was different. She was a lone woman and her strength wasn't particularly high. What if she encountered some kind of danger? What was the reason for her being separated from Meng Wuya? Or had she encountered some kind of accident? Yang Kai's heart suddenly sank to the bottom of his stomach as his imagination began to run wild. Chapter 722. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's impatience, Li Lao hurriedly offered a few words of comfort. Yang Kai also knew that it was useless to think about these things right now. Only by finding Meng Wuya and asking him would he be able to learn more about the situation. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai's mood gradually calmed down and he asked, "Li Lao, where did you and Brother Zhai meet them?" "Blue Water City." "Blue Water City?" Yang Kai frowned. It's about a few months away from here, but even if you look for them now, you may not be able to find them. We met them 2 years ago when Meng Wuya said he would be leaving Blue Water City soon. By now, he should have already left. Li Lao said with some regret. Judging from Yang Kai's demeanor and mood, Meng Wuya and that little girl surnamed Xia must be very important to him. In any case, this is a clue after all. I've been looking for them for a long time but haven't been able to find any clues, so I think I should go and take a look, Yang Kai said seriously. Very well, Li Lao smiled and nodded, then I wish little brother all the best. Thank you for your kind words, Li Lao. Yang Kai cupped his fists. After bidding farewell to Li Lao and Zhai Yao, Yang Kai hurriedly returned to the inn. This time, obtaining such a valuable clue from Li Lao was a pleasant surprise, so Yang Kai didn't want to delay any longer. After informing Tsangyan and Feiyu, he immediately set off for Blue Water City. Tsangyan and Feiyu both knew that Yang Kai was looking for their 2 senior sisters. Now that he had a clue, although the chances were slim, they didn't stop him and instead offered to escort Yang Kai. Yang Kai refused. The medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower, it had taken him more than a year to bring it back. His 4 martial uncles and martial aunt were all waiting for this to break through to the Saint realm, so how could Yang Kai allow him to delay their important matters? Yang Kai's attitude was firm, so Tsangyan and Feiyu had no choice but to agree. They repeatedly reminded him to pay attention to his safety and to tell them if he was wronged outside. Feeling the concern of his martial uncles, Yang Kai felt warmth in his heart. Acting alone in the outside world. Yang Kai was very experienced. For so many years, it could be said that he had basically been roaming the world by himself. After a simple packing, Yang Kai immediately set off. Outside Floating Cloud City, Tsangyan and Feiyu watched Yang Kai leave before also heading back to Soaring Heaven Sect. They too had to return to prepare for their breakthrough to the Saint Realm. In the City Lord's mansion, Li Lao and Zhai Yao also bid farewell to Ao Gu and the others. He embarked on the path of traveling the world. Flying as fast as lightning, Yang Kai was burning with anxiety. Although he knew his chances were slim, Yang Kai still used all of his strength to hurry along. All he wanted to do was reach Blue Water City as soon as possible and see if he could obtain any useful clues there. crossing the famous mountains and rivers, crossing the rivers and streams. Yang Kai's speed was like lightning. Now that his cultivation had reached the transcendent realm, his speed was much faster than before. Moreover, in places where no one could see him, Yang Kai would also display his wind and thunder wings to increase his speed. The transcendent realm was not a low realm, but in Tong Xian realm where transcendence could enter the saint realm, it was still not enough to dominate the world. Yang Kai estimated. He needed to cultivate to the saint realm at the very least. Only then would he be able to travel unimpeded here. He needed to become stronger, stronger, and stronger in order to have a foothold in this world. Although he was now in soaring heaven sect and his ancestral founder and martial uncles were very good to him, in the end, this was not his foundation. What he wanted was the kind of strength that belonged to him. As time passed by, Yang Kai's anxious mood gradually calmed down. After his mood calmed down, Yang Kai suddenly felt enlightened, his previous perseverance and self-confidence returning to him. He felt that as long as he was given enough time, one day he would be able to stand at the top of this world and become an overlord. He had the unyielding golden skeleton and the demon eye of annihilation. Although these were all precious treasures left behind by the great demon god, only Yang Kai could utilize them to their fullest and use them to achieve his own goals. While on the road, Yang Kai didn't remain idle, instead comprehending the various mysteries he had obtained from the star field and comprehending the method Li Lao had taught him to use his conflagrated knowledge see. This kind of change in self-confidence and mentality was like a catalyst, allowing Yang Kai to comprehend more and more about his own strength. His recent breakthrough to the transcendent realm quickly stabilized. In front of him was a dense forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and everything that entered his eyes was lush green. The air was fresh, and the energy was quite extraordinary. In the dense forest, there were many traces of demon beasts and human activities. Yang Kai flew past, not paying them any mind. Half a month later, he passed through this forest. The moment he crossed the towering mountain peak, Yang Kai felt a fresh and natural aura wash over him. This aura was mixed with a slight fishy smell. Yang Kai's expression shook as he couldn't help feeling a sense of familiarity. Back when he was still very weak, when he first left High Heaven Pavilion for life experience and arrived in Sea City, he had smelled this kind of aura. Because it was a sea breeze, the wind carried with it a salty smell of seawater. Looking around, on the distant horizon, Yang Kai saw a blue sea with sparkling waves. The wind was blowing from that direction, but because it was blocked by the high mountains below, there was no such aura on the other side of the mountain. Seaside? Yang Kai raised his brow. He hadn't expected that the so-called Blue Water City would actually be located on the coast. He had left in such a hurry that he hadn't carefully inquired about this place before rushing over. Sangyan and Feiyu hadn't warned him either, so when Yang Kai saw the blue sea now, he felt as if he had been transported to another world. It was as if he had suddenly returned to his own world and arrived near Sea City. The masters from the endless sea islands and the young girl who raised peacocks, Zhong Miao Ku, flashed across Yang Kai's mind one by one. Chuckling lightly, Yang Kai shook his head and dispelled these memories before quickly flying forward. The further he flew, the richer the water attribute energy in the air became. This was definitely a good place for a water attribute cultivator to cultivate and take root. 3 days later, Yang Kai finally arrived at Blue Water City and paid a crystal stone to enter safely. Inside Blue Water City, there was a distinct smell everywhere. Most of the cultivators who came and went wore light blue robes. Because they cultivated water attribute secret arts and martial skills, they had a special liking for this color. Here, Yang Kai's true Yang secret art was faintly suppressed, but it wasn't a big deal. A cultivator like him who cultivated Yang attribute secret arts or fire attribute secret arts would not be willing to live in this kind of place for long. If he stayed here for too long, not only would his secret arts and martial skills be suppressed, but his own strength would also regress. Although he already knew his chances were slim, shortly after setting foot in Blue Water City, Yang Kai still showed a look of disappointment. He didn't release his divine sense to investigate, but he was certain that Meng Wuya was no longer here. Because Treasurer Meng's defensive artifact, the Heavenly Palace, was still in Yang Kai's hands, Yang Kai had deliberately taken it out of the Black Book space when he arrived at Blue Water City. If Meng Wuya was really here, he would have sensed it. After all, this artifact contained his soul imprint. Since he hadn't appeared, it meant that Meng Wuya and Xia Ningchang had long since left. After feeling depressed for a while, Yang Kai regrouped and began to inquire about Blue Water City. Although Meng Wuya had left, perhaps he had left behind some clues that he could track down. Now that Yang Kai had an alchemist identity and an alchemist token, if he wanted to inquire about information, it wouldn't be as difficult as before. Walking over to Blue Water City's Alchemist Guild, Yang Kai showed his alchemist token and asked the alchemists there. Yang Kai's alchemist token was the one he had obtained in Grand Boulder City and had never been replaced, so under the investigation of others, he was just a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist. Even so, this surprised the alchemists of Blue Water City. The head of the Alchemist Guild here, a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist who was over 100 years old, was even more surprised. Sighing with emotion, he warmly received Yang Kai. It had to be said that with an alchemist token, it was very convenient to go anywhere. Although the world was vast, almost every city had an alchemist guild, unless the city was too small. Of course, not every alchemist guild's head was a saint-grade alchemist like Old Man Du. The head of this alchemist guild was a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist. In some places, a spirit-grade mid-rank alchemist could lead an alchemist guild. Yang Kai came here to inquire because of his alchemist identity and also because Xia Ningchang was also an alchemist, so he might have had some dealings with the alchemists here. After asking, everyone shook their heads. Only one person said that he seemed to have seen this old man and young duo before, but he had never interacted with them. 2 years had passed, so he didn't know where the two had gone. Yang Kai could only helplessly say his thanks and take his leave. The clues he had obtained from Li Lao were cut off just like that. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Although this series of disappointments was quite a blow to Yang Kai, he was not discouraged. He firmly believed that one day he would be able to reunite with Su Yan and Xia Ningchang, as well as Old Demon. That old bastard was nowhere to be found. Over the next few days, Yang Kai kept an eye out for information in Blue Water City while also trying to purchase a certain type of medicinal herb. This medicinal herb was necessary to refine the saint pill needed to save the ancient demon clan. It could only be found in the territory of the sea and was extremely rare and precious. Yang Kai felt that there might be some here. Time flew by, but Yang Kai still hadn't gained anything. Not only was he unable to obtain any information about Meng Wuya, but he also couldn't find the medicinal herb he was looking for. Everyone he asked shook their heads, claiming that this medicinal herb was almost extinct and they had never seen it before. One day, a month later, Yang Kai was inquiring about some news in a medicine shop when he suddenly sensed the auras of several people approaching him. Frowning, Yang Kai turned around and saw a group of cultivator led by a middle-aged man walking towards him. This group of people didn't have high cultivations, basically all of them at the immortal ascension boundary, but there were quite a few of them and their auras were fierce. Obviously, they were all masters who lived on the edge of a blade. Arriving in front of Yang Kai, the middle-aged man looked him over. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked with some displeasure. Chapter 723. This group of people didn't look very friendly, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't treat them with courtesy. He was currently in a bad mood, so if someone provoked him, it would be a good time to vent. "I heard you were looking for the whereabouts of an old man and a little girl." The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Kai and asked coldly. "You've seen them before?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Is it a lecherous old man and a little girl with a veil?" The man confirmed. It's them. Yang Kai was overjoyed, suddenly feeling that this group of people in front of him had become friendly. Then we've seen them before, the big man nodded slightly. Why are you looking for them? What's your relationship with them? You don't need to know that. Yang Kai shook his head. You just need to tell me if they left behind any clues. I'll give you a reward. Reward? The big man suddenly smiled slyly. What kind of reward? Crystal stones or spirit pills, as long as it's a valuable clue, I can give it to you. When the big man heard this, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise. Looking at Yang Kai's clothes, he really didn't expect him to be so rich. Boy, you're quite arrogant. The big man nodded slightly, but although we've seen the old man and the young girl, we haven't talked to them, so we don't know the specific information. Then don't waste my time. Yang Kai's mood suddenly became a lot more subtle and his face became cold. The big man chuckled. We don't know, but that doesn't mean others don't know. If you really want to ask around, then come with us. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he suddenly smiled. Good, take me to someone who knows the situation. The big man nodded. Taking the lead, Kai Yang hurriedly followed. The people brought by the big man also followed behind, sealing off Kai Yang's path of retreat without leaving a trace. This group of people was a bit unfriendly. Yang Kai could naturally sense it, but they had definitely seen Meng Wuya and Xia Ningchang, otherwise they wouldn't have described them so clearly. What did old man Meng do to them? Why did this group of people seem to hate him so much? Even though he was aware of this, Yang Kai was still bold. He wasn't afraid at all. He followed along calmly while secretly observing the situation around him. He had been active in Blue Water City for a month now and naturally knew that there were no Saint Realm masters here, so he had nothing to fear. He followed the burly man for a long time. Suddenly, they arrived in front of a huge mansion. After entering the house, the burly man led Yang Kai through the courtyard. Not long after, they arrived at a garden. In the garden, there was a young man with a sinister expression sitting on a chair under the young man's knees. Two seductively dressed women were half kneeling on the ground, snuggling up to him like pets. The strength of these two women was not high. They were probably only at the Yuan Qi state. At this moment, both of them had a collar around their fair necks, and on the other end of the collar, there was a strange expression. There was a rope in the young man's hand. One of the women had a round buttocks. She was half kneeling on the ground, putting on a seductive posture, as if she was a puppy, shaking her head and begging the young man, trying her best to please him. The other woman buried her head in the young man's crotch, moving nimbly. Her mouth seemed to be stuffed with something, and she was whimpering. These two women were wearing very little, with only thin gauze covering their bodies, faintly visible between their breasts and legs. When they arrived here, the burly man and the group of cultivators couldn't help breathing a little faster, licking their lips as their eyes filled with lust. As for the young man sitting on the chair, his expression was even more lustful. Yang Kai's expression sank. Although he had long heard that some young masters from rich families had some unusual hobbies, there were some in the central capital who liked these perverted things. However, this was the first time he had seen one with his own eyes. "Young master, we've brought them," the burly man observed for a while before realizing something was wrong and quickly saying. The young man sitting on the chair simply nodded but didn't pay much attention to him, still wearing a bone-chilling expression. Suddenly, the young man's expression changed, becoming ferocious and terrifying as he grabbed the hair of the woman who had buried her head between his legs and slapped her several times, shouting angrily, "Cheap slave, how many times have I told you not to use your teeth?" These slaps were so heavy that the woman's cheeks swelled up in an instant, but even so, she didn't dare to complain in the slightest and quickly crawled to the young man's feet, her tender body trembling. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, his aura gradually becoming dangerous. The young man straightened his clothes, glanced around calmly, and coldly snorted, "Are you the one looking for that old man and little girl?" "Yes," Yang Kai nodded, do you have any clues about them? No, I'm also looking for them. The young man grinned. If you have any information, can you tell me? You're also looking for them? Yang Kai frowned. Why are you looking for them? Be clear about your position, I should be the one asking this question. The young man's face suddenly became cloudy as he unhappily said, but since you asked, there's no harm in telling you. As he spoke, his expression suddenly became ferocious, his hands gripping the back of his chair as his yuan qi burst out. I'm looking for them because I want them dead. The reason this young master fell to this point is all because of that old man. Boy, you can tell me now, what is your relationship with them? You better think carefully before you answer. If you are their friend or relative, I will let you taste all the torture in the world and then torture you to death. That old man crippled you? Yang Kai was stunned hearing this. What kind of person was Meng Wuya? If there wasn't some special reason, it was impossible for him to be so ruthless to such a junior. The only explanation was that this young man had angered Meng Wuya. Yang Kai immediately thought of Xia Ningchang. Treasurer Meng regarded the little senior sister as a treasure, so if this young man had ideas about the little senior sister, he might really have angered Meng Wuya. Moreover, from the way this young man acted, it was obvious that he was a playboy who was obsessed with women. Although little senior sister had never revealed her true appearance, anyone could see that she was definitely born with a heavenly fragrance and national beauty. Especially that kind of delicate and innocent temperament, it made people unconsciously infatuated with her. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's face also became unkind. My Qing family treated that old man like a VIP, but he was so ruthless to my young master. This is simply unforgivable. The big man who led Yang Kai said coldly, Boy, what is your relationship with that old man? If you dare to lie, this grandpa will teach you a lesson. Why did he treat your young master like that? Can you tell me? Yang Kai turned his head to look at him, his eyes as sharp as a knife. The big man didn't seem to notice and snorted, It's just that my young master is infatuated with that girl. He put medicine in the food. Medicine? Yang Kai gently nodded. I can see that your young master is really capable of doing such a thing. Xia Ningchang had the sacred spirit medicine body, so using medicine to deal with her was the biggest joke in the world. Although he knew that the little senior sister was safe and sound, Yang Kai's heart still burned with anger. That old man was already merciful when he crippled you. If it were me, I wouldn't have done such a thing. Yang Kai grinned fiendishly. Boy, what did you say? The big man's expression became cold as he sternly asked. The young man looked at Yang Kai with interest. If it were you, what would you do? Kill. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Suddenly, they all burst out in laughter. Boy, you're really crazy, daring to say such words in my Qing family. I'm afraid you don't know how to write the word death. In this blue water city, my Qing family is. The big man's face was full of ridicule. Before he could finish, his voice suddenly stopped. A faint smell of blood filled the air, causing the big man's eyes to widen and his face to turn red. He felt his meridians and blood continue to swell, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't suppress them. Hong, flesh and blood flew all over the sky. No one knew what happened, but the big man suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving only a pool of red blood where he stood. Those who were close to him were covered with bits of flesh. This hellish scene stunned everyone, and they stood there stupidly, unable to react. The young man sitting in the chair was even more stunned, unable to believe what just happened. I'll ask you one last time, do you know where that old man and that little girl went? If you know, hurry up and tell me and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Yang Kai swept his gaze around, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Kill him. The young man's face paled as he finally recovered and shouted angrily. The remaining cultivator also seemed to have awoken from a dream and began to move. Wind blew and thunder rumbled. Yang Kai stood in place, not moving, but the yuan qi in his body burst forth. The wind and thunder wings didn't appear, but the wind and thunder force contained within them converged into a territory of slaughter in the garden. The immortal ascension boundary cultivator who was caught in this whirlpool didn't even have the chance to resist and was cut into countless pieces, dying horrible deaths. The young man sitting in the chair was dumbfounded. He had never imagined that he would provoke such a demon this time. Because Yang Kai looked very young, he had sent someone to bring him back, but he didn't know that this young man's strength was not something he should possess at his age. Transcendent realm? Impossible. The young man's eyes bulged as panic filled his heart. Being able to kill so many immortal ascension boundary cultivators so easily without even moving, only a transcendent could do so, but was there such a young transcendent in this world? Looking at the cold expression on Yang Kai's face as he slowly approached him, the young man screamed, "Don't come here. I don't know the whereabouts of those two, don't come here. Then you're dead." Yang Kai grinned, and after confirming that the other party wasn't lying, he smashed his fist into the young man's head. Inside the garden, the smell of blood filled the air, but Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. This kind of battle, for him, could be said to be no battle at all. The other party daring to provoke him was simply courting death. The two scantily clad women weren't injured, but they seemed to have been frightened. At this moment, they were staring blankly at Yang Kai, their tender bodies trembling, not daring to move. Yang Kai glanced at them, his eyes gradually softening. He didn't want to find trouble with these two women. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression became cold as he turned his head and stared in a certain direction. Chapter 724. From that direction, a fierce aura rose up, obviously indicating that a master was flying over. The Qing family was a powerful force in Blue Water City, so naturally it had a transcendent realm master. Feeling the fluctuations of the battle in the garden, they immediately rushed over to investigate. Before they even arrived, a loud shout rang out, "Who dares act so atrociously in my Qing family?" Yang Kai raised his brow and stood in place, waiting quietly, not showing any intention of running away. The person who had just arrived was a first-order transcendent, the same cultivation as Yang Kai. Although there were two of them, Yang Kai didn't fear them at all. In a battle of the same realm, no one could beat him. A moment later, two old men arrived at the same time from the left and right. One of them was wearing a yellow robe, while the other was wearing a light blue robe. When they saw the tragic situation in the garden, their expressions turned cold. Yang Kai's brow furrowed because he discovered that both of these old men were missing limbs, one of them missing an arm while the other had a broken left leg. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of artifact had been used to replace their missing arms and legs, but they looked lifelike and gave off a cold metallic aura. "Little brat, did you kill these people?" The yellow-robed old man immediately shouted angrily, his eyes filled with anger. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not denying it. "Why did you kill my Qing family people? What grievance does my Qing family have with you?" The blue-robed old man roared angrily. "No grievance, no enmity. Then why did you act so viciously? Do you think my Qing family is easy to bully?" As they spoke, the two old men condensed their yuan qi, apparently preparing to take action to avenge the dead. Yang Kai's calmness made them realize that he obviously had some skill, and when they tried to probe him with their divine senses, they found that he was like a bottomless pit, unable to detect any clues at all. This made them somewhat wary, wondering just where this little brat came from, possessing such unfathomable strength at such a young age. "If you don't give us an explanation today, my Qing clan will never coexist with you." The yellow-robed old man's face turned red as he clenched his teeth and roared. "Sworn to be enemies?" Yang Kai sneered in a low voice. "Very well, let's fight first. I still have some things to ask you." The dead youth didn't know where Meng Wuya and Xia Ning Chang went, but these two old men might know. While speaking, a scorching hot divine sense suddenly burst out, rolling up the intent domain that could burn everything, and without a trace, it bombarded the two old men. The other party was not young and had been cultivating for a long time, so the defenses of their knowledge seas were naturally not so fragile. What's more, they were all wearing defensive soul-type artifacts. But it wasn't until the soul-type artifacts on their bodies began to glow that they finally reacted. Feeling the scorching hot aura, all of them paled in fear. With Li Lao's guidance, Yang Kai also had a certain understanding of how to use the conflagrated knowledge sea. The conflagrated knowledge sea was not only extremely useful in alchemy, but also in battle. This was Yang Kai's first battle after breaking through to the transcendent realm, and his opponents were two cultivators of the same realm. Naturally, he wanted to test his current combat strength. So, he didn't show any mercy. But what he didn't expect was that the two old men would be so weak, their knowledge sea defenses easily torn apart. If it weren't for their two defensive artifacts, Yang Kai would have been able to incinerate their souls with just this one blow. Even so, the two old men still broke out in a cold sweat and quickly used their own methods to protect their bodies. Yang Kai retracted his conflagrated knowledge sea and his figure flashed like lightning, arriving in front of the two old men. With two palm strikes, the two old men's bodies were sent flying like paper kites, coughing up blood as they flew through the air. Falling to the ground, before they could even get up, Yang Kai's figure had already appeared in front of them. Like an insurmountable mountain, his figure blocked the sun above their heads, causing their vision to darken. Unable to resist. The two old men couldn't accept such a result at all. Yang Kai was also somewhat dissatisfied, feeling that he had made a mistake by trying out a cultivator of the same level. A dangerous aura enveloped the two old men, making them unable to move at all, only able to lie on the ground, a chill creeping into their hearts, as if they had fallen into an abyss, unable to even see their own fingers in front of them. "Who the hell are you?" The yellow-robed old man was still stubborn, suppressing the fear in his heart as he tried to inquire about Yang Kai's origins. Yang Kai shook his head. "You don't need to know who I am, I just want to ask you a few questions. If I'm satisfied with your answers, I'll let you go, if not, your Qing family will be destroyed here today." These cold and ruthless words made them tremble in fear, quickly nodding their heads. From the means Yang Kai used to deal with them, he really did have the ability to destroy the Qing family. 2 years ago, did your Qing family receive an old man and a veiled woman? Yang Kai looked straight into their eyes, asking in a low voice. As soon as these words came out, the two old men's faces suddenly paled, as if they had recalled something terrifying, their eyes overflowing with panic. The yellow-robed old man said, "So you were with them." "Little brother, the Qing family's unfilial son made a mistake, he also paid the price, even the two of us were punished. Now that it's been 2 years, why do you still want to exterminate them?" The blue-robed old man also quickly nodded. "Our Qing family has already been taught a lesson, this matter should be over, right?" Yang Kai's brows wrinkled, he found that the other party seemed to have misunderstood him. His eyes flashed, saying, "Your hands and legs were chopped off by that old man?" The two old men nodded, their faces filled with lingering fear, somewhat unwilling to recall what happened 2 years ago. Yang Kai grinned, the dissatisfaction in his heart towards Treasurer Meng disappearing greatly. Someone daring to drug Xia Ningchang, with Meng Wuya's personality, he wouldn't have simply broken the young man's legs. It turned out that the two transcendents of the Qing family had also been punished. The yellow-robed old man spoke, "That senior seems to have some friendship with one of my Qing family's ancestors. When he came to Blue Water City, he immediately entered my Qing family. During the few days he was a guest, my Qing family treated him with courtesy, but my Qing family's unfilial son actually had designs on his disciple, spiking her food with drugs. In a fit of anger, that senior made a move. At that time, if it weren't for an elder from Water Spirit Temple intervening, my Qing family would have been exterminated long ago. Even so, we still paid a heavy price. In the end, that senior spared our lives out of consideration for his friendship with my Qing family's ancestor. Water Spirit Temple? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. You mean Water Spirit Temple? What's wrong? The yellow-robed old man looked confused, not understanding why Yang Kai suddenly looked so excited. Did that old man and the veiled woman go to Water Spirit Temple? Yang Kai asked eagerly. It should be, because it was that elder from the Water God Temple who led them to Blue Water City. Moreover, this city is the territory of the Water God Temple. My Qing family can be considered a vassal force of the Water God Temple, said Cheng Yi. Yang Kai patted his head and stood in place in a daze, his expression constantly changing. Observing the changes in his expression, the two old men couldn't help trembling in fear. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly laughed, so that's how it is. At this moment, he suddenly saw the light. This was truly a case of when the cart reaches the mountain, there is a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel. Little brother, you. The yellow-robed old man asked with trepidation, fearing that Yang Kai would really destroy his Qing family in a fit of anger. It's none of your business. Since that old fogey didn't destroy your family, your ancestor's relationship with him must be quite deep, so it's not appropriate for me to overstep my authority, but I killed so many of your subordinates, and one of them looked like a young master. What do you say about this? That unfilial son deserves to die. The yellow-robed old man suddenly snorted coldly. If it weren't for his blind dog eyes, how could the two of us have fallen into such a situation? As he spoke, his face filled with anger. Obviously he was quite angry. Good. Yang Kai nodded lightly, putting away the idea of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots, lightly asking, which direction is Water Spirit Temple? Point it to me. Over there, in the Endless Sea territory, the islands are the foundation of Water Spirit Temple. The yellow-robed old man quickly pointed in a certain direction to Yang Kai. As soon as these words left his mouth, Yang Kai shot out like a bolt of lightning. After waiting for a long time and confirming that Yang Kai had gone far, the two old men glanced at each other and slowly got up, their faces alternating between red and blue. Being so easily defeated by a little brat was simply too shameful. Fortunately, no one had seen this scene, otherwise, they would likely have killed him to silence him. What a sin! After leaving Water Blue City, Yang Kai hurriedly flew forward, not caring about Yuan Qi's consumption of energy. Water Spirit Temple was the force Shui Ling belonged to. It had been almost 3 years since Yang Kai and Shui Ling had arrived in Tongxian realm through the Void Corridor in the abandoned Earth. When they parted ways in Bold Independent City, Shui Ling had invited him to visit Water Spirit Temple, but Yang Kai had refused. If only he hadn't refused at that time, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling some regret. Yang Kai was sure that Meng Wuya and Xia Ningchang had gone to Water Spirit Temple to find Shui Ling. Perhaps Treasurer Meng had left behind some kind of message for Shui Ling to pass on to him. After all, when they were in the central capital, Meng Wuya had learned about Shui Ling's origins and had also guessed that Yang Kai might have come here but couldn't find him, so he could only go to Water Spirit Temple. This was Yang Kai's speculation, but it was likely to be the truth. The words of the two old men from the Qing family also confirmed this to Yang Kai. At that time, an elder from Water Spirit Temple had led Meng Wuya to Water Blue City, which meant that he had already been to Water Spirit Temple and seen Shui Ling before that. Seeing Shui Ling meant that he indeed knew he had arrived in Tongxian realm. Burning with anxiety, Yang Kai shot across the sea like a bolt of lightning, creating a strong wind that seemed to split the sea in half. After a day and a night, some vague traces of islands appeared in the distance. These islands were scattered, and as far as the eye could see, they were like chess pieces, scattered irregularly on the chessboard of the sea. These islands were both large and small, the small ones only a dozen kilometers in diameter while the large ones occupied an area of hundreds or even thousands of kilometers. Yang Kai's spirit shook as he realized that this was definitely the place where Water Spirit Temple was located. Close to the islands, large and small ships were sailing in and out, transporting supplies to Water Spirit Temple, a magnificent scene that clearly demonstrated the extraordinariness of Water Spirit Temple. Chapter 725. Dark Clouds Island was one of the many islands under the jurisdiction of Water Spirit Temple. No one knew what kind of changes had occurred here, but the sky above the island was cloudy all year round. 8 out of every 10 days, it would be drizzling and the air would be humid. Although Hipu only had a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivation, he was good at managing interpersonal relationships. Although his cultivation wasn't high in Water Spirit Temple, he had taken on the role of steward. Today, he was in charge of managing the operations of Dark Clouds Island. The drizzle continued, and the weather was as bad as ever. Hipu cursed the heavens as he directed his subordinates to transport the supplies delivered by the ships. These supplies were to be delivered to Water Spirit Island for the elite disciples of Water Spirit Temple to cultivate and use in their daily lives. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Hipu quietly took 2 crystal stones from the pile and stuffed them into his pocket before pretending as if nothing had happened and continuing to direct his subordinates to transport the supplies. "Steward he, steward he." Suddenly, a shout came from the side. Hipu turned his head and saw a disciple named Cuttlefish calling out to him. "What do you want?" Hipu snapped back. At this moment, he was feeling guilty, so hearing someone call out to him like this, he almost broke out in a cold sweat. Water Spirit Temple had strict rules, so even if he was the steward of Dark Clouds Island, if he was caught stealing, he would be expelled from the temple or even have his hands and feet broken. "Steward he, there's a suspicious little black dot over there, is someone flying over?" That disciple was born with the head of a deer and the eyes of a mouse. Cuttlefish was not his real name, but a nickname that everyone gave him. However, it was inadvertently passed down. Now, no one remembered what his name was. Usually, they would just call him Cuttlefish Cuttlefish. "Someone's here?" Hipu narrowed his eyes and looked over carefully, a moment later grinning meaningfully. "This fool probably doesn't know about the mysteries of our Dark Clouds Island, right? Don't worry about him, we'll let him have a taste of our heavenly prestige." What if he dies?" Cuttlefish asked worriedly. "If he dies, then he dies, what does it have to do with me?" Hipu coldly snorted. He didn't even know about the mysteries of Dark Clouds Island, so he obviously isn't an acquaintance of ours. Even if 1,000 of such people died, it wouldn't matter. Saying so, he looked up at the cloudy sky and cursed, "This damned heavens, they really don't let us live." Hearing what he said, the squid also felt that it was very reasonable. At that moment, he was no longer worried about that person. Instead, he raised his head and looked forward to seeing how miserable this person would die. Flying all the way here, the first thing Yang Kai saw was Dark Clouds Island. The dense dark clouds covering the island were quite strange to him. Faintly, he felt that there was something unusual about this place, but after carefully inspecting it, he couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. Transforming into a streak of light, Yang Kai quickly approached Dark Clouds Island. There were many people on the shore who seemed to have noticed him and were pointing at him, all of them saying something, but because they were too far away and the strong wind was blowing and the waves were rolling, Yang Kai couldn't hear them clearly. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived above Dark Clouds Island. The cultivator on the shore suddenly went silent, all of them looking at him with sympathetic eyes. Yang Kai frowned, not knowing what they wanted to do, but he also didn't sense any hostility from them. Just as he was about to descend, he heard a cracking sound above his head. Immediately, Yang Kai felt a surge of electricity fall from the sky and hit him directly on the top of his head. The force was so great that Yang Kai almost fell into the sea. His whole body felt as if it had been electrocuted, his hair stood on end, and his hair stood on end. Kai Yang couldn't help but shiver as an unparalleled sense of comfort filled his heart. The wind and thunder wings seemed to have absorbed a lot of lightning energy and stored it in his right shoulder blade. The crowd below let out a cry of alarm but soon stopped, each of them showing a look of disbelief as they stared at Yang Kai in a daze. Being struck by a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm, besides his hair standing on end, this little brat was completely unscathed. This was something they couldn't accept. Dark Clouds Island was special not only because it was covered in dark clouds all year round, but also because these dark clouds contained a huge amount of lightning attribute energy. Normally, these dark clouds wouldn't release any lightning, only when living creatures approached them would they be stimulated. Therefore, Dark Clouds Island, which was located at the outermost edge of Water Spirit Temple, was not only a place for material exchange but also a natural defensive barrier. If someone who didn't know the inside story rashly flew over, they would only suffer a baptism of lightning. This kind of heavenly pressure was something even Water Spirit Temple's elders couldn't bear. Every half a year, the elders of the Water God Temple would use some special methods to release the accumulated lightning energy in the dark clouds. Otherwise, if too much lightning energy was accumulated, it might erupt one day and destroy the entire island. Hipu remembered at the last time the elders had released this lightning attribute energy was a few months ago. After such a long period of accumulation, the lightning attribute energy in the dark clouds should have reached a level that even Transcendence would have to retreat, so why was this little brat completely unscathed? While he was in a daze, the dark clouds continued to release lightning bolts one after another, like snakes emerging from their lair, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. No matter which direction they fell from, they would always accurately strike Yang Kai. The cracking sounds were incessant, and the light was as bright as day, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Hipu narrowed his eyes, trying to see what was going on, but he couldn't see anything. This scene continued for who knows how long until the lightning bolts emerging from the dark clouds became sparse and their power greatly reduced. Only then was everyone able to clearly see the situation in the sky again. Exclamations rang out again as everyone found that the guy who had intruded into Dark Clouds Island was actually still standing firmly in mid-air, not only unharmed, but also with a strange expression on his face. Steward, was that person struck dumb? Cuttlefish came over and asked in a low voice. Hipu was at a loss, he didn't know how to interpret the scene in front of him. If the other party was not struck dumb, then his strength was so profound that he could ignore the lightning attribute energy. But how was that possible? The elders had said that even a third-order transcendent wouldn't be able to escape from such heavenly might, so how could this little brat be so young, only about 23 or 24 years old? While everyone was in a daze, the young man in the sky actually slowly shook his head, revealing a look of disappointment before straightening his clothes and flying down towards Dark Clouds Island. Everyone's expression changed greatly as they all raised their guard towards Yuan Qi, secretly raising their guard. Perceiving their vigilance, Yang Kai grinned, revealing his white teeth and a harmless smile as he steadily landed on the island. "Who are you?" Hipu asked coldly as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai, quickly discovering that this person really was unfamiliar, he had never seen him before. Everyone who entered Water Spirit Temple would first arrive at Dark Clouds Island, so if this person really was an acquaintance, Hipu would definitely have an impression of him. "Excuse me, is this Water Spirit Temple?" Yang Kai didn't answer, instead glancing around and quickly discovering that there wasn't a single Transcendent Realm Master on this island, most of them just Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators. Hipu nodded. "This is Water Spirit Temple's Dark Clouds Island, who is your excellency? What business do you have with my Water Spirit Temple?" Yang Kai's outrageous performance just now made Hipu feel that this young man wasn't someone to be trifled with, so he didn't dare act presumptuously, but since it was his duty, he naturally had to inquire about the other party's identity and purpose. "Don't misunderstand, I have no malicious intent," Yang Kai smiled lightly, "I'm here to find someone." "Find someone?" Hipu frowned, "Who are you looking for?" A girl named Shui Ling. If I remember correctly, she should be the daughter of your water spirit temple's temple master. Looking for Shui, you're looking for the little princess. He Pu's eyes bulged as a strange expression appeared on his face, grinning meaningfully. Everyone else also directed an ambiguous look towards Yang Kai. Yes, I'm looking for your little princess. Yang Kai nodded. If it's convenient, can you tell me where she is? It would be best if you could take me to see her. Little brat. He Pu smiled, a playful expression appearing on his face. Although I don't know which great force you belong to, I can see that you have some ability, so I won't embarrass you. Go back to where you came from. The little princess isn't someone a person like you can approach. Saying so, He Pu waved his hand dismissively, a look of disdain appearing on his face towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned, thinking for a moment before asking, "Are you misunderstanding something?" He Pu curled his lips. That's what everyone who comes here says. Don't you want to pursue my family's little princess? I won't waste time with you. My little princess is a beautiful woman. It's normal for young people like you to think about her. This brother is also a man of experience. Saying so, a look of regret appeared on his face. However, although I understand your intentions, I won't make an exception. If you don't leave now, don't blame us for being impolite. Yang Kai let out a light sigh as he smiled wryly, feeling that this group of people really misunderstood him. Although Shui Ling really wasn't bad-looking, and she was also quite charming, from beginning to end, Yang Kai didn't have many thoughts about her. When they were in the central capital, the two of them had gone from being enemies to friends, and after returning to Tongxian realm with her, their friendship had improved greatly. Yang Kai felt that Shui Ling didn't have any romantic feelings for him. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai took out something from the black book space and handed it over. Take a look at this. He Pu glanced at him for a moment before taking it, but after looking at it carefully, he couldn't help exclaiming, "The little princess token? Where did you get it?" "Nonsense, of course it was given to me by your little princess," Yang Kai snorted. "Given to you?" He Pu widened his eyes and slapped his head, as if he had remembered something. "Oh right, so you're the person the little princess mentioned. This is really rude. Brother, please don't blame me. Brother, please don't blame me. If you had taken out this token earlier, I wouldn't have made things so difficult for you." "It's fine," Yang Kai shook his head and asked curiously, "What did your little princess say to you?" 3 years ago, when the little princess returned, she told me that if a young lord came here with her token, I was to treat him with courtesy. Chapter 726. 3 years ago, he and Shui Ling had parted ways in bold independent city. After learning that Yang Kai was the young lord his little princess had spoken to him about, He Pu's previous indifferent attitude immediately became enthusiastic. This person was also a lively person, and his mouth was quite eloquent, constantly praising Yang Kai for being young and handsome, his strength tyrannical, and so on. Yang Kai let him talk for a while before interrupting his chatter. "I want to see your little princess, can you take me to where she is now?" He Pu suddenly looked a little embarrassed. If it were any other time, with the little princess's instructions, brother would have taken out this token and this He Pu would have led you there, but now, the little princess doesn't seem to be on her island. "How about this, I'll have my brothers inquire about where the little princess is, then I'll take you there." "Good." Yang Kai nodded. He had already come to Water Spirit Temple, so as long as he could see Shui Ling, he would know what message Meng Wuya had sent her. As for Su Yan and the old demon situation, he wasn't in a hurry. "Then I'll have to trouble you." "No need, no need. Brother, please sit down, I'll be right back." He Pu said respectfully before withdrawing, ordering some people to serve him wine and fruit platters before leading a group of people away from Dark Cloud's Island. Dark Cloud's Island was the outermost natural barrier of Water Spirit Temple, and it was also a place where goods and materials flowed. With so many people coming and going, it was extremely lively. Yang Kai waited here for half a day before He Pu hurriedly returned, a big smile on his face as he said, "Brother, I didn't disappoint and found the little princess. The little princess seems to want to see you very much, so she asked me to take you there quickly. Do you want to leave now?" Yang Kai stood up and walked out with He Pu. Normally, when Water Spirit Temple's people entered and left Dark Cloud's Island, they had to take a boat because once they left the ground, the lightning accumulated in the clouds above the island would strike them down, but today, Yang Kai had just finished absorbing the lightning, so He Pu boldly led Yang Kai away. Along the way, He Pu introduced Water Spirit Temple to Yang Kai. Within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, there were thousands of large and small islands, all of which were properties of Water Spirit Temple. These islands were rich in world energy and rich in spirit grasses and medicinal herbs. The environment for cultivation was quite good. Because these islands were so widely distributed, it was usually quite troublesome to find a single person. As the little princess of Water Spirit Temple, Shui Ling naturally had her own island, and that island was one of the best among all the islands of Water Spirit Temple, but today, she wasn't on her own island but had instead gone to a place called Wind Cloud Island. Water Spirit Temple's foundation was on the sea, far away from the chaos of the mortal world and the hustle and bustle of the city. The environment was elegant, but there was only one place that made Water Spirit Temple's people angry. From time to time, sea beasts would come to these islands to wreak havoc. The monster beast of the sea was very different from the monster beast on land. Sea beasts generally had large bodies and were proficient in water attribute mysteries, making them very troublesome to deal with. If it was some weak monster beast, it would be easy to deal with, but once it encountered a powerful monster beast, even a cultivator of Water Spirit Temple would have to spend a lot of effort to expel or kill it. At this moment, on Wind Cloud Island, Shui Ling was commanding a group of cultivators to fight a sea beast the size of several houses. The reefs around Wind Cloud Island were smashed to pieces and the waves were tumbling, creating an extremely dangerous scene. The sea beast had 8 long fleshy legs, and it moved back and forth nimbly. Its ferocious mouth was constantly shooting out water arrows with imposing auras that carried extraordinary lethality. Although Shui Ling had gathered a lot of masters under her command, the vitality of this sea beast was extremely tenacious, and if she couldn't kill it in a single blow, it would be impossible to drive it away. When she heard He Pu's report just now, Shui Ling almost couldn't believe it. Her mind was in chaos and she had no idea how to give orders, causing the actions of her subordinates to become chaotic, almost resulting in a loss of life. "Lu Zhuo, you take command." Shui Ling's mind was in a mess, the monster beast no longer in her eyes, replaced by a look of pleasant surprise and expectation. Standing in place, she stood on her tiptoes, constantly looking towards the distant sky, as if she was waiting for something. The cultivator named Lu Zhuo heard this and nodded heavily, taking over command and issuing various orders in an orderly manner. The chaotic scene soon settled down. Quietly turning his head, Lu Zhuo found that the little princess' mood seemed to be fluctuating, seemingly very happy, so he couldn't help asking, "Young lady, what kind of person is the person He Pu spoke of? Why does young lady care so much about him?" "A friend." The image of Yang Kai appeared in Shui Ling's mind, and remembering all the rude things he had done to her in the central capital, she suddenly grit her teeth and replied, "A very hateful friend." Lu Zhuo was stunned. If this person was a friend, why was he so hateful? Shaking his head, he didn't know what the little princess was thinking. However, as the little princess's retainer, it wasn't appropriate for him to inquire about the other party's private affairs, so he couldn't help feeling curious about this person. He had been with the little princess for several years now, but he had never seen her show such a varied expression like today. About half an hour later, 2 small black dots appeared in the sky, causing Shui Ling's expression to shake. Quickly looking over, she saw He Pu leading a group of people towards her. Approaching closer, Shui Ling was finally able to see the appearance of this person. Her heart trembled, and her eyes quickly became misty. Just like a few years ago, he hadn't changed much, but he seemed to have matured a bit and his body was a lot sturdier. While still in mid-air, Yang Kai discovered Shui Ling and suddenly increased his speed, leaving He Pu behind, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Shui Ling. "Beauty, long time no see," Yang Kai greeted her with a smile, his expression friendly. Shui Ling could be said to be one of his few friends. "You bastard!" Shui Ling bit her lip, as if she wanted to swallow Yang Kai whole, suddenly rushing up and kicking Yang Kai. He Pu, who was following behind, and Luzhua, who was directing the battle, were both stunned. Neither of them had ever seen their little princess flirt with a young man like this before, so they were both dumbfounded. "What?" Yang Kai didn't dodge, letting Shui Ling hit him a few times before asking in surprise. "Didn't you die? How did you come back to life?" "Who said I died?" Yang Kai shouted angrily. "That beauty from Bold Independent Union said so." Shui Ling angrily snorted. "When I went to Bold Independent Union to find her last time, she told me you were taken away by someone and then disappeared without a trace, most likely dead. There were too many people here, so Shui Ling didn't directly mention the name coffin-carrying man, obviously afraid of bringing trouble to Yang Kai." "Oh, that's true," Yang Kai nodded, not denying it. "Then how did you escape?" Shui Ling was shocked. "My luck was good, he let me go," Yang Kai casually replied. "Really, good people don't live long, scourges live for 1,000 years. Shui Ling curled her lips disdainfully. "When that beauty told me about it, she was crying so hard that she didn't want to die. Is there something fishy going on between the two of you? Otherwise, why would she be so sad when you died? When I left, your relationship wasn't so good. Tell me, what happened between the two of you? Did you do something to her?" Seeing Yang Kai come back from the dead, Shui Ling seemed particularly happy and didn't stop talking, asking him a lot of irrelevant questions. "A little girl, why ask so many questions?" Yang Kai glared at her. "I knew it," Shui Ling said with a disdainful expression. "You pervert, wherever you go you pick up flowers and grass. I shouldn't have let that woman get close to you, I really did harm to her." "It was an accident, a pure accident," Yang Kai said awkwardly. At that time, he had been poisoned by the charm monster's divine sense and couldn't help himself. "Humph, who would believe you?" Shui Ling snorted, suddenly straightening her expression and saying, "In any case, many people will be happy that you're still alive." "You're also happy?" Yang Kai raised his brow, a perverted expression appearing on his face. "I can't wait for you to die," Shui Ling curled her lips, her face blushing red. When He Pu and Luzhua saw this scene, they were even more surprised. It seemed that the relationship between the little princess and this young man was not shallow. What was this guy's background? He actually made the little princess forget her usual etiquette. It was really unbelievable. "It's quite lively here." Yang Kai glanced around and found that in the coastal territory near the island, a group of cultivators were fighting a huge monster beast. The strength of these cultivators wasn't low, with one of them being a transcendent while the rest were all immortal ascension boundary masters. However, this monster beast seemed to be a 7th-order one, its 8 long, meaty legs moving about wildly in the sea, its lethality tyrannical as it slapped the water into the sky. The cultivators inflicted large and small wounds on its body, but were unable to destroy it completely. Pale blue blood flowed out from these wounds as its flesh wriggled, and after a short time, it was completely healed. Yang Kai only observed for a moment and understood that with the strength of these people, it was impossible for them to kill this monster beast. Its vitality was simply too tenacious. This beast seems to have set its eyes on a kind of spirit grass on Wind Cloud Island and has eaten a lot of it. Shui Ling was also a little annoyed as she stared hatefully at the monster beast. "Young lady, I'm afraid we'll have to find more people to help," Luzhua also saw that the situation was not good and quickly said. Shui Ling nodded heavily. Why don't you go up? Yang Kai glanced over at Luzhua in amazement. This person was a first-order transcendent. If he cooperated with the others, although it would take some effort, they should still be able to kill this sea beast, but instead of helping, he chose to remain here and take command, not showing any intention of helping. Luzhua glanced over at Yang Kai and coldly snorted, "If I go up, who will protect young lady's safety?" Yang Kai was surprised and didn't say anything more. Shui Ling seemed to still be a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, unable to break through to the transcendent realm. When she separated from Yang Kai, her cultivation was at this level, but now 3 years had passed and she still hadn't broken through to the transcendent realm, showing just how difficult it was to break through. Chapter 727. Shui Ling's identity was very noble, so it was natural for Luzhua to have such concerns. Yang Kai wasn't in a position to comment on this matter. This was someone else's territory. If he were to speak out of turn, it would only be annoying. Shui Ling spat out her tongue at Yang Kai before turning to Luzhua and saying, "You go, the sooner you can deal with that guy, the better." "But young lady." Luzhua frowned, obviously not willing. His duty was to protect Shui Ling, everything else was secondary. "If I tell you to go then just go, what are you nagging about? I'm in a hurry to talk to that bastard." Shui Ling glared at him before softly comforting him, "Don't worry, I'll hide here, and with this bastard here, even if that monster beast rushes over, I'm afraid it won't be able to do anything to me, right?" Her last sentence was directed to Yang Kai. Yang Kai just chuckled and didn't answer directly. A seventh-order monster beast. Although it was huge and its strength wasn't weak, Yang Kai was confident he could kill it. However, he didn't want to incur the wrath of others, so he didn't want to attract too much hatred. "Go, what are you still standing here for?" Shui Ling saw Luzhua not moving and couldn't help urging him. Luzhua shot a cold glare towards Yang Kai and bitterly said, "Little brat, look after the young lady carefully, don't let anything happen to her." "Don't worry," Yang Kai nodded. Luzhua then activated his movement skill and flew towards the sea. With his participation, the situation of the battle really changed. With the two transcendents joining forces and the other immortal ascension boundary masters assisting them, they quickly seized the initiative, causing the sea beast to wail in pain as all 8 of its legs were damaged. Yang Kai stood in place for a while and after determining that there was no problem, he smiled faintly. Then, he smiled and said, "These people seem to be very loyal to you." "They're all my people. Of course they're loyal to me." Shui Ling said proudly, "Do you think this young lady is still the same as when I was in the central capital? I'm warning you, if you dare bully me again, I'll have them cut you into pieces." "I haven't bullied you, right?" Yang Kai was stunned. Shui Ling snorted, "Whether you've bullied me or not, you know in your heart. After not seeing you for a few years, it seems you've grown quite a bit. What's your current cultivation?" Yang Kai wrinkled his nose, "Why do you want to know this?" It wasn't that he wanted to hide anything from Shui Ling's heart. When they first met, Shui Ling was an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage master while Yang Kai was just a peak true element boundary cultivator. After a few years, Yang Kai's cultivation had completely surpassed Shui Ling's. Was simply too fast. Of you is something IM's right. Use a person's, no matter where you, is SSA, to be, SSS, I. A U, to say, to be A8T TSSSTS a 1 to be expected. STTTT. After leaving the water god temple. You can't do anything. You're a girl, why do you need such a high cultivation? I won't talk to you about that. How about it? After seeing the riches of my water spirit temple, do you want to join us? My offer is still the same, as long as you join, I can provide you with the best cultivation environment. Right, I have a lot of islands under my control. As long as you take a fancy to them, you can pick one, and from now on, that island will be yours. 3 years ago, Shui Ling had tried to win over Yang Kai, and now that they had met, she still had the same idea. Because there had never been a person who could make Shui Ling's eyes light up. Only Yang Kai had done it. Although this person was hateful, his ability and aptitude were unquestionable. If I join here, it'll be the same as ruining myself. Yang Kai smiled and declined Shui Ling's offer. The water attribute energy here is so rich, how do you want me to cultivate? Of course, my water spirit temple has a suitable place for you to cultivate. There are several volcanic islands nearby, the climate is quite hot. No, I already have a place to settle down. What place? Shui Ling suddenly became interested. It actually caught your eye. Yang Kai briefly explained what had happened in Soaring Heaven sect to Shui Ling. Hearing that the ancestral founder was the one who had founded High Heaven Pavilion, Shui Ling suddenly felt relieved. High Heaven Pavilion was Yang Kai's sect, so it was reasonable for him to choose Soaring Heaven sect. On top of that, Soaring Heaven sect was one of the great forces in Tongxian realm. Even Shui Ling had occasionally heard of it. While they were talking, the battle over there was already over. After Lu Zhuo joined the battle, the sea beast was no match for him and managed to escape with heavy injuries. Although it was a pity that they weren't able to kill it, it was still good news that they hadn't suffered any losses. Shui Ling ordered her subordinates to deal with the situation on their own before leading Yang Kai off in a certain direction. Water Spirit Island was one of the larger islands in the sea region, and it had dense spirit qi. It was one of the islands under the water spirit's name, and the name of the island came from the water spirit. Usually, Shui Ling lived and cultivated on this island. Most of the residents on this island were disciples of Water Spirit Temple as well as the families of those disciples. On the island, a number of houses were arranged in picturesque disorder with crowds of people coming and going, making it quite lively. At the highest point of the island, there was a row of palace-like buildings, Shui Ling's palace. Leading Yang Kai to this place, a young and beautiful maidservant immediately greeted him, offering him fine wine and delicacies, as well as various exotic delicacies, all of them enthusiastically entertaining Yang Kai. Yang Kai had something on his mind, so even though he ate and drank, he didn't feel like eating or drinking. Shui Ling seemed to have noticed this as well, so after dismissing the servants, she said, I know why you're here, and I can tell you that I have the information you want. Yang Kai's breathing quickened slightly as he stared at Shui Ling. Meng Wuya really came here and left you a message. 2 years ago, he suddenly came to Water Spirit Temple with your little senior sister who was proficient in alchemy. After leaving behind a few words, he hurriedly left and told me to pass on his message to you when I saw you. I originally wanted to go to Bold Independent Union to look for you, but when I arrived, I heard from Yun Xian that you were probably already dead. Shui Ling sighed faintly. Fortunately, you're safe. The heavens help the worthy. What did Treasurer Meng want you to pass on to me? Yang Kai asked eagerly. He said. After that old demon arrived here, he separated from them and said he wanted to go to the demon land to develop his forces there while waiting for young master's arrival. Shui Ling smiled. That old bastard. Yang Kai also shook his head and smiled bitterly, but the old demon's ambitions really did have a chance of being realized. He was different from ordinary people. Possessing the body of a demon general was his greatest asset. If he used it well, he would definitely be able to progress smoothly in the demon race. What about Su Yan? Where is Su Yan? Shui Ling glanced over at him and said, Can I not tell you where she is? But I can tell you that she's fine. Senior Meng and your little senior sister seem to have an important matter to attend to, so Senior Meng entrusted Su Yan to an old friend of his, allowing her to temporarily cultivate there. The location of that force is very suitable for Su Yan. Not only is she not in any danger, but she will also be able to benefit immensely. Then why don't you tell her where she is? Yang Kai was stunned. Because if I told you, you would definitely go find her. That force is not a place anyone can casually join. The people there are somewhat unreasonable and their influence is much larger than my water spirit temples. There are countless masters in that sect, and with your temper, if you don't see Su Yen, who knows what kind of trouble you'll cause. At that time, I'm afraid you won't be able to return. Really? I'm just going to see my senior sister, why would they make things difficult for me? I already said that the people there are somewhat unreasonable and can't be measured by common sense. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he pondered, whispering softly, Treasurer Meng entrusted Su Yen to that force before coming to Water Spirit Temple to leave a message for you, so that force is very likely to be near your Water Spirit Temple. As for my senior sister Su Yen, she cultivates the Ice Heart secret art, so the only suitable environment for her would be an extremely cold zone. There is a sect in the extremely cold zone near your Water Spirit Temple that is even stronger than your Water Spirit Temple. Enough, enough. Shui Ling was speechless. With just a few words, Yang Kai had almost deduced Su Yan's location, so she knew that even if she tried to hide it, it would be useless, so she could only glare at him hatefully, "You're so smart. Then just tell me, so that I won't have to think about it for a long time and still have to find someone to ask around." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. He didn't know much about this world's great forces, otherwise, he would have already guessed. Ice Sect. Shui Ling said helplessly, "Have you heard of it?" Yang Kai shook his head. About a few thousand kilometers to the west of my Water Spirit Temple, there is a world of glaciers. Ice Sect is located in that world of ice. They have very little contact with outsiders and almost live an isolated life, that's why I said they were unapproachable. The closest place to them is my Water Spirit Temple, and because of this, I have some understanding of them. Occasionally, my Water Spirit Temple will have some business dealings with them, but every one of them, whether male or female, old or young, is as cold as ice. Your Ice Doll senior sister really found a suitable place to enter. Why would Treasurer Meng take senior sister to such a place? Yang Kai frowned. It seems that because Senior Meng has some friendship with Ice Sect Master, he felt relieved to entrust Su Yen to her. After Shui Ling finished speaking, she turned to Yang Kai and asked, "You're going to Ice Sect, right?" Yang Kai nodded. He had been searching here for several years now, and now that he finally had some definite news, of course he wanted to see how Su Yen was doing. If Ice Sect was really suitable for her, it wouldn't hurt to let her stay there and cultivate, but if she wanted to go with him, Yang Kai would take her to Soaring Heaven Sect. Chu Ling Xiao was High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder, so naturally he was Su Yan's ancestral founder. "When are you leaving?" "We're leaving now." "Do you know where it is?" Shui Ling rolled her eyes. "Wait a few days, I'll find you someone familiar with the route so you don't have to waste time blindly looking for it." "Good." Yang Kai nodded, not refusing Shui Ling's kindness. Having someone to lead the way was naturally better than wandering around by himself. Chapter 728. Above the endless sea, a huge iron ship sailed through the wind and waves at an extremely fast speed towards the west. This ship was full of cultivation materials and the crew were all Water Spirit Temple disciples. Yang Kai stood at the bow of the ship, gazing towards the west, his thoughts wandering. Ever since he had dual cultivated with Su Yen, the two of them had never been separated for such a long time. The deep yearning in his heart was like an aged wine, the more it was stored, the more fragrant it would become. After staying on Water Spirit Island for about half a month, Yang Kai decided to take advantage of the trade between Water Spirit Temple and Ice Sect to come to this island. During this half-month, Shui Ling had taken good care of Yang Kai, enjoying all kinds of conveniences while constantly persuading Yang Kai to join Water Spirit Temple. Unfortunately, even until the end, Yang Kai refused to budge. When he left, Shui Ling was still sulking and didn't even appear to say goodbye to Yang Kai. Taking advantage of this half-month, Yang Kai also used Shui Ling to find the herbs needed to refine the Saint Pill. There was no such herb in Water Blue City, but for Water Spirit Temple, it wasn't too difficult to find it. Although the speed of the ship's navigation wasn't as fast as Yang Kai's flight, it was definitely not slow. Moreover, this iron ship seemed to have been refined using some kind of secret technique, as there were traces of artifacts on it, so even if it was attacked by a monster beast in the middle of the sea, it wouldn't be destroyed so easily. The ship was also equipped with several Transcendent Realm Masters to guard it in case of any accidents. Hipu of Dark Clouds Island had also come this time and was mainly responsible for the trade with Ice Sect. Although Ice Sect was powerful, had many masters, and was known for its ruthlessness, because of this, it was very honest when it came to trading. Water Spirit Temple and Ice Sect had been cooperating for more than a year and both sides trusted each other. When the time came, as long as they brought the goods, they could exchange them for a large number of ice attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines. On top of that, Ice Sect was rich in ice attribute ores, which were also good things Water Spirit Temple needed. Young Master Yang. Hipu appeared beside Yang Kai with a flattering smile on his face. In another half a month, we should be able to reach that glacier. After that, we'll have to disembark and fly over. The person you're looking for is in that world of ice. Ice Sect, what kind of sect is it? Yang Kai turned to look at him. I'm not too sure either. Hipu smiled awkwardly. You don't know either? Don't you often trade with them? We do have some dealings, but I've never been to Ice Sect. Every time we trade, it's always been on a glacier, some distance away from Ice Sect. Those from Ice Sect. It was one thing for them to be unreasonable, but every time they put on a sour face, as if we owed them money. On top of that, they were quite wary of outsiders, believing that Ice Sect was a pure land and that outsiders would only bring filth to that pure world. They won't be polite. So you don't know where Ice Sect is? Yang Kai frowned. Hipu shook his head and lightly coughed. Young lady has instructed that if things do not go well this time, young Master Yang should return to Water Spirit Island. Young lady will be waiting for you there. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. That little girl, she even has ideas about me. Hipu's mouth twitched. He had never heard anyone call the young lady a little girl before. This young Master Yang's tone wasn't ordinary. Moreover, his relationship with the young lady was also unusual. The wind is strong outside, let's go in, Hipu said with a smile. My brothers have prepared some food and drink and would like to invite young Master Yang to join us. Good, Yang Kai nodded and followed Hipu into the cabin. Although Hipu and the others didn't know what the relationship between Yang Kai and Shui Ling was, they could still guess. Shui Ling treated Yang Kai differently than others, so naturally she wanted to establish a friendship with him. Yang Kai also took this opportunity to make the most of it, quickly becoming one with the crew, exchanging toasts and toasting each other, creating a harmonious atmosphere. As the days passed, the air became noticeably colder, as the iron ship sailed forward, they gradually arrived at a world of ice. The waves on the sea were also much weaker than before, and the ship was surrounded by a thin layer of ice. As time passed, this situation became more and more serious. Yang Kai knew that they were getting closer and closer to the world of ice, his heart filled with infinite expectation and excitement. Half a month later, the ship came to a stop. The sea in front of them was completely frozen, snow falling like goose feathers, and the ice on the sea was several meters thick. The ship could no longer move forward. Hipu skillfully directed the crew to pack the ship's supplies into universe bags and prepare to board the glacier. After a short period of work, everything was ready. Leaving behind a few people to look after the iron ship, the rest of the crew jumped off and braved the biting cold, heading west. The temperature here was extremely low, even a cultivator like Hipu wore a lot of winter clothing. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was wearing thin clothes, but not only did he not feel cold, his face was rosy, causing He Pu and the others to be amazed. They couldn't help wondering what kind of cultivation Yang Kai had, but in this harsh environment, he was actually completely fine. What entered their eyes was a snow-white world, seemingly without any impurities, as pure as a newborn's eyes. The group of several people flew forward at full speed for several days before the transcendent in the lead suddenly made a hand gesture. Everyone stopped and squinted their eyes towards the front. In this world of falling snow, there seemed to be several figures in front of them, all of them wearing snow-white robes, but against this pure background, they were impossible to detect. Yang Kai actually felt the life auras of these people, but he didn't point it out. After observing for a while, the transcendent in the lead finally confirmed it was them, a look of joy appearing on his face as he hurriedly flew forward. A moment later, they finally arrived at the location of these people. These people should be the disciples of Ice Sect. Yang Kai swept his eyes over them and couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine. Although these people didn't smile, their expressions were indifferent, and they were indeed a bit unreasonable, but no matter how high or low their cultivation was, their true essence was extremely pure. From head to toe, they exuded a chilling aura that penetrated the heart. The harsher the environment, the more powerful the cultivator would be. This was a well-known fact. Living an isolated life in this world of ice, it was difficult for Ice Sect's disciples not to be strong. It seemed that Treasurer Meng had spent a great deal of effort in entrusting Su Yan to this place. With Su Yan's temperament, this place was indeed very suitable for her. Both sides were familiar with each other, but even so, when the Ice Sect leader saw the people from Water Spirit Temple, he still showed some impatience on his face and asked indifferently, "How come you're so late this time?" He Pu quickly smiled, sorry, some matters delayed our trip, sorry to keep you waiting." "It's best if there isn't a next time," the man coldly snorted. He Pu was almost choked speechless, rolling his eyes and not saying anything else, quickly gathering the universe bags so the people from Ice Sect could confirm the goods. After a short while, the Ice Sect leader nodded faintly, expressing his satisfaction with the materials sent by Water Spirit Temple this time, taking out 2 more universe bags from his sleeve and handing them to He Pu. After checking them, He Pu smiled and said, "Good, this time the handover went smoothly, it was a pleasure to cooperate." The people from Ice Sect turned around and left, not even exchanging a single word of courtesy. "Everyone, please wait." He Pu hurriedly called out. The leader of the group turned around and asked unhappily, "What else do you want?" "It's like this, I want to inquire about a certain person from you." Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Inquire about a person? Who are you inquiring about?" The leader frowned, his expression quite impatient. "A woman named Su Yan, she should be in your Ice Sect." "Su Yan? She entered your Ice Sect 2 years ago. If possible, I hope to see her." "Ice Sect doesn't have such a person, you've come to the wrong place." The leader didn't wait for Yang Kai to finish speaking, waving his hand and interrupting him before turning around and leaving. Yang Kai was slightly angry, but he didn't act on the spot, instead just coldly staring at the departing backs of this group of people. Soon, these people disappeared into the snow and wind. "Young Master Yang, this." He Pu looked at Yang Kai with some sympathy. Although he had long known that people from Ice Sect weren't easy to get along with, this group of people was simply too indifferent, not even giving him a chance to speak. "You go back first, tell Shui Ling that this time I must thank her. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will personally thank her in person." "But young lady said that if things didn't go well, we had to bring you back no matter what, lest you be bullied here." He Pu frowned. "I appreciate her kindness, go back and tell her that it was I who insisted on staying." Yang Kai chuckled and patted He Pu on the shoulder, "Thank you for your hard work this time." He Pu was flattered and quickly smiled. Young Master Yang is too polite, this he wishes young Master Yang success. "If things don't go well, please leave as soon as possible, these people from Ice Sect are not easy to provoke." "I know. Everyone, we'll meet again someday. Yang Kai cupped his fists before chasing after the ice sect disciples and quickly leaving. Looking at his disappearing back, he sighed and could only lead the others back the way they had come. Yang Kai released his divine sense subtly and locked onto the group of ice sect disciples, tracking them as they left. He was certain that this group of people knew Su Yan. Although the person who had spoken had kept his mouth shut, when the young woman next to him heard Yang Kai mention Su Yan's name, her beautiful eyes flashed and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Although she quickly restrained herself, Yang Kai still saw this. Yang Kai didn't know why they were denying Su Yan's existence, but if he didn't meet her personally, he couldn't feel at ease. A faint uneasiness lingered in his heart, as if something bad was about to happen. It stood to reason that Su Yan was entrusted to Ice Sect by Meng Wuya, and Treasurer Meng and Ice Sect Master had some friendship, a very good one at that. If not for this, Meng Wuya wouldn't have done this. Yang Kai believed in Treasurer Meng. Since that was the case, Su Yan wouldn't be wronged in Ice Sect, but this faint uneasiness made Yang Kai vigilant, vowing to find Su Yan and see how she was doing. Chapter 729. Atop the glacier, a few Ice Sect disciples wearing white robes were running, the group who had made a deal with He Pu and the others. This group of people, under the leadership of a middle-aged man, swayed left and right in an erratic manner. There were many large and small icebergs atop the glacier, and these people all wore white robes. Their method of concealing their auras was quite exquisite, so if one didn't carefully investigate, it would be impossible to detect them. The middle-aged man leading this group of disciples frowned as he led them forward, feeling like they were being followed, but when he released his divine sense to investigate, he found nothing, causing him to feel somewhat restless. After running for half a day, not only were they not approaching Ice Sect, they were actually getting farther and farther away from it. A young woman next to him finally couldn't help asking, "Martial Uncle and I run, why are we running in this direction?" The middle-aged man didn't answer, as if he hadn't heard her. The young woman pouted and asked again, "Also, that person just now said he was looking for junior sister Su Yan, why did you tell junior sister she wasn't in Ice Sect? She was obviously here, I saw her a year ago." Only then did Ni Ren look at the woman coldly. Being stared at like this, the woman immediately became terrified and quickly shut her mouth. A young man next to the young woman comforted her, "Junior sister, don't ask, Martial Uncle naturally has his reasons for doing this, it's all for our own good. Outside, people's hearts are sinister, that guy looks like a rat, at first glance it's obvious he's not a good person. Coming to our Ice Sect to look for someone, I don't know what kind of intentions he has." And the young woman nodded, although she didn't agree with Martial Uncle Ni Ren in her heart, she didn't dare ask any more questions. Another disciple who looked somewhat steady picked up his pace and approached Ni Ren, asking softly, "Martial Uncle, are we being followed?" Ni Ren frowned and said lightly, "I don't know, maybe it's just my imagination. Among that group of people, there shouldn't be anyone who has the strength to follow me without being detected. To be on the safe side, let's take a detour." "Yes." Ni Ren's brow wrinkled as he recalled Yang Kai's appearance, shaking his head, wondering if he had been a bit too cautious. Although that young man had an extraordinary temperament and wasn't a mediocre member of the younger generation, in the end, with his age, his cultivation shouldn't be too high. However, what Ni Ren cared about was that the person he was looking for was actually Su Yan, the woman who had inexplicably entered Ice Sect 2 years ago. Not long after joining the sect, this woman had already blossomed into a dazzling radiance. Even the sect master and several elders had said that she would one day reach the peak of the Third Order Saint realm. On top of that, her performance was truly amazing. When she first joined the sect, she was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage cultivator, but in less than a year, she had successfully broken through to the Transcendent realm, her cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. According to Elder Qianyu, over the past year, this woman named Su Yan had been in retreat inside the ice snow cave, so no one knew what her current cultivation was. Ice sect's secret scriptures and various secret skills, she had only needed a single glance to become proficient in them. This was something no one in Ice sect's history had ever been able to accomplish. Her aptitude was not far from the legendary special physique, the ice crystal body. Unfortunately, the ice crystal body was too rare. No one had ever found anyone with such a special physique. Ni Ren had only been in contact with Su Yan a few times, but he had learned from Elder Qianyu that a woman like Su Yan was the best talent to cultivate Ice Sect secret skills. Originally, it was the sect master who had reluctantly accepted her into the sect, but after discovering her amazing talent, Elder Qianyu had the idea of accepting her as a disciple. Not only had she opened her secret scriptures and martial skills to her, she had even allowed her to freely enter the ice snow cave. Unfortunately, this girl didn't seem to be very willing to join Ice Sect, causing Elder Qianyu to both hate and love her. As soon as Yang Kai mentioned Su Yan, Ni Ren became vigilant. If it were any other disciple, Ni Ren probably wouldn't have tried to conceal this matter, but since it was related to Su Yan, Ni Ren felt that he should first report this matter to Elder Qianyu and see what she thought. Thinking so, Ni Ren continued to shuffle through the world of glaciers and ice mountains. Yang Kai, who was following in the distance, narrowed his eyes slightly as a sneer appeared on his face. The other party seemed to be aware that he was following them, but couldn't be sure, so he was circling around in an attempt to throw him off. However, under Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, all of Ni Ren's efforts were in vain. 3 days later, Yang Kai noticed that the group of people had suddenly disappeared into an ice mountain, their life auras strangely disappearing without a trace. After waiting for a moment, Yang Kai frowned and walked over to the ice mountain territory. After carefully investigating for a long time, Yang Kai didn't gain anything, only able to determine that there was some kind of mystery hidden inside these ice mountains. However, what excited him though was that he felt Su Yan's aura. Because he cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art, as long as both parties were within a certain range, they could sense each other's existence. Moreover, the yin-yang monster ginseng's energy flowed through each other's bodies, greatly enhancing this invisible spiritual connection. Su Yan wasn't far from him, somewhere inside this ice mountain, her aura was even, seemingly having fallen into a deep sleep. No matter how Yang Kai tried to communicate with her with his divine sense, he couldn't get the slightest response from her. Yang Kai's face instantly became gloomy. Su Yan must have had some kind of accident. Otherwise, if she had noticed his arrival, she would definitely have run out excitedly. In an instant, Yang Kai's anger surged as murderous intent filled his eyes, his gaze becoming even more hostile. Inside these ice mountains, everything was crystal clear. The foundation of Ice Sect was located in this stretch of ice mountains. Many years ago, Ice Sect was one of the largest great forces in Tongxian realm, but because of an accident, Ice Sect was forced to relocate and live in seclusion here, no longer contacting the outside world or accepting outsiders. Every 10 years or so, the elders of Ice Sect would go out to find some disciples with excellent aptitude and bring them back to supplement Ice Sect's fresh blood. These people were all orphans who had no father or mother and were now wandering the outside world. The stringent selection of disciples allowed every disciple of Ice Sect to have the qualifications and strength to be proud of. Ice Sect didn't have many people, from the sect master down to only a little more than 500, but there were many masters, several Saint Realm masters, and 20 to 30 transcendents. It was clear from this that Ice Sect's talent and vision for finding new disciples was extraordinary. At this moment, in the center of an ice mountain, inside an ice room, Ni Ren was reporting to Elder Qianyu about this transaction. Qianyu was a beautiful middle-aged woman, and although she didn't look very old, she was actually a first-order saint. Like Feiyu, she was skilled in retaining her youthful appearance. After listening to Ni Ren's report, Qianyu nodded lightly, "You've done well, thank you for your hard work." Take those disciples to collect some materials and cultivate. Many thanks, Elder Qian, Ni Ren said respectfully, but didn't immediately withdraw, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. Is there something else? Qian Yu's pair of beautiful eyes swept over him, keenly aware of something, and asked lightly. It's like this, Elder Qian, during this transaction, something happened that caught disciples' attention. Tell me about it. There was a young man who asked disciple about Su Yan's whereabouts. I don't know where he obtained this information, but apparently he knew Su Yan was in our ice sect. He was looking for Su Yan. Qian Yu's pretty face froze, her brow furrowing slightly. What kind of man was he? Ni Ren quickly described Yang Kai's appearance, adding, he wasn't very old, but there was something strange about him. Disciple was incompetent and wasn't able to see through his strength, but he gave me a feeling of oppression. He oppressed you? Qian Yu looked surprised, thinking about it for a moment before muttering, could it be the person that old man mentioned to sect master before? How did he find her so quickly? When that old man brought Su Yan to Ice Sect and handed her over to the sect master, he had said that one day a young man would come looking for Su Yan. At that time, he had asked the sect master to let him go, otherwise, it was very likely he would cause great trouble. The sect master and Qian Yu hadn't known Su Yan's aptitude was so outstanding at that time, so naturally, they had agreed without hesitation, but now, after witnessing Su Yan's intelligence, Qian Yu really didn't want her to leave. As long as she remained in Ice Sect, with her talent, she would definitely inherit the position of sect master and become a powerful leader. What made Qian Yu feel most helpless was that Su Yan was currently in a difficult situation, so it wasn't time for her to see anyone. The relationship between that young man and Su Yan was definitely very close. If he were to see Su Yan's current state, there was no telling what kind of trouble would ensue. Qian Yu couldn't help rubbing her forehead, feeling a headache coming on, asking, did that young man come to Ice Sect? No. Ni Ren shook his head. Disciple felt that this matter should be reported to Elder Qian first, so he didn't tell him the truth. Good, you did well, Qian Yu nodded with satisfaction. Just as she was about to offer a few words of praise though, her expression suddenly changed and she released her divine sense to investigate, coldly snorting, Ni Ren, Ni Ren, you really are incompetent. That young man followed you to our Ice Sect, yet you didn't even notice? Ni Ren was shocked. That's impossible. I deliberately circled around outside for several days to determine there was no problem before returning. How could he, Qian Yu coldly snorted, I said he came, so he naturally came. Moreover, this little brat seems to be very dissatisfied with our Ice Sect, his aura is somewhat violent at the moment. Elder, please calm your anger, disciple will drive him away. Ni Ren quickly said, a trace of annoyance appearing on his face. When he returned, he had been vigilant enough, but he had still been chased all the way to his doorstep, causing him to lose a great deal of face. Go, bring more people with you, this little brat isn't easy to deal with, just teach him a lesson, don't take his life, Qian Yu ordered. After all, this young man had some kind of relationship with that old dog. If she really killed him, it would be difficult to explain to that old dog and the sect master. Because of Su Yan's accident, the sect master had already reprimanded her once, Qian Yu didn't want to be reprimanded again. Ni Ren quickly complied, bowing and retreating, his expression extremely cold. Chapter 730. Outside the ice mountain, Yang Kai's expression was also quite ugly, closing his eyes and probing his surroundings. From Su Yan's aura, he could infer that her life wasn't in danger, but for some reason, she didn't respond to his divine sense call, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. Several powerful life auras suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's perception and flew towards him at a rapid speed. Yang Kai opened his eyes, a cold light flashing across his pupils as he stared at the several Ice Sect disciples who had suddenly appeared. A moment later, these people arrived in front of Yang Kai one after another. "Sure enough, it's you brat!" Ni Ren shouted as he saw the gloomy expression on this little brat's face and thick murderous intent. At a glance, it was obvious he wasn't a good person. Towards this kind of person, Ni Ren didn't have the slightest goodwill. "You dare follow me? Your courage isn't small." Ni Ren coldly snorted, saying in a displeased tone, "I'm going to ask Water Spirit Temple about this." Is Water Spirit Temple the kind of place that cultivates such insidious villains? He had seen Yang Kai act together with Water Spirit Temple's disciples before and thought Yang Kai was from Water Spirit Temple. "Water Spirit Temple doesn't care about me." Yang Kai snorted heavily. Ni Ren frowned as he glanced over at Yang Kai, calmly saying, "I don't care which force you're from, this place belongs to my ice sect. Go back where you came from, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite. Before I see the person I want to see, I don't want to go anywhere." Yang Kai glared at Ni Ren, feeling a bit annoyed. This guy clearly knew about Su Yan, but before this, he hadn't even given him a chance to ask questions. Now that he had found this place, this guy actually wanted to drive him away. His attitude was arrogant to the extreme. Yang Kai was furious in his heart, but he still endured. After all, Ice Sect Master had some kind of relationship with Meng Wuya, and Meng Wuya entrusting Su Yan to him was obviously out of good intentions. If Ice Sect could give him a reasonable and acceptable explanation, Yang Kai didn't want to make things worse. Right now, he just wanted to know how Su Yan was doing. Yang Kai didn't get angry, but Ni Ren did and shouted, "Little brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. In my Ice Sect's territory, you're the first one to dare speak to me like this. If you dare provoke me again, I'll teach you a lesson." "You can try." Yang Kai sneered. Ni Ren nodded slightly, "I didn't want to hurt you, but you asked for it. A junior dares to be so presumptuous in front of me, you simply don't know your place. Today, I will let you know who is the master here." As he said this, Ni Ren's eyes suddenly lit up. A pure white light suddenly burst out from his eyes. In this pure white world, it was extremely difficult to detect such a light. The light mixed with the cold aura was like a sharp sword, piercing into Yang Kai's head and tearing apart the defense of Yang Kai's sea of consciousness. It seemed to want to destroy him in one blow. A divine sense attack. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a cold smile as he slowly shook his head. "I thought Ice Sect's people were more powerful, but it turns out you're just so. If this is all you've got, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Although Ni Ren's divine sense attack easily pierced into Yang Kai's sea of consciousness, it was quickly incinerated by the scorching waves. Ni Ren's complexion changed, and the other Ice Sect disciples around him also stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Ni Ren was a first-order transcendent master, and although he didn't cultivate his spiritual energy, his soul was still relatively powerful. Dealing with such a junior, not only was he not injured in the slightest, he was even able to leisurely speak, a result that was difficult for all of them to accept. "Junior brother, this little brat is a bit strange." Beside Ni Ren, another transcendent quickly said. Ni Ren nodded solemnly. Just now, when Elder Qianyu had asked him to bring more people to drive this little brat away, Ni Ren felt like she was making a mountain out of a molehill, but now that he thought about it, it was fortunate that he had found his other brothers to help him, otherwise, if he had come out alone, he would have suffered a big loss. Thinking so, Ni Ren stared at Yang Kai with a dignified expression and quickly said, "Boy, it seems you have some skill, I won't embarrass you, you can leave now." I said, before I see the person I want to see, I won't leave. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, his attitude firm, his expression becoming cold as he declared, "If you don't let me see her, I'll flatten your 3,000 Ice Mountain world." Arrogant. Ice Sect is not a place you can act so atrociously. Ni Ren roared. "It seems that talking to you is useless, your status in Ice Sect isn't high. Since that's the case, I'll go find someone I can talk to. As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, his figure leapt up and flew straight towards one of the ice mountains. From this ice mountain, Ni Ren could vaguely sense a tyrannical divine sense, as if someone was spying on him. Wishful thinking. Ni Ren shouted angrily, his yuan qi bursting out, ice seal world. The biting cold wind became even colder at this moment, and an inexplicable energy suddenly appeared around Yang Kai's body, surrounding him. From this energy, icicles quickly formed and shot towards him from all directions, each icicle as sharp as a knife and filled with an imposing aura. In an instant, he was submerged in this ice mountain. Ni Ren's expression, however, did not relax and instead became even more solemn. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Qi, a blazing flame erupted, spreading at an unimaginable speed. Soon, the red flame became as dazzling as the sun. Kong, the ice seal world collapsed and Yang Kai stood mid-air, his body covered in a fiery red light and exuding a scorching aura, staring down at Ni Ren indifferently. Transcendent Realm. Ni Ren's complexion changed greatly as his eyes lost focus. Feeling the fluctuations of Yang Kai's Yuan Qi, Ni Ren immediately understood what the other party's cultivation was. This young man, just like him, was actually a first-order transcendent master. On top of that, this young man's Yuan Qi was several times more powerful than his own. What made Ni Ren even more uneasy was that this young man's Yuan Qi attribute was the opposite of his own Yuan Qi attribute. Junior brother, be careful. While Ni Ren was in a daze, his brother beside him suddenly shouted and hurriedly pulled him back. Xiao, a fiery red spear brushed past Ni Ren's body and pierced into the ground, creating a giant hole a few thousand meters deep in the ice seal world. Feeling the power of this spear that was purely condensed from Jin Yuan, everyone's face paled. All of them were transcendent realm masters, but none of them had the confidence to resist such an attack with their bodies. If they were struck, they would likely die instantly. An unbearably hot Yuan Qi aura spread out, covering a radius of several thousand meters. Within this range, everyone's ice attribute secret arts were suppressed to varying degrees and the flow of Yuan Qi within their bodies seemed to slow down significantly. Yang Kai stepped out of the void, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he faintly asked, "I'll ask you one last time, what happened to Su Yan?" "Little brat, if you want to fight then fight, we don't know who Su Yan is." Ni Ren braced himself and shouted. "Good." Yang Kai nodded lightly, no longer speaking, a drop of yang liquid seeped out from his fingertip and flew out with a flick of his finger. This drop of yang liquid flew through the air and suddenly turned into thousands of tiny droplets that shot towards Ni Ren's group. Ice Curtain. Ice Lock. Ice Crystal Beast. Ni Ren and the other Transcendent Realm Masters all attacked at the same time, all kinds of ice attribute martial skills blossoming. A barrier filled with ice energy suddenly rose up in front of them and at the same time, a white energy chain shot towards Yang Kai. Accompanied by the roar of a monster beast, a giant, ferocious battle beast suddenly appeared above the glacier. These battle beasts were all composed of pure energy and looked like carefully carved ice sculptures, lifelike and lifelike. Some ran on the ground, some flew in the sky, all of them fiercely attacking Yang Kai. Chi, the 10 million droplets of yang liquid effortlessly pierced through the ice barrier, causing Ni Ren and the other Transcendent Realm Masters' faces to go pale as they summoned their own defensive artifacts to block in front of them. The ice lock that had suddenly appeared directly bound Yang Kai, but before the ice lock master could rejoice, he was shocked to discover that this martial skill, which was powerful enough to bind any first or second order transcendent, was directly melted by Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi. It didn't even have the slightest effect on him, not even slowing him down. Yang Kai quickly rushed forward to meet the ice crystal beasts head-on. The beast soul seal that had not been used for a long time was once again used, the heaven-shaking white tiger and earth-splitting divine ox both appearing, their golden bodies burning like suns as they followed closely behind Yang Kai. Asterisk pa pa pa, asterisk all the ice crystal beasts that rushed forward were no match for Yang Kai and these two beast phantoms, all of them shattering and disappearing one after another. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already rushed in front of these people, his surging true qi and overwhelming momentum causing their hearts to tremble. They had never thought that among cultivators in the same realm, there would actually be someone who could single-handedly fight against all of them. Not only did he not show any signs of being defeated, he even seemed to be able to fight back with ease. Feeling the power surging through his body, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling refreshed. The combat power of these people from Ice Sect was far greater than any cultivator in the outside world. The two first-order transcendents from the Cheng family that he had dealt with in Blue Water City were on a completely different level from these people. Although their cultivations were the same, their understanding of the heavenly way and martial Tao was different, so the combat power they could transform into was naturally different. In this regard, Yang Kai had reached the pinnacle. These people from Ice Sect were also doing a good job, but they were nowhere near as profound as Yang Kai's. Striking out one deadly blow after another, Yang Kai's anger seemed to be released along with these attacks, his mind gradually calming down. He had not come to Ice Sect to fight, nor to kill, he had come to find Su Yen. Thinking so, Yang Kai restrained his murderous intent, but showed no mercy. Ni Ren and the others tried their best, but not only were they unable to stop Yang Kai, they were also forced to retreat, showing signs of exhaustion. This scene caused them to feel fear in their hearts, and their attitude towards Yang Kai also quietly changed. Chapter 731. Outside the Ice Mountain, the several Transcendent Realm Masters from Ice Sect had joined forces to resist Yang Kai. All of them had thought that Yang Kai was just a young boy and that any one of their brothers would be able to easily defeat him, but Ni Ren and the others hadn't expected that Yang Kai's strength would be so outstanding. As soon as he took action, he was able to overwhelm all of them. Such a huge contrast made all of them jump in fright. Although everyone's Yuan Qi attributes were mutually exclusive, in comparison, it was undoubtedly the other party's Yuan Qi that was purer and denser. When their Yuan Qi collided, the martial skills they displayed were like snow under the scorching sun, melting away before they could even touch the other party's body. Today, whoever dares to stop me will die. While attacking, Yang Kai suddenly showed an impatient expression and shouted coldly, a cold light flashing across his eyes. Ni Ren's heart trembled and he suddenly felt uneasy, subconsciously wanting to retreat and assume a defensive posture. Under the threat of Yang Kai's murderous intent, Ni Ren finally felt a sense of foreboding. Yang Kai's performance was completely beyond his expectations. He had never imagined that this young man could rely on his own strength to completely suppress his brothers. This is my Ice Sect, it's not your place to act presumptuously. Ni Ren clenched his teeth and roared. You just said the same thing, Yang Kai glared at him coldly, so what if you're from Ice Sect? I'll show you how presumptuous I am. As soon as these words fell, the wind and thunder began to rumble as a killing field formed around Ni Ren and the others. Wind blades were everywhere, and lightning bolts quickly wrapped around them. The wind and thunder forces wreaked havoc in this killing field, causing the defensive artifacts in the hands of these people to flicker and lose their auras. In just a moment, they had lost their effectiveness. The ice attribute Yuan Qi that had been protecting them was also unable to resist the erosion of the wind and thunder forces, ripping apart their clothes as numerous wounds appeared on their bodies. Feeling the aura of death approaching them, Ni Ren and the others all went pale. They couldn't even escape after being imprisoned by the killing field. Yang Kai slowly extended a hand and slammed it down in their direction. Suddenly, a huge golden palm print appeared in the sky. It was as if the sun had fallen, bringing with it a scorching destructive energy. It was as if a mountain had collapsed. Before the palm print arrived, the world of ice had already started to melt. Waves of mist rose into the air. Ren and his several brothers all went limp and almost knelt on the ground. Their eyes trembled violently as they stared blankly at the huge palm print that was slapping down from the sky. "Stop!" A delicate shout entered everyone's ears, and a white figure suddenly flew out from inside the iceberg. In the blink of an eye, it arrived above Ren and the others, and raised a jade palm to meet Yang Kai's attack. Pa! The dazzling golden palm print directly collapsed, and Yang Kai staggered back a few steps. His face paled, and some blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. However, Yang Kai was not surprised and instead smiled happily as he stared at the woman who had suddenly appeared. This woman was a beautiful middle-aged woman wearing a white dress. Her figure was full and mature, but her expression was cold as she stared at Yang Kai with a look of fear and disbelief, as if she couldn't believe that such a young man had so easily defeated Ren and the others. Ren and his brothers were all first-order transcendents and their strength in Ice Sect wasn't low. Despite outnumbering them, such an outcome was really difficult for her to accept. When had such a powerful young man appeared in Tongxian realm? Finally, someone who can take charge, Yang Kai lightly snorted. Elder Qian Yu. Ren and the others seemed to have seen their savior, their eyes filling with joy as they quickly called out. "You can withdraw." Qian Yu waved her hand. Qian Yu waved her hand, and the slaughterhouse of wind and thunder surrounding Ren and the others was broken. Yang Kai's expression became dignified. This woman was a Saint Realm master, so it wasn't surprising that she had such means. The reason why he had put on such an appearance of wanting to kill Ren and the others and created such a huge commotion was to draw this woman out. This woman was the one who had spied on him from inside one of the ice mountains just now. Ren and the others couldn't take charge of Ice Sect, but this woman probably could. Which force do you belong to? Why are you proficient in 3 different types of energy? Qian Yu's brow furrowed slightly as she stared at Yang Kai solemnly, trying to discern some clues from his clothes but failing to do so. You don't need to worry about that, I only came here to see one person. Yang Kai took a deep breath. I ask your Ice Sect to open its doors. If she's safe, I'll take her away and this matter can be considered over, but if she isn't, your Ice Sect can only wait to pay the price. Arrogant. Qian Yu slowly shook her head, a look of ridicule flashing across her beautiful eyes. Ice Sect has been in seclusion for a long time and doesn't have much of a reputation, but that doesn't mean just anyone can bully it. The person you're looking for isn't here, go back to wherever you came from, otherwise don't blame me for taking action against you. You don't need to play dumb with me, Su Yan is in your Ice Sect, you and I both know this. Yang Kai's eyes remained indifferent, not wavering in the slightest because of Qian Yu's words. I said, the person you're looking for isn't in Ice Sect. Qian Yu's face became slightly angry, her expression becoming somewhat ugly. Is that so? Yang Kai smiled mockingly, do you want me to show you where she is? Saying so, he pointed in a certain direction, about 10 kilometers from here, inside one of the ice mountains. The person I'm looking for is currently sleeping. Qian Yu's beautiful face paled as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. This little brat's words were so accurate that Qian Yu couldn't understand how he knew. Am I right? Yang Kai saw the change in her expression and coldly said, I just want to see her and see what's going on with her. I don't know what you're talking about. Qian Yu's expression turned cold. If you insist on not letting me see her, then I can only force my way in. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became violent as he roared, I hope your Ice Sect can afford the price. If you dare act wildly here, be careful you won't be able to protect your own life. Qian Yu grit her teeth and threatened. Yang Kai gently nodded and no longer spoke, his powerful yuan qi suddenly erupting. His wind and thunder wings unfurled, causing everyone to stare blankly, not understanding whether this was the power of a martial skill or an artifact. In the next moment, Yang Kai disappeared from where he stood. Qian Yu's complexion changed as her tender body flickered and she hurriedly chased after him. Hong, 1,000-meter-high iceberg suddenly let out a loud bang and, under the force of a tremendous force, broke off at the waist, the upper half of the iceberg shattering into ice shards. Hong, star. A series of loud noises spread throughout the iceberg. Ren and the others were all dumbfounded as they couldn't see Yang Kai's figure at all. After opening his pair of strange wings, this young man's speed seemed to have reached an unimaginable limit. Even if they released their divine senses, they couldn't lock onto him. Yang Kai's figure flickered and one iceberg after another was damaged. He was like a blazing fireball, smashing straight into the iceberg, using his body and Yuan Qi to directly smash a hole in it. In just a few breaths of time, 5,000 or 6,000 meter high icebergs were destroyed. Many of the ice sect disciples who had been cultivating inside these icebergs were caught in the crossfire, cursing as they tried to escape, but just as they were out of danger, their vision went dark and they fainted. Ren and the others were also the same. After observing for a while, they suddenly fell to the ground and fell unconscious. Qian Yu didn't notice this at all. The moment Yang Kai shot out, she immediately chased after him, but even with her first-order Saint Realm cultivation, wanting to catch up to Yang Kai with his wind and thunder wings was somewhat unrealistic. The wind attribute was agile while the thunder attribute was swift. The wind and thunder wings provided Yang Kai with a speed bonus that couldn't be described with words. Above the iceberg world, two figures flashed, one chasing the other running. As they chased, large holes were constantly smashed open in the iceberg, causing it to collapse. From the very beginning, Yang Kai didn't intend to confront a Saint Realm Master head-on. Yang Kai's current strength was indeed extraordinary, and he was able to fight across realms. Dealing with Ren and the others was a piece of cake, but he still had some self-awareness. A Saint Realm Master was not something he could contend with right now. The energy flowing through every Saint Realm Master's body was very different from that of a Transcendent Realm Master. The martial skills and moves they displayed were not something a Transcendent Realm Master could compare to. The Saint Realm was a level above the Transcendent Realm. If one wanted to fight against a Saint Realm Master, they would need to break through to the third-order Transcendent Realm at the very least. Fighting with such a beautiful woman, Yang Kai had no chance of winning, so he could only use this method to force her to submit. He was going to turn this world upside down. Little brat, stop. Qian Yu was furious, but unable to catch up to Yang Kai, she could only shout at him. I said, if I don't see Su Yan, I'll destroy this 3,000 iceberg world. Yang Kai coldly snorted, not only not slowing down, but instead increasing his speed greatly. His powerful physique wrapped in his blazing hot Yuan Qi slammed straight into the iceberg. Not a single iceberg was able to withstand the force of his crash, and wherever he passed, it was destroyed, leaving behind a mess. Qian Yu's eyes went bloodshot as she watched Ice Sect's 1,000-year-old foundation being destroyed, her heart filled with both pain and anger. Encountering such a stubborn young man who didn't know the meaning of death, she felt she was really unlucky. Chasing after him, Qian Yu suddenly came to a stop, her beautiful eyes flashing a cold light as she stared towards Yang Kai's figure and shouted, "Provoke." The world energy around him suddenly became strange, causing Yang Kai's expression to change greatly, his body coming to a halt as he hurriedly turned around. However, from all directions, the ice attribute energies suddenly shot towards him, leaving him no place to dodge. Facing a Saint Realm Master's heaven-defying methods, Yang Kai didn't even see what was going on before he was struck. Hong, the ice attribute energies struck Yang Kai, causing him to tumble through the air, blood spraying everywhere as a faint golden light glowed around him. Unable to control his body, Yang Kai plummeted to the ground. Chapter 732. Today, seeing Yang Kai suffer such a heavy blow, Qian Yu's face couldn't help relaxing slightly. This time, she knew she was in the wrong. Denying Su Yan's existence and not allowing Yang Kai to see her was all out of selfishness, so even though Yang Kai had destroyed more than a dozen icebergs, she hadn't killed him. She had only wanted to force him to retreat. Su Yan, it was impossible for her to hand her over so easily. It was not easy for her to encounter such an outstanding person, so Qian Yu wanted to accept him as her disciple. Moreover, Su Yan's current state wasn't good and she couldn't see anyone right now. Injuring him and driving him away was one thing, Qian Yu thought to herself, but before she could fly over to check Yang Kai's condition, her expression changed again. Down below, Yang Kai, who should have been knocked unconscious, once again rushed up with the golden yuan qi wrapped around him. Impossible! Qian Yu's beautiful eyes trembled violently. She was well aware of how much strength she had used just now, a mere first-order transcendent youth shouldn't have been able to withstand it. But now, her opponent only seemed to be slightly injured, and his momentum not only hadn't weakened but had instead become even more violent, as if he wouldn't give up until he razed Ice Sect to the ground. How tough was his physique? How could he withstand such a blow without fainting? Hong hong hong. One iceberg after another continued to collapse as Qian Yu hysterically roared like a madwoman, "Little brat, you're courting death, don't blame me for not showing mercy." Yang Kai laughed wildly, "If you can kill me, then do so. Let's see if I die first or if your Ice Sect's foundation is destroyed. If you won't let me see Su Yan, I'll bury you all with me." Impudence! Qian Yu shouted. Seeing that a tenth of Ice Sect's foundation had really been destroyed, she finally decided to kill this boy. If she didn't kill this little brat now, with his current rate of destruction, it wouldn't even be an hour before Ice Sect had to find another place to relocate. Such a huge commotion naturally alarmed everyone else in Ice Sect. One by one, masters emerged from the various icebergs and gathered together. "Qian Yu, what happened? Where did this barbaric brat come from?" A middle-aged man with a gloomy expression asked coldly. "Big brother, help me catch this little brat first, we'll talk about this later." Qian Yu hurriedly shouted as he chased after Yang Kai. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed. Although he was somewhat reluctant to deal with this young man, seeing him so violently destroy Ice Sect's foundation, the middle-aged man couldn't help feeling angry, nodding in agreement, "Good." As he spoke, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Yang Kai. He coldly shouted, "Kid, let's stop here." Before he could finish his words, Yang Kai had already swept past him like a gust of wind. With a loud rumbling sound, an iceberg behind the middle-aged man shattered in an instant. "How arrogant!" The middle-aged man coldly snorted. Without any apparent movement, he suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai and pointed his finger towards Yang Kai's waist. Yang Kai's face went pale and his speed suddenly decreased. At the same time, an extremely cold energy spread through his body, causing the circulation of his yuan qi to slow down. It was as if he had fallen into a quagmire, unable to move an inch. A thin layer of frost appeared on the surface of Yang Kai's body at a speed visible to the naked eye, even his hair was frozen solid. A second-order saint. Yang Kai's heart clenched as he twisted his body, quickly avoiding this middle-aged man. The yuan qi in his body rushed out violently, quickly dispelling the chill in his body and mind, restoring his freedom in the next moment. The middle-aged man showed a look of surprise and couldn't help muttering under his breath, "What a fierce little brat." With his second-order saint realm cultivation, injecting his frozen yuan qi into Yang Kai's body would have been enough to easily freeze anyone else, but this boy had only suffered a slight hindrance in his movements and was fine. Attacking Yang Kai once was already extremely difficult for him, if he were to attack again, it would be outrageous. A master like this middle-aged man was someone who was confident in his status and generally wouldn't act like bullying the weak. "Big brother, why aren't you attacking yet?" Xian Yu saw the middle-aged man standing mid-air with his hands crossed behind his back, giving off the demeanor of a powerful master, and couldn't help urging him. The middle-aged man frowned and quickly said, "What's the matter? Little brat, you should stop. I won't attack you again, but don't act too presumptuous. If you have something to say, let's all sit down and discuss it." As the middle-aged man spoke, the other two Saint Realm Masters from Ice Sect blocked Yang Kai's path of retreat. These two didn't attack Yang Kai, instead showing calm and relaxed expressions as they stared at him with great interest, their eyes flashing with curiosity. For Saint Realm Masters, Ice Sect's tyrannical heritage was clearly visible. Yang Kai was in the middle of this encirclement and knew that with the other side's lineup, he couldn't continue to act recklessly. Perceiving the middle-aged man's sincerity, he also stopped and stood mid-air. "What can I talk to you about?" Yang Kai looked at the middle-aged man and asked indifferently. The middle-aged man smiled slightly and nodded, "I am an elder of Ice Sect, Qian Hao." Yang Kai glanced over at the beautiful middle-aged woman and sneered, "She is also an elder of Ice Sect. How do I know you two aren't wearing the same pair of pants?" Qian Yu's pretty face went cold and was about to speak but was interrupted by Qian Hao, who smiled and said, "She and I are brother and sister, don't you think we're wearing the same pair of pants?" "Big brother." Qian Yu glared at him bitterly. "But you have no choice." Qian Hao's expression became cold. "You destroyed so many of my Ice Sect's properties. If you don't give me an explanation, do you think I'll let you go? You'd best have a good reason for your actions, otherwise I'll let you taste all the torture in this world before torturing you to death." Yang Kai sneered and took back his wind and thunder wings, glancing over at Qian Yu and saying, "I was looking for someone, but she refused to let me see her." "Looking for someone? Who are you looking for?" Qian Hao frowned. "Su Yan." Hearing this, Qian Hao and the other two Saint Realm Masters raised their brow. "Big brother, this person should be the one that old fogey mentioned before," Qian Yu whispered to Qian Hao's ear. Qian Hao nodded slightly, indicating he understood, but still grumbled, "If that's the case, why didn't you let him see her? Why did you have to cause such a big ruckus?" "Su Yan had an accident," Qian Yu said somewhat awkwardly. "An accident?" Qian Hao was shocked. What happened? Although Qian Hao was an elder of Ice Sect, he had been in retreat for the past few years and didn't know much about the sect's affairs. If it weren't for Yang Kai making such a big ruckus today, he wouldn't have been alarmed. Let's not talk about this for now, I'll explain it to you later. It's just that now is not the time for Su Yan to see anyone, and this little brat is ruthless and cruel, he's obviously not a good person. How can I let Su Yan come into contact with such a person? He's an old acquaintance, Qian Hao sighed heavily. I think it's more like a toad wanting to eat swan meat, Qian Yu coldly snorted, glaring at Yang Kai with even more disdain. Seeing his sister's poor impression of this little brat, Qian Hao didn't say anything more. In any case, although his sister was in the wrong this time, this little brat didn't put Ice Sect in his eyes at all, destroying so many icebergs at once. If Qian Hao really tried to turn this big issue into a small one, then a small one, he wouldn't be able to explain himself in front of the sect's disciples. Considering all this, Qian Hao coldly said, "Just because of this, you're willing to go to such lengths and even destroy my Ice Sect's property? If I'm not happy, no one will be happy. Little brat, you're quite arrogant, but I don't know if you can afford the consequences. I won't kill you, but I'll give you two choices. Either you join my Ice Sect as a slave and pay for the losses you've caused this time, or I'll cut off your hands. Choose for yourself." Saying so, Qian Hao stared coldly at Yang Kai, wondering what choice he would make. "I won't choose either." Qian Hao smiled and shook his head, "That's not up to you. And, seeing that your aptitude is quite good, I'll choose the first option. Although your secret art is contrary to my Ice Sect's, you can still be considered a talent, it's a pity to destroy you like this." Saying so, an invisible energy suddenly burst forth and directly imprisoned Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't show any intention of dodging and simply allowed himself to be bound. Not only did he not panic, he instead wore a look of victory as he sneered lightly. "What are you laughing at?" Xian Hao frowned. "From now on, you'll follow me and take care of me. Rest assured, I won't treat you badly. Once you enter Ice Sect as a slave, you'll eventually be able to see the person you want to see, but that's only if you behave yourself, otherwise you'll suffer." "You want me to take care of you?" Yang Kai laughed. "I'm afraid you don't have that kind of luck." Xian Hao coldly snorted. "Allowing you to serve me is an act of kindness, don't fail to appreciate it." Another Saint Realm Master also chimed in. "That's right, little brat, brother Xian Hao is being generous, don't fail to appreciate his kindness." The last person also chimed in. "Angering brother Xian Hao won't do you any good." Xian Hao looked at Yang Kai with interest and smiled. "I don't care what you came to Ice Sect for, nor do I care what kind of grievances you've suffered, but the fact that you've acted so atrociously here is a fact. Not killing you is already the greatest mercy I can give you. Now tell me, what qualifications do you have to bargain with me? Do you think with your strength, you can escape from my hands? Look around yourself." Yang Kai's lips curled into a sarcastic smile as he lightly reminded her. Hearing this, the 4 Saint Realm Masters all showed strange looks as they quickly scanned their surroundings. The next moment, the expressions of the 4 saints all changed greatly. From the beginning, they had felt something was off, but all of their attention had been focused on Yang Kai, so they hadn't been able to investigate carefully. But now, under Yang Kai's reminder, they discovered that their surroundings were completely silent. Almost all of the Ice Sect disciples who had been forced out of the Ice Mountain were completely silent. Moreover, all of the Ice Sect disciples had pained looks on their faces and were unconscious. Chapter 733. After a cursory examination, Qian Kai found that more than 200 people were in such a situation, regardless of their cultivation or age. Each one of them was the same, their life auras somewhat chaotic. Even the sect's transcendents weren't able to avoid this. It was impossible for the sect's disciples to become like this for no reason, so the only explanation was that this little brat had done something to them. But what kind of skill did he possess to do such a thing under the noses of 4 saints? Xian Hao and the others couldn't help feeling suspicious. "Did you do this?" Xian Hao winked at the other 2 Saint Realm Masters while glaring towards Yang Kai coldly. "Guess. What did you do to them? Why are they all in such pain?" Xian Hao asked sternly. Yang Kai laughed heartily, his smile extremely carefree. The 2 masters who had been instructed by Qian Hao to investigate were shocked to find that there were no wounds on these disciples at all, nor were there any signs of poisoning. Looking at each other, both of them wore looks of confusion. If they weren't poisoned or injured, how could their disciples all become like this? Not thinking too much about it, the 2 of them quickly released their divine senses, wanting to carefully investigate what had happened to their disciples. But not long after they released their divine senses, both of their faces changed as they called out in alarm, "What is this?" While screaming, they began fleeing in panic, as if there was something powerful chasing them from behind. Seeing this scene, whether it was Qian Yu or Qian Hao, both felt a chill run down their spines as a chill ran down their spines. "What's wrong with you?" Qian Yu asked. "Don't come over, don't use your divine sense to investigate." One of them went pale as he ran and shouted, "There's something that targets our divine sense, we can't get rid of it if we touch it." At the same time, the other man let out a miserable scream, his face filled with pain. The 2 first-order saints both looked like they had encountered a great disaster, both of them panicking. Qian Yu wanted to help but didn't know where to start. Qian Hao glanced over at Yang Kai coldly, a thoughtful look appearing on his face, a deep sense of dread flashing across his eyes as he quietly stared towards Yuan Qi. This little brat's methods were too strange, even a first-order saint had suffered a calamity, so he didn't dare not be on guard. After a while, the two Saint Realm Masters gradually stabilized, but both of their faces were still pale, their brow furrowed, a look of lingering fear on their faces. "Brat, what did you put here?" One of them looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression and no longer looked at him with contempt. He endured the pain in his spirit and asked. "Worthy of being a Saint Realm Master, you can still maintain your consciousness." Yang Kai's expression was relaxed as he praised. Not only were they able to maintain their consciousness, but their combat strength was also not damaged. In other words, they were not much different from before. They just had some worries. "What's going on?" Qian Yu asked in horror. She was well aware of the strength of these two elders. If even they were affected, she would not have been able to escape either. Some kind of imperceptible insect has spread throughout the knowledge seas of those disciples. When we used our divine senses to investigate, we were also infected. One of them glared at Yang Kai with resentment and slowly explained, "Although we were able to temporarily suppress these insects, it will take some time to get rid of them. With the disciples' current strength, I'm afraid they won't be able to do so." "Exotic insects?" Qian Yu's beautiful face paled. "What kind of insects?" "I don't know, we'll have to ask him." Qian Hao took a deep breath, hesitating for a moment before releasing the shackles on Yang Kai and saying lightly, "Boy, you win. I'll let you go first to show my ice sect's sincerity. Now answer our questions obediently. A wise man submits to circumstances." Yang Kai smiled sarcastically. The faces of the four elders sank. For saints against a single first-order transcendent, but not only were they unable to do anything to him, two of them had also fallen victim to his underhanded tricks. Ice Sect's foundation had been destroyed and hundreds of its disciples were still alive. This time, they had lost a great deal of face. Although Yang Kai's sarcasm had angered them greatly, none of them dared to act out. "What kind of insects are they?" Qian Hao asked in a deep voice. "Since you released them, you should know better than anyone else, right?" Yang Kai gently nodded and said, "Soul-devouring insects, haven't you heard of them before?" Hearing this, the four elders' expression became solemn. Naturally, they had heard of the soul-devouring insects. These exotic ancient insects were so small that they were almost imperceptible and specialized in devouring spiritual energy. Once infected, they would rapidly multiply, making them extremely difficult to eliminate. However, these were only exotic insects they had heard of in legends. Who would have thought they were still alive? "Little brat." One of the elders who had been infected by the soul-devouring insects coldly snorted, "Although my ice sect is isolated from the rest of the world, we are not ignorant. These soul-devouring insects are indeed powerful, but to think they can devour the soul of a Saint Realm cultivator is simply a fantasy. These can't possibly be soul-devouring insects." Soul-devouring insects were something a Saint Realm cultivator could easily deal with and avoid harming themselves. Powerful spiritual energy could easily kill these exotic ancient insects in an instant. So when Yang Kai reported the name of these insects, his first reaction was that he was lying. Yang Kai grinned, "Sorry, my soul-devouring insects may not be the same as the ones described in legends, they are actually a bit more powerful." It had been almost 2 years since Yang Kai had followed Sangyan and Feiyu into the ancient mansion and obtained these exotic ancient insects. During these 2 years, the soul-devouring insects had been living on the five-colored island in Yang Kai's knowledge sea and had been greatly nourished. Yang Kai could also feel that they had become even more powerful. While Yang Kai was entangled with Qian Yu, he had destroyed many of the ice mountains and scattered countless soul-devouring insects along the way. All the ice sect disciples who had been forced out had fallen victim to these insects, without exception. "You say they're soul-devouring insects? Why are you safe and sound? How did you release them?" The man asked coldly. "You ask too many questions, I have no obligation to answer them." Yang Kai glanced at him contemptuously. I can only tell you that your ice sect disciples won't be in danger for half an hour, but after half an hour, I can't guarantee that. These little insects aren't very obedient. You're digging your own grave. If even a single one of my ice sect disciples dies, you can prepare to die. Yang Kai laughed. You want to bury hundreds of people with me? As long as you're willing, I don't care if I die. The four people suddenly went silent, feeling a headache coming on. Ice sect didn't have many disciples, at most 500, if 200 to 300 of them were to die at once, the loss would be too great. This little brat was simply an unscrupulous demon, a piece of meat on the chopping block, hateful to the extreme. The four people hated Yang Kai to the bone, but for fear of breaking the vases, they didn't dare act rashly, although they had absolute confidence they could kill this little brat in one blow. But after killing him, what would happen to those soul-devouring insects? But if they had to admit defeat now, none of them would be able to swallow this insult. Just as they were silently cursing in their hearts, a woman's voice suddenly floated over. Little brat, is your surname Yang? Yang Kai's face changed dramatically because he hadn't noticed anyone approaching, but when he looked towards the source of the voice, he was shocked to find that not far away, a graceful figure had appeared. This woman looked extremely young, at most about the same age as Su Yan, but her cultivation was unfathomable and her aura was stable, like an ancient well without any fluctuations. Yang Kai felt great pressure from her. This kind of pressure was something he hadn't felt from the four elders of Ice Sect. Standing there, she seemed to be one with this frozen world, omnipresent. Third Order Saint. Yang Kai took a deep breath, his expression becoming vigilant. Although he knew this was a powerful enemy, after listening to this woman's words, the violence and anger in Yang Kai's heart actually weakened significantly. Her voice seemed to contain a mysterious power that seemed to be able to dissolve the resentment and injustice in his heart. It was soft and gentle, like the sound of nature, extremely pleasant to the ear. Greetings, Sect Master. Xian Hao and the others also bowed respectfully. The woman smiled lightly. There's no need to be polite, isn't the noise you've made a bit too big? Although her tone didn't reveal any trace of blame, Xian Hao and the others couldn't help feeling a little ashamed, as if they wanted to find a hole to crawl into, their faces flushed red. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he asked, Are you the Sect Master of Ice Sect? I am the Sect Master of Ice Sect, Qinya. The woman nodded gently, her face filled with a faint smile. The woman gently nodded with a smile on her face. Her aura was extremely pure, like a glacier without the slightest impurity. Just looking at her would make one feel refreshed. Her voice was soft as she asked again, Is your surname Yang? The hostility on Yang Kai's face was greatly reduced and his expression relaxed as he nodded slightly. Then there's no mistake, the person Meng Wuya was talking about was you, right? Yes. You're even more outstanding than he described. I hadn't expected you to find this place so quickly, Qinya smiled lightly. I also didn't expect Ice Sect Master to be so young and beautiful. I thought Treasurer Meng's friend was a white-haired old woman, but seeing you today is an eye-opener. Yang Kai looked her up and down, a look of amazement filling his face, but his eyes were clear and filled with amazement, without the slightest obscenity. What do you think? Qinya seemed to be very happy, her smile becoming more and more cheerful. Smelly brat, smooth talking. Qian Yu curled her lips. Sure enough, you're not a good person. Treasurer Meng actually knows someone like you. It seems I've underestimated him. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Qinya giggled. Yang Kai's flattery was so subtle that it made her feel quite happy. Xian Hao and the others were secretly watching from the sidelines, their hearts filled with a bitter taste. They hadn't seen their sect master smile like this for a long time. None of them had expected that a little brat who had popped out of nowhere would be able to tease their sect master to such an extent. This little brat is definitely a womanizer, otherwise, how could he have such a clear understanding of women's thoughts? All of them cursed in their hearts, their expressions filled with disdain. Chapter 734. Outside the ice mountain, Ice Sect Master Qinya had strangely appeared, but not only did she not show any dissatisfaction or hostility towards Yang Kai, she was actually quite amiable, making Yang Kai feel embarrassed to continue making trouble. Yang Kai had already decided to shed all pretense of cordiality with Ice Sect and cause a ruckus here before taking Su Yan away. However, Ice Sect Master Qinya's attitude made it impossible for Yang Kai to use his full strength. She had greeted him with a smile, so if he continued to act like he did just now, he would appear somewhat unreasonable. "You're here to find Su Yan, right?" Meng Wuya mentioned this before, Qinya still asked softly. Yang Kai nodded lightly. "I won't hide it from you, Su Yan had an accident." Yang Kai's face suddenly became cold. Qinya quickly said, "But you can rest assured, her life isn't in any danger, she just sealed herself in ice." "Sealed herself in ice?" Yang Kai frowned. "Her current situation is the result of her own choice. Of course, my ice sect also bears some responsibility for it. Come with me, you'll understand when you see her, just a few words won't be enough." Qinya beckoned to Yang Kai. "Sect Master." Xian Yu hurriedly called out, obviously wanting to stop them, but after being glared at by Qinya, she quickly shut up. "Right, before that, can you take back those little insects from my ice sect disciples' knowledge seas? Since you released these insects, you should have a way to take them back, right?" Qinya looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "Sorry, before confirming the condition of my senior sister, I'm not going to take back those insects." Yang Kai shook his head. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Right now, he only had this trump card. Using the lives of more than 200 Ice Sect disciples as a hostage was the only way to make Ice Sect hesitate to attack him. Although he felt that this Qinya was a trustworthy person, he still needed to be on guard against her. If she suddenly attacked him after he received the soul-devouring insects, Yang Kai didn't have the ability to survive a third-order saint. "You're really careful," Qinya shook her head helplessly. "If that's the case, my Ice Sect disciples won't have an accident, right? I've already said that their lives will not be in danger for the next hour." Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. "Alright, come with me. Xian Yu, you come with me. Xian Hao, you guys stay outside and look after the disciples." "Yes." Everyone nodded respectfully. Xian Hao stared coldly at Yang Kai and threatened, "Brat, don't play any tricks, or you'll suffer." Yang Kai couldn't be bothered with him. As Qinya flew forward, she came to a stop in front of the ice mountain where Yang Kai had sensed Su Yan's aura. Qinya waved her jade hand and a strange door appeared halfway up the ice mountain. This gate was also carved out of ice crystals, and mysterious energy flowed through it. There was also a faint array pattern on it, which was obviously able to isolate the probing of divine sense. After entering the ice mountain, a bone-chilling chill washed over them from all directions. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he hurriedly circulated his yuan qi to expel the cold from his body. Feeling the hot energy in his body, Qian Yu showed a look of disgust on her pretty face. Everyone in Ice Sect cultivated ice attribute secret arts and martial skills, so they were extremely sensitive to this kind of energy. The interior of the ice mountain was crystal clear, and the road inside seemed to be paved with crystal. It was a beautiful sight to behold and was dotted with strange stones used for illumination, illuminating the ice crystal corridor in a dazzling light. As they walked down, Yang Kai's breathing gradually became heavier. He could clearly feel that he was getting closer and closer to Su Yan. After walking for about half a cup of tea's worth of time, the three of them arrived in front of a huge ice room. Qinya glanced back at Yang Kai and said, "Su Yan is in here, but you have to promise me that you won't get too excited." "I know," Yang Kai responded faintly. Qinya nodded lightly, pushed open the door of the ice room, and was the first to walk in, Yang Kai and Qianyu following closely behind. Inside the ice room, there was nothing but an ice bed. On this ice bed, Su Yan's eyes were closed, her body wrapped in ice, seemingly in a deep sleep. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as a monstrous anger rose in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it and slowly walked towards the ice bed. Qingye and Qianyu both stared at him, the two of them strangely discovering that the moment this arrogant and insidious young man saw Su Yan, his ferocious face calmed down and his pair of eyes filled with a deep sense of longing, so gentle it was almost as if water would drip from them. The expression on Yang Kai's face constantly changed, seemingly a mix of fear and expectation as he slowly approached the ice bed. As he walked, his expression gradually calmed down. Arriving in front of the ice bed, Yang Kai stared at the jade figure on the bed, his mouth curling into a slight smile. Su Yan was lying on the bed, her life was not in danger, but her whole body was wrapped in an extremely strange ice, as if she was sealed in ice, completely unresponsive to Yang Kai's arrival. Yang Kai stretched out his hand but couldn't touch her. Quietly observing, Su Yan's expression was calm, her two hands naturally resting on her flat stomach. Before she was sealed in ice, she seemed to have a high level of awareness and didn't feel the slightest pain. Moreover, at this moment, the Yuan Qi in Su Yan's body was still circulating rapidly, and the secret art she cultivated was still operating at a faster rate than usual. Knowing that Yang Kai's mood was fluctuating, Qingye and Qianyu tactfully kept quiet and didn't disturb him. As time passed by, Qingye's expression didn't change, but Qianyu was becoming impatient. More than 200 ice sect disciples had encountered a great disaster. If Yang Kai didn't take back his soul-devouring insects after half an hour, they would all die, so Qianyu couldn't help urging, "Little brat, how much longer are you going to watch? No matter how much you watch, you won't be able to wake her up. Not only has she frozen her body, but she has also frozen her consciousness." Yang Kai suddenly turned around and stared at her coldly. Qianyu unconsciously averted her gaze, as if she had a guilty conscience. "Is this a martial skill?" Yang Kai turned to Qingye and asked. Qingye nodded lightly, "This is one of my ice sect secret arts, Ice Body Sealed Heart. After using this secret art, one's Yuan Qi will condense, sealing one's body and mind in ice, causing one to lose all sensation in an instant." "Then why is senior sister's secret art still operating?" Yang Kai frowned. Qingye smiled lightly. Ice Body Sealed Heart is a secret art that assists one's cultivation. When my ice sect's disciples use this technique, they can force themselves into a state of complete selflessness. Cultivating in this state allows them to cultivate much faster than normal. Many disciples use this move when they are in seclusion. Depending on the amount of true essence and comprehension used to use this martial skill, the duration of the frozen body-locked heart is also different. "How long does my senior sister's secret art last?" Yang Kai asked. Qingye's expression became gloomy as she slowly shook her head. "I can't say, it could be a dozen years, it could be a few decades, it could also be forever." Su Yan is currently using the Yuan Qi she cultivates to maintain the frozen state outside her body. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "Why does she want to freeze herself? Did she suffer some kind of grievance in your ice sect? Was she abused?" Saying so, he turned an unfriendly look towards Qianyu. "Smelly brat, what are you looking at me for? I like her so much, how could I abuse her?" Qianyu suddenly became annoyed. "Little brat, don't worry, Elder Qianyu won't mistreat Su Yan, she still wants to accept your senior sister as her disciple." Qingye quickly tried to persuade him. "I'm afraid she won't have that kind of luck." Yang Kai hated this beautiful woman Qianyu from the bottom of his heart. However, this matter really has something to do with Elder Qianyu. Qingye sighed softly. Su Yan becoming like this is partly her responsibility. Qianyu's expression also became gloomy as she said bitterly, "I didn't expect her to be like this, nor did I know when she learned the Ice Body Sealed Heart. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have forced her like this, ha. Saying so, she glanced over at Yang Kai and coldly said, "Boy, I won't deny this, but I did it for her own good, I didn't mean to harm her." What happened? Yang Kai's eyes spat fire. Although Qian Yu had said so, it was still just her side of the story, so he still had to ask her clearly about the situation. "Qian Yu, tell me," Qingya rubbed her forehead. Qian Yu nodded slightly and began recounting what happened after Su Yan entered Ice Sect. 2 years ago, Meng Wuya suddenly brought Xia Ning Chang and Su Yan to Ice Sect and found Ice Sect Master Qingya, entrusting her with the task of taking care of Su Yan temporarily. Ice Sect lived in seclusion in this ice world and generally did not accept outsiders, but Meng Wuya had some friendship with Qingya after all. Unable to resist this old man's shameless coaxing, Qingya had no choice but to agree. After entrusting Su Yan to Ice Sect, Meng Wuya and Xia Ning Chang left. That old man said that what he was going to do was very dangerous. Taking his disciple with him was one thing, but he couldn't bring Su Yan along and put her in danger, so he secretly left Su Yan here. It wasn't until that old man left that Su Yan learned the truth and had no choice but to temporarily live in Ice Sect, Qian Yu explained. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Treasurer Meng's actions were understandable. He definitely hadn't told Su Yan his purpose in coming to Ice Sect in advance, otherwise, with Su Yan's personality, she would definitely have followed Treasurer Meng and helped him instead of staying in Ice Sect to live a comfortable life. And then? Yang Kai asked. Then Sect Master handed Su Yan over to me. At first, I didn't pay much attention to her. Although her strength wasn't low when she came here, it wasn't too high either. But soon, I discovered that this child's talent was unparalleled and her cultivation speed was incredibly fast. What was most commendable though was that the secret art she cultivated was in line with my ice attribute secret art. I think that old man must have had a premeditated plan to entrust Su Yan to Ice Sect. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, thinking that it would be strange if Meng Wuya didn't have a premeditated plan. Meng Wuya definitely knew many powerful masters on Tongxian realm, and Chu Lingxiao was an old acquaintance of his, yet he had sent Su Yan here. Obviously, he had taken a fancy to Ice Sect's heritage. Meng Wuya's move was obviously to get Ice Sect to help teach Su Yan for free. If it were Yang Kai, he would have done the same. Chapter 735. After witnessing Su Yan's extraordinary aptitude, Qian Yu had gradually taken a liking to her and wanted to test her. How could she have imagined that Su Yan would be able to learn all of Ice Sect's martial skills and secret scriptures so quickly? Qian Yu was pleasantly surprised, thinking she had picked up a treasure. From then on, she began to carefully teach Su Yan, taking great care of her. Ice Sect's restricted area, the Ice Cave, was even open to her, allowing her to freely enter and cultivate. After a few days like this, Qian Yu proposed to accept Su Yan as a disciple, but to her surprise, Su Yan did not agree, causing her to feel a little disappointed. However, cherishing Su Yan's aptitude, Qian Yu didn't blame her and instead continued to take care of her. Su Yan was very grateful to her, and although she didn't call her master, she still treated her as a junior. This child's aptitude is unquestionable, and her physique is very pure. I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter she had, but it seems to be very close to the legendary ice crystal body, Qian Yu slowly said. Her face filled with doubt, but after carefully reading some ancient books, I found that her physique is not the ice crystal body. Yang Kai snorted lightly. He had given Su Yan so much myriad drug liquid and myriad drug milk at the time, after so many years of consuming it, it would be strange if her physique wasn't pure. Moreover, I often see her alone in contemplation, and every time she does so, a happy smile will appear on her face. Qian Yu glanced at Yang Kai coldly, there will also be a look of reminiscence in her eyes. Yang Kai sniffed. Qingya pursed her lips and smiled, quietly sizing up Yang Kai, also somewhat puzzled, wondering what was so special about this little brat that he could actually make Su Yan so moved. My ice sex disciples cultivate ice attribute secret arts, so they must be pure of heart and few desires in order to achieve great success. This child often shows such a look of yearning, it's all because of you. Xian Yu said, her anger rising as she glared hatefully at Yang Kai, seemingly thinking that it was this guy who was hindering Su Yan's future development. Yang Kai curled his lips and said with disdain, "You old woman, how would you know the beauty of female love? You." Xian Yu was so angry that her body started to tremble. Her face turned pale and her yuan qi started to surge. It was as if she wanted to slap Yang Kai to death to vent her anger. "This child, what are you talking about?" Qingya rebuked as she glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said impatiently, "Okay, go on." Xian Yu clenched her teeth tightly, her chest heaving up and down. It seemed that she was quite angry, and her beautiful eyes were filled with hatred. After a long while, she finally calmed down under Qingya's comforting words. She turned her head and said, "I'm not in the mood, let's not talk about it anymore." Yang Kai sneered and looked towards Qingya with a questioning gaze. The ice master sighed helplessly and slowly said, "I'll tell you." Originally, Su Yan's aptitude was excellent and her progress was gratifying. Elder Qian Yu wanted to accept her as a disciple, but after being rejected, he didn't pay her any mind. He only thought that one day, he would be able to convince her with sincerity and one day she would willingly enter my ice sect and become a disciple. Unfortunately, good times don't last. Qingya frowned slightly. After coming here for a year, Elder Qian Yu and I both discovered a problem with Su Yan. "What problem?" Yang Kai asked anxiously. "She seems to be cultivating more than one kind of secret art. Inside her body, there is another kind of secret art that coexists with her original ice attribute secret art." Qingya slowly shook her head. If she didn't have this kind of secret art, Su Yan would have no hidden dangers if she only cultivated the ice attribute secret art, but this unknown secret art seems to be hindering the progress of her original secret art. Hindrance? Although there is no problem for the time being, if this situation continues for a long time without proper guidance, not only will Su Yan's strength not make any progress, it will instead be in danger of regressing. Qingya looked at Yang Kai, "Since you and this child are senior sister, and she is so devoted to you, you should know what kind of secret art she cultivates, right?" "I know," Yang Kai nodded. "What kind of secret art?" Qingya and Qian Yu both asked quickly. "A dual cultivation secret art," Yang Kai said bluntly. The two women blushed at once, Qian Yu cursing in disdain, "You bastard, you really are the culprit behind Su Yan's misfortune. If you hadn't taken her virginity early on and allowed her to maintain her natural body, how could she have achieved so little now?" "What do you know?" Yang Kai snorted disdainfully. This woman seemed to want to put all the blame on him, causing Yang Kai to be very dissatisfied. From the time he had met Su Yan until now, cultivating the joyous unification art had not only brought her no harm, it had instead brought her many benefits. The reason why Yang Kai and Su Yan's strength had progressed so quickly was because of the joyous unification art. A dual cultivation secret art? Qingya frowned. "How could you cultivate such a vulgar secret art?" Although a dual cultivation secret art can allow one to grow quickly, generally speaking, one's foundation will not be stable. Sooner or later it will become a hidden danger on your path to growth. How is a dual cultivation secret art? Isn't your thinking too conservative? Yang Kai glanced at her. "Besides, Su Yan and I both have a stable foundation, you should be clear about this." Qingya's expression suddenly became suspicious. Indeed, if she had really cultivated a dual cultivation secret art, it would have been impossible for Su Yan to have her current foundation and cultivation. With her strength reaching such a level, all the hidden dangers she had buried in the past should have erupted long ago. But she was still outstanding. This little brat in front of her was also the same. Being able to contend with a master like Qianyu with just a first-order transcendent cultivation was not something just anyone could accomplish. The only explanation was that the dual cultivation secret art these two were cultivating was definitely very high-end, and not only was it not harmful to the two of them, it also had various benefits. It wasn't that such a secret art didn't exist in this world, but when people heard of a dual cultivation secret art, it was inevitable that they would think it was some kind of dirty trick. Let's not talk about this for now. After all, we haven't seen a dual cultivation secret art, so it's not appropriate for us to comment on it. Qinya's face flushed red as she changed the subject, but when Elder Qianyu discovered this problem, she hoped that Su Yan would abolish that unknown secret art and devote herself to cultivating her ice attribute secret art. If she abolishes that secret art, my ice sect's other supreme secret art can also be cultivated, which will only bring her benefits, no harm. My senior sister refused, right? Yang Kai stared at her coldly. Qianyu and I didn't know why she refused so bluntly, but now it seems that this secret art should be the connection between you and her, so she refused to abolish it. Qinya sighed faintly. This child can be considered an infatuated person. Unfortunately, some people aren't worthy of her. Qianyu's words were laced with sarcasm, her face filled with disdain. If you dare speak any more nonsense, I'll have your ice sect's 200 disciples die right now. Yang Kai glared at Qianyu coldly, causing Qianyu to grit her teeth, a ferocious expression appearing on her face as if she wanted to swallow Yang Kai alive. Qinya continued, Elder Qianyu tried to persuade her several times, but she refused. In the end, Elder Qianyu tried to forcibly abolish her secret art, but unfortunately, she seemed to be aware of this and before Elder Qianyu could act, she used her ice-bodied sealed heart and sealed herself in ice, not giving Elder Qianyu a chance to act. Yang Kai grinned maliciously, so, the reason my senior sister became like this is all this woman's fault? As he spoke, his yuan qi surged violently, overflowing with murderous intent. Qinya's expression changed as she quickly said, Don't be angry. Although I also feel that Qianyu's approach was somewhat wrong, wanting to act without Su Yan's consent, in truth, she had good intentions. My ice sect's secret art isn't something anyone can learn. It can only be said that her good intentions led to the wrong thing and harmed Su Yan. That is truly a great kindness, I thank you on behalf of my senior sister. Yang Kai grit his teeth and coldly snorted, his voice as cold as the wind blowing from the depths of hell, causing one's hair to stand on end. Qianyu surprisingly didn't refute Yang Kai and instead wore a look of shame and indignation, her eyes darting around as she wore a pained expression. If she continued to argue, Yang Kai really might not be able to restrain himself and attack her here. Seeing her regretful and ashamed appearance, Yang Kai's murderous intent suddenly lessened. This woman was certainly hateful, but it seemed that she genuinely cared about Su Yan. Based on this point, Yang Kai didn't want to tangle with her anymore. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai calmed the monstrous anger in his heart and slowly said, I understand what happened. Qinya frowned and softly said, In fact, this isn't a bad thing. The ice-body locked heart isn't harmful to Su Yan. In fact, if she remains in this state, she will be able to rapidly improve her strength. When she wakes up again, her cultivation will have greatly increased. Wait for her to wake up? Yang Kai sneered, when will she wake up? 10 years? 20 years? Or even longer? Qinya and Qianyu remained silent. Yang Kai's question was too tricky for them to answer. There had never been an ice sect disciple who had used the ice body sealed heart to such an extent. Su Yan hadn't even considered whether or not she would be able to wake up. If she didn't find a way to solve this problem, perhaps she would remain in this state forever. Now that I've explained the situation to you, my ice sect's 200 disciples. Qinya asked. You can rest assured, in the name of ice sect master, as long as those 200 disciples are out of danger, no one here will embarrass you again. Yang Kai stared at her deeply for a moment before nodding lightly. Once again following Qingye and Xianyu out, Yang Kai spread out his divine sense, covering a large area and retrieving all the soul-devouring insects he had released. However, the two Saint Realm elders of Ice sect who had been struck by these exotic ancient insects didn't ask Yang Kai to help them and instead returned to their own residences to enter retreat. They were confident that with their powerful cultivation and spiritual energy, they could kill the insects that had invaded their knowledge seas, so naturally, they didn't want to owe Yang Kai a favor. Xian Yu and the others carefully examined the disciples and after confirming that they weren't in mortal danger, they relaxed. Chapter 736. Ice Sect. Half a month had passed since Yang Kai arrived, and during this time, he had been accompanying the sleeping Su Yan in her ice room, not leaving her side at all. In another ice room, the Ice Master and the four Saint Realm elders were gathered together, seemingly in a heated discussion. The four of them were each expressing their own views while the Ice Master, Qingye, sat silently on a crystal-clear ice chair. One of the Saint Realm Masters whose knowledge sea had been invaded by those soul-devouring insects shouted angrily, "That little brat doesn't seem to be anything good. I don't know what kind of special method he used to control those exotic ancient insects, but from the way he acted against my Ice sect disciples, it's clear he is a vicious and merciless brat. Such a person needs to be expelled as soon as possible." Another Saint Realm Master who had suffered a loss at the hands of Yang Kai also nodded quickly, "I agree." Saying so, he turned to Qian Hao and asked, "Brother Qian Hao, what do you two think?" "He must leave." Qian Hao hesitated for a moment before quickly saying, "My Ice sect is a pure land, the moment he arrived here he brought so much strife. Such a person is always a scourge and cannot be allowed to remain." Xian Yu didn't say a word, but from her expression, it was obvious she didn't want Yang Kai to remain in Ice sect. "Sect Master." Qian Hao looked up at Qingye, "It's time for him to leave, staying in my Ice sect all this time isn't proper." Qingye smiled lightly, "Why are you in such a hurry to drive him away?" Although his previous methods were indeed a bit extreme, from his standpoint, he was forced to do so. On top of that, he showed mercy to my Ice sect disciples. The souls of those disciples who were injured weren't damaged and will only need to rest for a few days to recover. We can't just burn the bridge after crossing the river. Qian Yu's beautiful eyes flashed as she sighed, "Besides, he came here looking for his senior sister. Now that Su Yan has fallen into a deep sleep and we don't know when she will wake up, if we insist on driving him away, I'm afraid it will only backfire and force him to release those exotic ancient insects again. Then what do we do? Do we just let him stay in my Ice sect forever? There's no harm in letting him take Su Yan away." Xian Hao proposed, "When that old man came here, didn't he say that if someone came looking for Su Yan, we were to let them pass? We wouldn't embarrass them, nor would we bother with their previous mistakes. How about we just let him take Su Yan away?" Xian Yu frowned, "Big brother, with Su Yan's current condition, if you let that little brat take her away, I won't feel at ease." Although she hated Yang Kai, she still loved Su Yan from the bottom of her heart. Naturally, he had to do everything in his power to protect him. He shook his head decisively. "I won't agree to this." All right. Qingye waved her hand and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. From what I can see, that brat is also an infatuated person. For the past few days, he has been staying in the ice room without moving at all. How about this? I'll go talk to him first and see what he thinks. Perhaps he doesn't intend to remain in my Ice sect forever." When the four elders heard this, they could only nod. The three male elders quickly left, but Qian Yu stayed behind. "Sect leader, I'll go with you." Qingye lightly nodded. The two of them got up and walked towards the ice mountain where Su Yan was. A short time later, the pair arrived in front of the ice room and gently knocked on the door. There was no response from inside, but Qingye felt some unusual energy fluctuations. Frowning, Qian Yu pushed open the door and entered. At this moment, inside the ice room, not only was there a biting chill, but there was also a scorching heat. Glancing forward, Qian Yu couldn't help covering her mouth. Yang Kai's hands were actually covering the layer of ice around Su Yan's body, his yuan qi surging. "You idiot, what are you doing?" Qian Yu immediately shouted, her figure flickering as she arrived in front of Yang Kai and waved her hand towards him. Yang Kai didn't try to resist, instead just turning his head and staring at her coldly. Qian Yu's heart clenched and the palm that was about to hit Yang Kai suddenly stopped, grit her teeth and shouted, "What are you doing? It's none of your damn business." Yang Kai snorted. Qian Yu also hurriedly walked over and worriedly said, "Don't do that, you'll hurt Su Yan." "I know what I'm doing." Yang Kai responded faintly. He didn't want Su Yan to be hurt more than anyone else, so naturally he would be careful when he acted, making sure no accidents would occur. "Are you trying to contact Su Yan?" Qian Yu asked thoughtfully. Yang Kai nodded. He and Su Yan both cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art. The joyous unification art had 3 stages. At the very beginning, one's body had to be merged before they could dual cultivate, but at the second stage, there was no need for physical contact, one only needed to be close to each other and not too far away from each other to be able to fuse their yuan qi and sublimate their mind and soul. Whether it was cultivation or battle, this was greatly beneficial to both parties. Currently, Su Yan's body was wrapped in a thick layer of ice, so there was no hope for the first stage. This layer of ice was extremely solid and had been condensed from Su Yan's yuan qi, so Yang Kai didn't want to break it. He only hoped to use the second stage to dual cultivate with Su Yan and see if he could use this opportunity to communicate with her. However, even after trying for so long, he still hadn't made any progress. Su Yan's yuan qi didn't respond to his calls, the two simply couldn't merge. "Don't waste your energy, I don't know what kind of dual cultivation technique you're cultivating, but the ice body locked heart is one of my ice sect's secret arts. Once you use it, you'll lose all sensation. I don't think your dual cultivation technique will be any better than the ice body locked heart and be able to break through this shackle." Qian Yu splashed cold water on Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her words, his brow furrowed. He had been experimenting for half a month but hadn't made any progress, so now it seemed that he could only try using the third stage of the joyous unification art. If it still didn't work, then Yang Kai would be helpless and could only wait for Su Yan to wake up on her own. Yang Kai didn't expect to wake Su Yan up right now. Using the ice body locked heart wouldn't do her any harm and would instead benefit her, so there was no need to wake her up now. Yang Kai just wanted to be able to communicate with her and see what she was thinking right now. If Su Yan didn't want to stay in Ice Sect, Yang Kai would immediately take her away, but if Su Yan said she wanted to stay here, Yang Kai would comply. This place was simply a cultivation paradise for Su Yan. Even though the world was so big, it was difficult to find such a suitable environment. Seeing him contemplating, Qian Yu coldly snorted and no longer tried to provoke him. Qian Yu sighed softly and said, "Yang Kai, there is a saying that haste makes waste, you shouldn't be too impatient." Yang Kai grinned, raising his head and asking, "Since your ice sect has such a secret art, is there no way to dispel it?" Qian Yu shook her head, "Unless the user dispels it themselves, outsiders have no way to do so, let alone establish a connection with it. It is precisely because once the ice body locked heart is used, one will lose all perception, so it can be used to assist my ice sect's disciples in their cultivation." "I understand," Yang Kai nodded. "Yang Kai, there's something I want to ask you." Qian Yu hesitated for a moment, her expression somewhat embarrassed. "You want to know when I'll be leaving?" Yang Kai showed a playful smile, asking directly. Qian Yu was startled, not having expected his thoughts to be so astute, calmly saying, "It's not that I want to drive you away, it's just that my ice sect doesn't accept outsiders. Su Yan is one thing, but your arrival here is a violation of my ice sect's rules." Don't worry, I don't plan on staying here forever. This place is so cold that the secret art I cultivate is somewhat suppressed. Yang Kai curled his lips, but for the time being, I don't plan on leaving. I want to enter retreat for a while, I hope no one will disturb me. Enter retreat here? Qingye keenly noticed something. You don't want to try to establish a connection with Su Yan, do you? Little brat, I advise you to give up and leave as soon as possible, Qianyu said with obvious disdain. Qianyu said with a look of disdain towards Yang Kai, no one can form a connection with someone who has used the ice body sealed heart, so don't waste your efforts. Su Yan is here, whether she joins my ice sect or not, I will take good care of her, there's no need for you to worry about her. She doesn't need your care. Yang Kai glanced at her coldly before turning to Qingye and saying, Sect Master, please agree to this little brat's request. Fine. Qingye nodded helplessly, I'll allow you to enter retreat in my ice sect, but only once. When you emerge, no matter what happens to Su Yan, you must leave. At that time, whether you want to take Su Yan with you or leave her here is up to you, my ice sect will not interfere. Many thanks, Sect Master. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Qingye was much easier to talk to than Qianyu. She was young and beautiful, and her voice was soft and gentle. He couldn't help wondering if she and Treasurer Meng were old friends. However, when he thought of her standing together with that old man Meng Wuya, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a sense of regret. As he thought of this, the expression in his eyes became strange. Qingye frowned but didn't ask any more questions, quickly leaving with Qianyu. After they left, Yang Kai took a deep breath and stared at the jade figure sleeping inside the ice, his eyes softening. After staring for a while, Yang Kai closed his eyes and placed his hands on the ice covering Su Yan's body, his divine sense bursting forth. The third stage of the joyous unification art was the fusion of soul and soul. When Yang Kai and Su Yan parted ways in the past, they had already reached a level of mutual understanding, but they had never tried to dual cultivate through soul fusion. Now, he could only use this method to see if he could reach a connection with Su Yan. Constantly calling out to Su Yan with his divine sense, Yang Kai's true qi also burst forth from his hands, penetrating the thick layer of ice and entering Su Yan's body, pouring it into her meridians. There was no response, as if Su Yan had really lost all consciousness. Not only was there no movement from her body, but even her consciousness was also completely still. At this moment, she was simply a sleeping ice doll. Yang Kai didn't become anxious, nor did he feel discouraged, constantly repeating this monotonous action. He believed that with the deep bond between him and Su Yan, there was a high chance he could break through the ice body locked heart and achieve resonance with Su Yan's consciousness. Chapter 737. Time flew by and Ice Sect's usual tranquility was restored. Although the Saint Realm Masters could clearly feel a burning hot aura emanating from one of the icebergs, all of them had received Qingye's orders and none of them dared to disturb it. 10 days passed, 1 month passed, 2 months passed, the burning hot energy aura never ceased, blooming from time to time. Although they didn't really like Kai Yang, his perseverance made them look at him in a new light. From time to time, Qingye and Qianyu would stare towards the direction of the icebergs and sigh faintly. Inside the ice room, Yang Kai seemed to have been bewitched, mechanically repeating his actions, Yuan Qi and divine sense constantly transmitting messages to Su Yan. In the first few days, he didn't get any response. But gradually, he seemed to feel some unusual movements. It was as if there was a divine sense that was trying to respond to him but was unable to find the direction to respond. Perceiving this, Yang Kai's spirits rose and he began sparing no effort. After an unknown amount of time, even Yang Kai felt a deep sense of exhaustion. Suddenly, Yang Kai's divine sense was plunged into darkness, as if it had fallen into a bottomless abyss, losing all sense of direction. A bone-chilling chill spread from his soul, causing Yang Kai to shiver uncontrollably. Looking around, all he could see was endless darkness, without a trace of light. The only thing he could clearly feel was an intense chill. Here, a kind of loneliness and longing spread, and faintly, Yang Kai heard a subtle voice calling out to him. His heart trembling, Yang Kai suddenly realized that this was Su Yan's spiritual world. After using the ice body locked heart, she had sealed off all her senses, so her consciousness was completely dark, but she still had a trace of her own subconsciousness. Just as she was about to respond to Yang Kai, it was as if she had fallen into a nightmare, unable to break free from the shackles of darkness. Yang Kai searched desperately, his footsteps never stopping, but the road under his feet seemed endless. His divine sense surged wildly, piercing into the dark space, transmitting his emotions in all directions. Somewhere, Yang Kai received some unusual feedback, so he stopped in place and closed his eyes to sense. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes and saw a faint light blooming in the darkness in front of him. Yang Kai grinned as his soul avatar quickly rushed towards the direction of this light. As he approached, a familiar aura was transmitted to him from this light. It was none other than Su Yan's spiritual energy. The light grew brighter and brighter, and when Yang Kai passed through it, the darkness around him, the surrounding area. Seeing this scene, he found this scene, he was extremely familiar with it. High Heaven Pavilion. Scanning his surroundings with his divine sense, Yang Kai found his old house, Su Yan's small loft, the contribution hall, and many other familiar buildings. Everything was there, even the roads leading to the contribution hall. The only difference from High Heaven Pavilion was that there was no one here. It was very peaceful, and it was extremely cold, with ice everywhere. This was Su Yan's spiritual world. Everything could be constructed according to her thoughts, just like in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the five-colored soul-warming lotus had transformed into a five-colored island. Su Yan's spiritual world presented the scene of High Heaven Pavilion. The only explanation was that she missed the time in the sect, so she subconsciously arranged her spiritual world like this. This wasn't something she had deliberately created. Yang Kai was well aware of this. Unfortunately, here, Yang Kai still could not find any trace of Su Yan. Standing in place and thinking for a moment, Yang Kai smiled slightly, soon knowing where Su Yan was. His soul avatar set foot on the path he had not set foot on for a long time, passing through the various paths in the sect and arriving at the coiling dragon stream behind High Heaven Pavilion. Beside the huge coiling dragon stream, there were several fruit trees swaying in the wind, with several red fruits hanging from them. These fruit trees were personally planted by Yang Kai. When the demon lord escaped from the coiling dragon stream, these fruit trees had been destroyed, but now they reappeared in Su Yan's spiritual world. Standing beside the fruit trees, Yang Kai reminisced for a while before suddenly jumping down. Once he was in midair, he quickly turned around and drilled into an immortal's cave on the cliff face of the coiling dragon stream. This was Kai Yang's secluded cave mansion. When he was very weak, he had spent a great deal of effort to carve out this secluded cave mansion. Every piece of rock in this secluded cave mansion was carved out by him using his true chi. The cave mansion was not big, only about the size of 2 rooms. The outer room was where Yang Kai usually meditated and cultivated, while the inner room had a stone bed where he rested. Little senior sister Xia Ning Chang often took a nap on this stone bed. Passing through the outer room, Yang Kai came to the inner room and saw a familiar and beautiful figure lying on the stone bed. Even in her spiritual world, Su Yan was still asleep. After using Ice Sect's secret art, she had even sealed off her divine sense. If not for this, she would have been able to sense Yang Kai's existence. Slowly walking over, Yang Kai stopped beside the stone bed and slowly squatted down, looking at the sleeping beauty, his face filled with tenderness. Seemingly aware that someone had arrived, Su Yan's eyelashes trembled slightly and her brow furrowed slightly, but after a moment, a smile appeared on her face, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Her long eyelashes trembled even more, and suddenly, she opened her eyes and stared blankly at Yang Kai, who was squatting beside her bed. Yang Kai was stunned. Staring at each other, he still seemed to be in disbelief. Su Yan, on the other hand, pursed her lips and giggled, the surrounding chill quickly reducing by a lot. Su Yan, you. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Breaking into someone's knowledge sea without their permission, junior brother, your courage isn't small. Su Yan looked at Yang Kai reproachfully and gritted her teeth. How did you wake up? Yang Kai was extremely excited. Didn't you use the ice body locked heart? Su Yan slowly sat up and smiled. Yes, but when I used it, I placed a seal. What seal? Yang Kai asked. If your divine sense breaks in and finds me, I will wake up for a moment. Wake up for a moment? Yang Kai frowned. Su Yan gently nodded. Only my divine sense will wake up, my body will remain in the state of ice body locked heart. This, I'm afraid Elder Qian Yu doesn't know. Ice body locked heart, Su Yan had thoroughly comprehended it and had many advantages when using it. Qian Yu had only thought that Su Yan could use the lowest level of ice body locked heart, but she had not expected that she had already thoroughly comprehended this secret skill. Why do you want to do this? Yang Kai was puzzled. It's faster to cultivate like this. Su Yan swept her eyes over Yang Kai. You seem to have become stronger. If I don't cultivate properly, won't I become a burden to you in the future? Yang Kai laughed dumbfoundedly, only now understanding why Su Yan had gone to such great lengths. What if someone breaks into your knowledge sea? Yang Kai suddenly thought of a terrible possibility. Su Yan was sleeping here, unaware of the outside world, so if someone broke in with bad intentions, she wouldn't be able to resist. What others can't do, only you can. Perhaps those powerful masters can break through my divine sense defenses, but if that's the case, I will take them down with me and won't let them get away with anything, Su Yan said resolutely. You're making trouble. Yang Kai couldn't help reprimanding her in fear. Su Yan didn't care, reaching out her hand and gently stroking Yang Kai's cheek, softly saying, You seem to have suffered a lot. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. No, I haven't. I've been taken care of all this time. That's good. How long has it been outside? Only about a year has passed since you fell asleep. Only a year, you found me so quickly. Saying so, Su Yan's face was filled with a happy and sweet smile. Then shouldn't senior sister give me a reward? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. What kind of reward do you want? What do you think? Su Yan's white neck instantly became flushed red, and her pair of beautiful eyes became watery. We haven't tried the third stage of the joyous unification art yet. Yang Kai stared at Su Yan with a burning gaze, his eyes filled with a strong sense of aggression. Junior brother. Su Yan couldn't bear it and became extremely shy. The third stage was the fusion of their souls. Su Yan naturally understood this point. Although she and Yang Kai had already done the deed of husband and wife, if their souls really merged, she still couldn't let go. Once their souls merged, it meant that they would open up all their secrets to each other, no longer hiding anything from each other. Su Yan. Yang Kai unceremoniously grabbed Su Yan's small hand and kept stroking it, his eyes like a wolf hunting for food in the snow, glowing with a green light. Su Yan struggled to break free but didn't move, biting her red lips and sitting on the stone bed without saying a word, her face still red. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai no longer had any scruples and directly jumped onto the stone bed, sitting down cross-legged facing Su Yan, his hands pinching her soft hands as he grinned meaningfully. Soul intercourse, he had only heard about it in rumors. Yang Kai had never tried it before. It was said that it could provide a more pleasurable feeling than physical contact, and it was also very easy to become addicted to it. Once you tried it, you would never be able to get rid of it. Let's begin. Yang Kai said in a serious tone. Su Yan nodded gently. The two of them simultaneously circulated the joyous unification art, and in the next moment, their soul avatars suddenly turned into fluorescent light and dissipated into the stone room. These fluorescent lights intertwined and chased after each other, faintly. A kind of erosive sound resounded between the heavens and earth. Yang Kai was drunk. He felt as if he had fallen into a honey pot and was unable to extricate himself. The comfort and pleasure that came from his body and mind caused him to rise up and down. This kind of carefree feeling was almost impossible to describe with words. Although there was no physical contact, this kind of pleasure was just like the legends, countless times more intense. He could perceive that Su Yan's soul was wrapped around him, and as their souls collided, neither of them could control themselves. Both of them had penetrated deep into the depths of the other's soul, but neither of them spied on the other's secrets, even though both of them had opened their hearts to each other. No matter who it was, both of them were completely immersed in the feeling of soul intercourse, experiencing the beauty of transcending the physical body. As their souls merged, both of their soul avatars underwent delightful and subtle changes. Chapter 738. The art of yin-yang joyous unification. During dual cultivation, not only would it allow a man and woman to fuse and converge their yuan qi, but even their divine sense would undergo earth-shaking changes. While experiencing this sensation, Su Yan also felt a profound and mysterious energy being transmitted from Yang Kai's soul avatar to her. Yang Kai shared all of his insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao with her. Su Yan didn't dare neglect and opened her heart to accept this energy, imprinting it into the depths of her soul. Yang Kai's soul also benefited greatly. Although Su Yan's insights were no longer of much use to him, under this fusion, he could clearly feel that his soul was rapidly becoming stronger and his spiritual energy more condensed. Inside the ice room, as the two souls converged, the yuan qi in their bodies also involuntarily burst forth, fusing and interacting, flowing through each other's bodies according to the art of yin-yang joyous unification. Every time it flowed, the yuan qi would become purer. This time's dual cultivation allowed both of them to obtain unimaginable benefits. Suddenly, behind Yang Kai, the phantom of a giant dragon appeared. At the same time, on the surface of Su Yan's body, the phantom of an ice phoenix also appeared. The two ice phoenixes absorbed the two's yuan qi and rapidly expanded, filling the entire ice room in just a moment. A resounding dragon's roar rang out, and a resonant phoenix's cry echoed. The 3,000 glacial worlds shuddered, and the icicles hanging at the bottom of the ice peaks instantly turned into fine powder. Ice cubes rustled as they fell down. Hong Hong. Two sensational energies of diametrically opposed nature burst out from inside the ice mountain and soared into the sky. From Ice Sect's Ice Master Qingya to the ordinary disciples, all of them were alarmed, their expressions changing greatly as they rushed out of their respective ice mountains. Qian Yu was also startled. She had been meditating in her own ice mountain when she felt these two unusual energy fluctuations and naturally rushed out to see what was happening. As far as the eye could see, the other three elders of the sect were all standing in the void, staring up at the sky with dignified expressions, their eyes trembling. Even Ice Master Qingya's pretty face was solemn. Sect Master. Qian Yu hurriedly approached them and called out, but she didn't get any response. Looking in the direction they were looking at, Qian Yu's beautiful eyes narrowed. In the sky, there was a giant dragon that was more than 1,000 feet long and shone with golden light like a blazing flame. It was a magnificent and bizarre scene, and beside the giant dragon, there was a huge ice phoenix that was sparkling and translucent, and its entire body was ice blue in color. It spread its wings and fluttered in the air. A dragon and a phoenix chased each other playfully, creating a grand scene. From the body of the dragon and phoenix, everyone could feel a pressing heat and a biting chill. This kind of heat and chill was not something that anyone present could underestimate. What shocked Qinya and the others the most was that there were two somewhat familiar auras coming from the Golden Dragon and Ice Phoenix. These were the auras of Yang Kai and Su Yan. Just when everyone was shocked, the chasing dragon and phoenix suddenly changed direction and flew straight towards Qinya and the others. The several Saint Realm elders all paled and quickly condensed their yuan qi, secretly raising their guard. The Golden Dragon and Ice Phoenix flew 1,000 meters in front of the group and slowly came to a stop, the Golden Dragon in front and the Ice Phoenix behind, the two closely intertwined, as if they were husband and wife. The Golden Dragon's two gong-sized eyes stared at Qinya and the others with interest, giving off a human-like aura. Everyone couldn't help feeling nervous. Looking at these two eyes, they couldn't help feeling inexplicably small, as if they could be destroyed at any moment. This was especially true for Qianyu. She always felt that when this Golden Dragon stared at her, there was a strong sense of warning. Qinya frowned as she circulated her yuan qi to resist the oppressive aura coming from the Golden Dragon and Ice Phoenix, tentatively asking, "Yang Kai?" A hint of astonishment flashed through the Golden Dragon's eyes. It suddenly turned around and left with the Ice Phoenix. Amidst the resounding dragon's roar and Phoenix's cry, the dragon and Phoenix gradually moved further and further away. Soon, they disappeared. It wasn't until they had left that everyone from Ice Sect couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. As the cold wind blew, everyone discovered that their backs were soaked with cold sweat. Looking at the disappearing backs of the dragon and Ice Phoenix, Qinya fell into deep thought. She could feel that they hadn't simply left, but had instead decided to play around in this ice world for a bit. Sure enough, a moment later, a rumbling sound came from the distance, obviously caused by the dragon and Ice Phoenix. Qinya shook her head and smiled bitterly before waving her hand. "Let's go back, it's fine." "Sect Master, could this have been caused by that little brat?" Xian Hao frowned and asked uncertainly. When the dragon and Ice Phoenix first appeared, it was indeed above the ice mountain where Yang Kai and Su Yan were, but with the strength of these two juniors, how could they have created such a huge disturbance? "Probably," Qinya smiled lightly, "they'll come back." "They'll come back?" Xian Hao's expression changed. "Didn't you notice? The souls and consciousnesses of those two children are inside that dragon and Ice Phoenix. That dragon and Ice Phoenix are manifestations of their condensed yuan qi. Their bodies are still in my Ice Sect. If they don't come back, where can they go?" "So he woke Su Yan up?" Qianyu heard this and asked happily. "I don't know, we'll ask them when they come back," Qinya smiled. "That little brat is really hateful, making such a big disturbance. Is he trying to warn my Ice Sect not to mistreat Su Yan?" Qianyu ground her teeth, thinking back to the warning look in the Golden Dragon's eyes when he looked at her just now. She couldn't help feeling angry. "But Sect Master, with their cultivations, their bodies can't store such a huge amount of true essence, right?" Xian Hao was puzzled. If what Qinya said was true, and the dragon and Ice Phoenix were manifestations of Yang Kai and Su Yan's yuan qi, how much yuan qi would that have cost? Did they really have such a huge amount of yuan qi in their bodies? Su Yan cultivated an ice attribute secret art, so if her body didn't have enough yuan qi, she could easily supplement it by mobilizing the surrounding ice attribute energy. So how did Yang Kai do it? Unable to understand, Qian Hao shook his head. In the distance, while the dragon and Ice Phoenix were chasing each other, Yang Kai and Su Yan's consciousnesses were constantly communicating. During their recent dual cultivation, it seemed that every time a dragon and Ice Phoenix would appear, but Yang Kai and Su Yan had never thought that their souls would be able to enter this dragon and Ice Phoenix. But this time, because their souls were fusing, they were able to achieve such a feat. This inadvertent discovery made Yang Kai realize that the dragon and Ice Phoenix diagrams engraved on his and Su Yan's backs were not just simple diagrams, they also contained a huge amount of energy that could be transformed into powerful soul skills. Deliberately running over to Ice Sect's people was indeed what Yang Kai's intention was, as Qianyu had guessed, to deter and warn Ice Sect's people not to meddle in Su Yan's affairs in the future, lest they make a mistake again. Regarding this, Su Yan seemed to feel a little apologetic and scolded Yang Kai, saying that he shouldn't have acted like this. While chasing after each other, the pair continued to communicate. After transforming into the dragon and ice phoenix, the world they saw was very different from before, as if the entire world was under their control, causing their state of mind to sublimate greatly. Somewhere, Yang Kai came to a stop and stared at a towering iceberg in front of him. He felt that there seemed to be some kind of enormous energy inside this iceberg. If it were any other time, even with his divine sense, it would have been impossible for him to sense this, but at this moment, his soul had entered the golden dragon's body, so his senses were particularly sharp. Su Yan apparently also noticed this and stopped beside Yang Kai, staring at the iceberg in a daze, transmitting her divine sense to him. I've heard that some ancient icebergs are prone to producing precious treasures. Senior Ice Master once obtained one, Qian Hao and Elder Qian Yu also obtained one. Could it be there is such a thing inside this iceberg? What is it? Yang Kai asked in amazement. Cold ice jade crystal, it's a saint-grade material that is of great help to those who cultivate ice attribute secret arts. Yang Kai's spirit shook. Whether or not there is one, we'll know when we see it. Saying so, the golden dragon's body slammed straight into the iceberg, exuding a scorching heat that seemed capable of melting all things. Kong, the iceberg shook a few times, and the giant iceberg that had existed for who knows how many millennia cracked open, spreading out like a spider web across its surface. Although the iceberg was damaged, its sturdiness still exceeded Yang Kai's expectations and it did not collapse. Su Yan did not say a word as she stood beside Yang Kai, the four of them exchanging glances. In the next moment, the two of them exerted their strength at the same time and the golden dragon and ice phoenix disappeared like lightning. The two of them working together was several times more destructive than Yang Kai's single attack. Without the slightest sound, Yang Kai and Su Yan passed through the iceberg and arrived on the other side. After waiting quietly for a moment, a rumbling sound rang out and the huge iceberg collapsed. At the same time that the iceberg shattered, the energy fluctuations Yang Kai felt before also became clearer. But before he could search for them, his vision suddenly shook and a strong sense of fatigue spread out from the depths of his soul. Not only did he feel this way, but Su Yan also seemed to feel the same, her ice phoenix body constantly fluctuating, as if it could collapse at any moment. Junior brother, I seem to be a little tired. Let's go back first. Yang Kai hurriedly said. This was the first time they had merged their souls into their dragon and phoenix bodies, so it was inevitable that they would not be able to adapt. At this time, it was necessary to return to their bodies and recuperate for a while to avoid any serious damage to their souls. Hearing this, Su Yan nodded gently and quickly returned with Yang Kai. Ice Sect, after a short period of silence, once again became restless. As the two huge energy fluctuations approached, the golden dragon and ice phoenix really returned, and in a hurry, they disappeared into one of the icebergs. Looking at the position they disappeared from, Qingya shook her head and smiled bitterly. It's them, those two children. Qianyu, come with me and take a look. Qianyu quickly responded. Chapter 739. Inside the ice room, Yang Kai and Su Yan's souls returned and after a short conversation, Su Yan fell into a deep sleep again, sealing off her five senses. After receiving Su Yan's instructions, Yang Kai calmed down. This time, when she used the ice body locked heart, she would need to directly break through a minor realm before she would awaken. In other words, when she broke through to the second-order transcendent realm, Su Yan would voluntarily release herself from her current state. This was also one of the restrictions she had placed on herself when she used this secret technique. After learning the truth, Yang Kai was no longer worried about taking Su Yan away from Ice Sect. The environment here was very suitable for her cultivation, allowing her to stay here would be more beneficial for her. Moreover, Ice Master Qingye and Xianyu were really good to her. Although Yang Kai somewhat disliked Xianyu, Su Yan had put in a lot of good words for her, so Yang Kai didn't hate her as much. After adjusting his breathing, the fatigue in his soul gradually faded. Feeling the two life auras outside the ice room, Yang Kai got up and opened the door to his room. Sure enough, Qingye and Xianyu were standing outside, and after seeing Yang Kai, a complicated light flashed across the two women's beautiful eyes. Su Yan didn't wake up? Xianyu glanced over and asked in surprise. She woke up for a while then fell asleep again, Yang Kai explained faintly. Xianyu looked at him and frowned slightly. She found that this little brat's hostility towards her seemed to have reduced significantly, but she didn't know why. You should have talked about it in detail, right? Qingye asked softly. Yang Kai gently nodded, we did. Then what was your decision? Su Yan will remain here, I ask Senior Sect Master to take care of her. Qingye smiled lightly, rest assured, although my ice sect does not accept outsiders, out of respect for Meng Wuya, I won't treat her unfairly. Many thanks, Sect Master. Yang Kai said solemnly. In fact, even I didn't expect that someone would be able to awaken a disciple who had used the ice body-locked heart. You really are an eye-opener. This also proves that the feelings between you and Su Yan are not ordinary. Qingye's pretty face flashed a look of admiration. Yang Kai just smiled and didn't explain further. Although part of the reason for this was because he had summoned them, the most fundamental reason was that Su Yan had set up a barrier in advance. If it wasn't for her restriction, Yang Kai reckoned that even if he was lucky enough to break into her spiritual world, he wouldn't be able to find her soul. I still have one more thing to ask you. Qingye suddenly said with a solemn expression. Seeing her so serious, Yang Kai couldn't help but become serious and nodded. Sect Master, please speak. What kind of dual cultivation technique are you and Su Yan cultivating? What happened? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit strange. Ice Sect's disciples cultivated ice attribute secret arts, and they had always been pure-minded and few desires, so they had nothing to do with dual cultivation. Yang Kai didn't understand why Qingye was suddenly interested in this. Even if she knew about this secret art, she probably didn't have anyone to dual cultivate with. Don't be so vigilant, I'm not trying to inquire about your secret art, I just have some concerns. Qingye's brow furrowed slightly as she pondered for a moment before slowly saying, do you know, a long time ago, there were several top forces in Tongxian realm? Oh? What kind of forces? Great forces that could cover the sky with a single hand. Qingye quickly said, these forces were once the strongest in Tongxian realm. In their era, the demon race, the monster race and other races didn't dare act too presumptuously. That was the era when humans were the masters. Today's demon land, the territory of the monster race, was also human territory at that time. There were such forces? Yang Kai was extremely surprised. Qingye nodded lightly. Qingye nodded slightly, however, some kind of unforeseen event happened later on. All of these forces suffered a great loss in strength, and some of them even lost their most fundamental inheritances. After losing their inheritances, these forces were unable to recover from this setback, and gradually declined. However, a centipede dies but never falls down. Although these forces have declined, there are still a few that have flourished to this day and have yet to be destroyed. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, Ice Sect is one of them? Qingye was stunned for a moment before revealing a wry smile and nodding, my Ice Sect is one of them. Back then, Ice Sect had tens of thousands of disciples and was prosperous for a time, but after that incident, our elders moved Ice Sect here and lived in seclusion, no longer paying attention to the disturbances of the outside world. Yang Kai was stunned, What kind of unforeseen event happened that caused such a great force to suddenly decline? Qingye shook her head. I don't know, too much time has passed. All I know is bits and pieces of the past. Why is Sect Master telling me all this? Yang Kai asked curiously. These past events probably had nothing to do with him, right? Because I remember that at that time, there seemed to be a disciple of one of these forces who improved their strength through dual cultivation. The top masters of this force were known as the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress. When the two of them joined forces, they were almost invincible. What's more, the two of them also held the most fundamental inheritance of that force. When they fought, a dragon and a phoenix would appear. Saying so, Qingye stared at Yang Kai with a scorching gaze. Yang Kai's expression brightened. Sect Master means. Qingye smiled softly, I'm just guessing, I don't know if it's true or not. However, a general dual cultivation secret art is one that neglects the fundamentals and focuses on the details. The dual cultivator's foundation is unstable and their true qi is impure, making it difficult for them to achieve great things. However, you and Su Yan are different. The secret arts you both cultivate are obviously extraordinary, and with the strange phenomenon that occurred today, I can't help but wonder if that legendary force is somehow related to you. I don't know. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. Qingye looked at him with a smile and didn't ask any more questions. What Yang Kai thought was his own business, asking any more questions would seem like meddling in other people's business. Sect Master, do you remember what that force was called? I remember, it was called the Dragon Phoenix Rift. It should still be active today. If you want to find it, it shouldn't be difficult. Yang Kai nodded lightly, thinking for a moment before suddenly remembering something and asking suspiciously, something's not right, Sect Master. I once heard people say that a long time ago, the strongest master in the world was the great demon god of the demon race. How could those sects be able to cover the sky with one hand? Qingye pursed her lips and smiled. The great demon god was a legend of his generation, but that was even longer ago. What I'm telling you is from the era after the great demon god disappeared. So it's like that, Yang Kai nodded, also having some speculations in his heart. With the disappearance of the great demon god and the ancient demon clan being sealed, the demon race naturally wasn't a match for the human race. The Tongxian continent had a long history and was rich in legends. This was something the central capital couldn't compare with. Sect Master, I'll go out first, I'll leave when I come back, Yang Kai informed her before leaving the ice room. Looking at his disappearing back, Qingye slowly shook her head. I didn't want to drive you away. The sooner you leave, the sooner you'll be safe. Xianyu snorted, quickly rushing into the ice room to check on Su Yan's current state, only relaxing after finding that she wasn't seriously injured. Inside the ice, Su Yan's mouth was still blooming with a happy smile. Yang Kai sprinted all the way, following the path he had taken with Su Yan before, heading towards the direction of the destroyed ice mountain. Half a day later, the collapsed ice mountain finally came into view. Without even releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai could clearly feel that under the collapsed ice mountain, there was an abundant energy fluctuation. Smiling happily, Yang Kai hurriedly rushed over. After a brief moment of bustling about, Yang Kai found a crystal-clear ice bead about the size of a longan fruit. The energy fluctuations were coming from this ice bead. Is this the cold ice jade crystal that Su Yan mentioned? Yang Kai held it in his hand and carefully examined it, quickly discovering that the energy contained inside it was truly extraordinary. What made him feel strange though was that inside this ice bead, there was a thick transparent liquid. This liquid exuded an extremely cold aura, and when Yang Kai released his divine sense into it, he felt as if he was about to be frozen. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a look of surprise. His current divine sense was not an ordinary divine sense, but rather a conflagrated knowledge C variant. If even he couldn't withstand this cold, it was easy to imagine how cold the liquid inside this ice bead was. Not continuing to investigate further, Yang Kai put the ice bead into his black book space and was about to return home when suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of an unusual piece of ice. Fixing his eyes on it, he couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Inside this ice block, there was actually a dark skeleton. Atop this skeleton, the meridians were still there, but there was no flesh or blood, giving it a terrifying appearance. Could it be that one of Ice Sect's disciples had accidentally encountered an accident here? Yang Kai thought to himself. With the ice bead inside this ice mountain, this person must have been trying to find some kind of treasure when he was alive and accidentally froze inside it. However, what Yang Kai didn't quite understand was why this person's meridians were still there, but there was no flesh or blood. Yang Kai didn't want to pay attention to this, but after thinking about it for a moment, he reached out and picked up the ice block that sealed this skeleton, hefted it onto his shoulder, and flew back to Ice Sect. In any case, Su Yan would be taken care of by Qingya and the others in Ice Sect in the future, so if this person was really an Ice Sect disciple, Yang Kai should bring him back and let Ice Sect bury him. A day later, Yang Kai returned to Ice Sect. Just after arriving at the 3000 glacial world, Yang Kai ran into the Ice Sect elder named Qian Hao. This man frowned and stared at Yang Kai coldly, shouting in dissatisfaction, "Boy, why are you still in my Ice Sect? I'm leaving soon." Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of this man and replied coldly, tossing him the ice block he was carrying on his shoulder and shouting, "Right, this may be one of your Ice Sect's disciples who encountered some kind of accident outside." Qian Hao frowned and caught the ice block, but after glancing at it, his complexion suddenly changed greatly as his eyes trembled violently, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. The ice block that sealed this skeleton slipped from his hand and fell to the ground below. Kong, with a loud bang, Yang Kai stood mid-air, frowning as he stared at Qian Hao, not knowing why he was showing such a fearful expression. Chapter 740. Above Ice Sect, Qian Hao's expression fluctuated, appearing particularly complex while Yang Kai frowned as he stared at him. "Boy, where did you find this thing?" Suddenly, Qian Hao raised his head and asked Yang Kai. "About half a day's journey from here, inside an ice mountain," Yang Kai replied casually. "What's wrong?" Qian Hao didn't answer, his expression instead becoming more dignified. Suddenly, he lifted his head to the sky and let out a loud roar, one that conveyed a strong sense of warning. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he realized that he seemed to have made a mistake, or perhaps he had inadvertently implicated one of Ice Sect's most sensitive nerves. What kind of skeleton was sealed inside that block of ice? Why did Qian Hao look like he was facing a great enemy? While issuing this warning, Qian Hao's divine sense was still locked onto the block of ice on the ground, seemingly not daring to relax in the slightest. Hearing his roar, Ice Sect's transcendent realm masters and above all rushed out under the leadership of Ice Sect Master Qingya. "What happened?" Qingya hurriedly asked as soon as she arrived. If it wasn't something important, Qian Hao wouldn't be so nervous, so she immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. "Come with me," Qian Hao said before quickly flying down, his yuan qi quietly condensing, ready to erupt at any moment. Yang Kai's expression became strange as he too followed the Ice Sect group in confusion. On the ground below, everyone from Ice Sect was gathered around the block of ice that sealed the black skeleton, many of them frowning as they stared at it suspiciously, obviously just like Yang Kai. On the other hand, Qingya and the other Saint Realm elders all paled when they saw this skeleton. "All of you stand back," Qingya quickly ordered. The Transcendent Realm Masters all glanced at each other but didn't ask any questions, simply following Qingya's instructions and retreating. Soon, only Qingya, the four elders, and Yang Kai's group of 6 were left standing around the block of ice. "Where did you get this?" Qingya asked solemnly, her pretty face dignified. "This little brat found it," Xian Hao pointed to Yang Kai and replied. Yang Kai, where did you find this? How did you find him? Qingya hurriedly asked in detail. Seeing her serious expression, Yang Kai also knew that something was wrong. He quickly explained everything that had happened. As everyone listened, their expressions became heavier. What? Is he not a disciple of your ice sect? Yang Kai asked with a frown. Originally, he had come here with good intentions, but now he had brought trouble to ice sect, causing Yang Kai to feel somewhat embarrassed. How could such a vicious beast be a disciple of my ice sect? Xian Hao coldly snorted, a crazed hatred flashing across his face. Fierce Ho? Yang Kai was stunned. I didn't know he had some kind of grudge with your ice sect, I just thought he was one of your missing disciples. How about this, I'll bring him back. Don't move. Qingya hurriedly stopped Yang Kai and slowly shook her head. Yang Kai laughed dumbly, aren't you making too much of a fuss? No matter what kind of person he was when he was alive, he's dead now, what's the point of being so vigilant? Who said he's dead? Xian Hao coldly snorted. The smile on Yang Kai's face suddenly disappeared as he frowned. What do you mean? He's not dead, he's still alive. Xian Yu's pretty face went pale as she muttered in a low voice. Yang Kai was dumbfounded and turned to look at the others, quickly discovering that none of them had any intention of refuting, apparently agreeing with Xian Yu's words. He's not dead? But this person doesn't even have a trace of flesh and blood, only bones and meridians, how? Qingya took a deep breath before interrupting Yang Kai's words, softly saying, in this world, there are many strange life forms, many of which you have never heard of. No one knows how they were born, but these strange life forms all possess tyrannical strength that surpasses that of flesh and blood. Yang Kai immediately thought of the Jade True Spirit. The Jade True Spirit was also a kind of life form, it didn't have a body of flesh and blood, but if it were to mature, it would possess the strength to destroy the world. Therefore, although Qingya's words were a little difficult for him to understand, he was able to quickly accept them. But you don't need to be nervous, this one doesn't seem to be too strong, Qingya smiled faintly. Hearing her words, Xian Hao and the others relaxed. Yang Kai, you're the one who brought this thing back, you have to help me deal with it, Qingya looked at Yang Kai. Please give your orders, sect master. Burn him, Qingya pointed at the ice block in front of her. Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply circulated his yuan qi, directly wrapping the ice block with a scorching hot energy. The ice block melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon, the frozen skeleton was exposed. Just as Yang Kai was about to increase his strength and incinerate this skeleton in one fell swoop, an extremely fierce and violent aura suddenly spread out from the skeleton. Yang Kai was startled, his expression changing greatly because he discovered that the skeleton's two eye sockets were actually flashing a green light, like a pair of human eyes, giving off a dangerous light. At the same time, the skeleton began to move strangely. It seemed to be struggling. Qingya's pretty face became cold and she quickly took action, sending out a few bursts of energy to fix the skeleton to the ground. Yang Kai's yuan qi surged out even more violently. In everyone's ears, there seemed to be a howling sound as a cruel and violent divine sense roamed around, penetrating everyone's minds in an attempt to interfere with their state of mind. Ice Sect Saint Realm Masters remained indifferent, and Yang Kai's expression also remained unchanged. This caused Qingya, who had been paying close attention to him, to look at him in a new light. She had thought that Yang Kai would be somewhat affected by this, but he actually ignored it completely. The howling sound in their ears became more and more shrill, more and more urgent, giving off a strong sense of arrogance. Gradually, the howling sound weakened until it disappeared completely. The dark skeleton was finally ignited and was reduced to a fine powder, completely disappearing from this world. Looking at this bizarre scene, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit surreal. He had never thought before that without a body of flesh and blood, one could still exist and have their own consciousness. Sect Master, can you explain what this thing is? Yang Kai frowned as he looked at Qingye, his own confusion making him feel very uncomfortable. Why ask so many questions? Qian Hao coldly snorted. Qingye waved her hand and lightly opened her mouth. How do I explain this? In fact, I don't know much about this, all I know is from the mouths of Ice Sect seniors. This should be a race called the Bone Race. Bone Race? Yang Kai frowned. They don't have flesh and blood, only bones and meridians, but the masters among them have extraordinary abilities. The reason why my Ice Sect is so weak is related to this race. No one knows where this race came from, but in addition to the Bone Race, there seems to be some other strange life forms that mysteriously appeared on Tongxian realm a long time ago. Remember I told you before that because of some unforeseen event, the great forces of Tongxian realm all declined? This has a lot to do with all of this. The reason we are living here now is also partly because of them. Our seniors said that some of the Bone Race had fled here, so we have been searching for them here. Over the past countless years, we have found many frozen Bone Race masters and killed them, but since I took over Ice Sect, this is the first time I have encountered such a group. It seems that some of them have slipped through the net. That's quite interesting. Yang Kai's expression was extremely strange. This isn't interesting at all. What you found this time was just a very weak Bone Race master. If it were a powerful existence, my Ice Sect would likely have suffered a great loss. Qian Hao said coldly. Then why are you still here? Yang Kai was stunned. Although the Bone Race has masters, not every one of them is so strong, and we are not weak either. We are guarding this place for their sake, to prevent them from having the opportunity to go out and cause trouble. Qingye smiled slightly. Yang Kai's expression shook. So you mean to say that you are silently contributing to the entire continent? We are simply following the wishes of our ancestors. Besides, the outside world is too noisy, we don't want to leave here. Qingye smiled. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling awe. Elders, I'll have to trouble you to take some people and carefully search the surrounding area to see if there are any Bone Race survivors. Qingye turned to the 4 elders and ordered. Yes. The 4 elders responded in unison, calling out to the Transcendent Realm Masters before dispersing in 4 different directions. Yang Kai stood in place and pondered for a long time before asking worriedly, Su Yan isn't in any danger here, right? Don't worry. Qingye stared off into the distance. As long as I'm here, I won't let anything happen to her. Besides, even if there are Bone Race survivors, they won't be able to cause any trouble here. Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling relieved, quickly taking out the ice bead from the black book space and handing it to Qingye. This is what I found in that ice mountain. Su Yan said it may be of great use to those who cultivate ice attribute secret arts. Cold ice jade crystal. Qingye raised her brow in surprise, quickly calling out, no, cold ice jade essence. What do you mean? The outer layer is cold ice jade crystal, but the liquid inside is cold ice jade essence. You're really lucky, you even found this. Qingye stared at him in amazement. With this thing, Su Yan's strength will improve even faster. This is a supreme treasure for those who cultivate ice attribute secret arts. Saying so, she turned to Yang Kai with a smile. You giving this to me, aren't you worried that I'll take it for myself? It will also be of great use to me. Yang Kai chuckled and said freely, if you want to take it for yourself, then so be it. Su Yan has also received a lot of care from Sect Master here, so consider this a gift from Junior to Sect Master as thanks. You only know how to say such cheap words. Qingye shot him a disdainful look before sternly saying, don't worry, when Su Yan wakes up, I'll give this to her. I won't covet the belongings of a junior. In any case, I'll have to trouble Sect Master to take care of Su Yan. Yang Kai cupped his fists sincerely. Seemingly aware of something, Qingye asked, you're not going to see her again? No, as long as she's safe and sound. Yang Kai shook his head. Junior will take his leave. Saying so, he turned around and left. If you see Meng Wuya, tell him for me that the favor he owes me will be repaid sooner or later. Qing Ya's voice came from behind. Yang Kai waved his hand vigorously and said goodbye. Chapter 741. On the surface of the sea, a small iceberg the size of a room was drifting along with the waves. Atop this iceberg, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, feeling quite comfortable. After finding Su Yan and knowing that Meng Wuya and his little senior sister were safe, Yang Kai relaxed a lot. Although he had not been able to take Su Yan away and had instead left her in Ice Sect, with Qing Ya and the others taking care of her, Su Yan would only grow stronger and stronger. The next time they met, Yang Kai estimated that Su Yan would be even more powerful. With such a good mood, Yang Kai was not in a hurry to continue his journey, simply sitting on top of this iceberg and circulating his yuan qi slightly, urging it to move in the direction he wanted to go. Now that he no longer had any worries, the only thing he needed to do was return to Soaring Heaven Sect and improve his alchemy skills as soon as possible. After refining the Saint Pill that could save the ancient demon clan, Yang Kai would then go to the Snow Mountain Range to find Coffin Slave. After receiving some pointers from Li Lao, Yang Kai's understanding of alchemy had become much more profound. Using his conflagrated knowledge C to perform alchemy was much faster and more convenient than using his yuan qi. Moreover, with the help of his soul fusion with Su Yan a few days ago, combined with the insights he obtained from the other masters through his demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai seemed to have gained some new insights. Sitting on top of the iceberg, Yang Kai felt as if he had been enlightened. The various truths of the heavenly way and martial Tao flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. His thoughts intertwined faster than a beam of light as Yang Kai comprehended his own Tao, his expression constantly changing. The sea was vast and boundless, so Yang Kai did not encounter any disturbances along the way. He also forgot the passage of time and even forgot where he was, simply immersing himself in this profound world, growing stronger little by little. Below the iceberg, occasionally a large sea beast would pass by, but Yang Kai concealed his aura so these sea beasts did not discover him, so naturally, he did not cause any trouble. The clouds in the sky dispersed and the waves beneath his feet rose and fell. Since arriving in Tongxian realm, Yang Kai felt for the first time that the world was so beautiful. After a month or two, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and exhaled softly. A faint smile appeared on his face. This time's enlightenment had greatly improved his strength, but he also realized just how difficult it was to break through to the next realm after the transcendent realm. It could be said that every transcendent realm master had experienced all kinds of hardships, struggling on the edge of life and death, experiencing countless life or death battles in order to achieve a cultivation that transcended the mortal realm. Those who couldn't achieve these things would only be mediocre or die early. This deep enlightenment allowed Yang Kai to gain a considerable understanding of the wonders of the conflagrated knowledge sea. Conflagrated divine sense was a variant of divine sense. Whether it was used for attack or defense, it was much more useful than ordinary divine sense. Moreover, it could also be used to deceive others. Yang Kai's divine sense was already powerful enough. By using this powerful divine sense to cover his body, others would be able to misunderstand him and even underestimate his strength, allowing him to obtain some unexpected gains. After a little experimentation, Yang Kai found that this method was quite convenient. All he needed to do was restrain the circulation of his yuan qi and create some illusions with his divine sense to deceive others. However, Yang Kai estimated that this method of his wouldn't be able to deceive those with stronger divine senses than him. If their divine sense was stronger than his, they would be able to see through his disguise. Overall, Yang Kai was very satisfied with his gains this time. Standing atop the iceberg and stretching his muscles, Yang Kai gazed into the distance, but all he could see was the boundless ocean and nothing else. His face went black as he cursed silently. Although Yang Kai had consciously avoided the sea beasts and unknown dangers while he was comprehending, he had also become completely immersed in his divine sense, causing him to be unable to distinguish his bearings. His original plan was to first return to Water Spirit Temple and meet with Shui Ling. In any case, Shui Ling had helped him this time and was one of Yang Kai's few friends, so it was only right for him to meet her and say thank you in person. Then, using Water Spirit Temple as a transit point, he would return to Soaring Heaven Sect. But now, his plans were a bit messed up. Standing atop the iceberg for a while, Yang Kai sorted out his mood and calmed down. As long as he could see someone alive and ask for directions, he would be able to figure out everything. Considering all this, Yang Kai simply sat down cross-legged and watched the rolling sea, his mood relaxed. Under the blue waves of the sea, schools of fish swam past, appearing to be full of vitality. Some colorful corals also opened Yang Kai's eyes. 3 days later, just as Yang Kai was looking at the clouds in the sky in boredom, the divine sense he released suddenly detected a life aura breaking into his alert range. Kai Yang's spirit immediately shook as he stood up and looked over. In the distance, there was a small black dot that was sailing a few dozen kilometers to the side. It was a large ship, and even from such a distance, Yang Kai could clearly see how extraordinary this ship was. These ships sailing the sea were not ordinary ships, but rather ones that had been specially refined with some precious ores. These ships had traces of artifacts on them and their defensive power was comparable to that of precious artifacts. Only such a large ship could withstand the violent attacks of the sea beasts. There were many such ships in Water Spirit Temple. At this moment, this ship was even more magnificent than the one Yang Kai had been on before, its bow like a dragon's, cutting through the waves at an extremely fast speed. On this big ship, there were many brightly colored flags fluttering in the wind. Yang Kai slightly estimated the speed and direction of the big ship and the ice mountain he was sitting on and felt that after a while, the two would pass by each other a dozen kilometers apart. Immediately increasing the output of Yuan Qi, Yang Kai increased the speed of the ice mountain he was sitting on. A moment later, Yang Kai took back his divine sense. Although he didn't dare to carefully investigate, Yang Kai was basically certain that there were no Saint Realm Masters on this ship, only a few Transcendents and even a few Third-Order Transcendents. With his soul-devouring insects in hand, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to stand up on the ice mountain and shout out loudly, trying to attract the attention of the other party. Sure enough, after a while, several figures appeared on the bow of the ship, all of them pointing towards him, apparently having noticed Yang Kai. However, looking at their indifferent figures, it seemed they didn't intend to pay attention to Yang Kai's shouts, the speed and direction of the big ship not changing in the slightest. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Such a big ship had finally passed by, so of course he wouldn't let it go so easily. Now that he was lost at sea, he really needed to find someone to help him find his bearings. Thinking so, the ice mountain he was sitting on suddenly increased its speed and slammed straight into the big ship. The faces of the people standing on the bow of the ship immediately changed as they shouted out. On the big ship, the crew who heard the commotion were all alarmed and quickly ran to the deck to watch, some of them even being Transcendents. After figuring out what was going on in front of him, the Transcendent Realm Master immediately became angry and waved his hand. Where did this brat come from, acting so recklessly? Shatter the iceberg under his feet for me, actually daring to act against my Holy Land's ship. And, let's keep him alive for now, capture him and interrogate him about the situation. Let's see what kind of person he is. Receiving the order of this Transcendent Realm Master, the disciples were immediately filled with righteous indignation, the several people standing at the bow of the ship immediately displaying their martial skills and artifacts. Asterisk schwa 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 asterisk several energy beams shot out from the bow of the ship. Yang Kai was stunned, not having expected the other party to be so impolite, quickly dodging into the sea. With a loud rumble, the iceberg that had been carrying Yang Kai on the sea for 1 to 2 months suddenly turned into dust. As the pieces of ice scattered on the sea, the people on the ship all looked around, carefully searching for Yang Kai's figure, but unfortunately for them, they couldn't help glancing around at each other. Where is he? The Transcendent Realm Master had also lost track of Yang Kai just now, and when he tried to search again, he couldn't find him, so he couldn't help asking with an ugly expression. Everyone shook their heads. Another disciple muttered, "Could it be he was smashed to pieces? From what I can see, he's quite young and his strength isn't high." "Nonsense!" The Transcendent Realm Master shouted, "Daring to wander the sea alone, how can his strength be bad? At the very least, he should be an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. If he was really smashed to pieces, why isn't there any blood on the sea? This little brat must be hiding somewhere, search carefully for him." "There's no need to search." A slightly annoyed voice suddenly came from the side of the ship, and in the next moment, Yang Kai climbed up and jumped directly onto the deck, frowning as he stared at the people on the ship, his expression ugly as he asked, "Everyone, we have no enmity between us, why are you suddenly attacking me?" "We didn't want to attack you, we just wanted to break the iceberg under your feet." The Transcendent Realm Master coldly snorted, "If we really wanted to attack you, would you still be standing here calmly?" Yang Kai frowned but didn't say anything more. He had also seen the attacks just now and knew they weren't aimed at him, nor did they contain any killing intent. It was likely that his approach had caused some misunderstanding. However, Yang Kai didn't intend to let the iceberg hit their ship. Explaining this now was useless, so Yang Kai simply didn't mention it. "Little brat, I'll ask you a few questions, answer them honestly. If you dare to conceal anything, I'll throw you overboard to feed the fish," the Transcendent Realm Cultivator said solemnly. Yang Kai nodded, circulating his yuan qi to evaporate the seawater on his body, putting on a docile appearance with no hostility. "Who are you? How did you end up on this iceberg?" "Junior is just a nobody, he accidentally lost his way at sea and had no choice but to land on this iceberg, otherwise he would have drowned long ago." "Humph." The man coldly snorted, Yang Kai not answering his question directly, obviously making him somewhat dissatisfied. "Then why did you come to my Holy Land's ship?" "I had no choice, I've been waiting for many days and only saw your ship, so I just wanted to come here and ask you for directions. And, if it's convenient, I'd like to ask you to take me away from the sea and find a place to settle down." Chapter 742. "Don't worry, I'll pay you well," Yang Kai finished and added. The cultivators standing on the deck seemed to have heard a good joke and burst into laughter, each of them showing an amused expression as they stared at Yang Kai, a strange light flashing across their eyes. Even the Transcendent Realm Master couldn't help smiling and nodding. "Boy, what kind of reward can you offer? How about 10 crystal stones? That's the price I can afford." Yang Kai tilted his head, simply pretending to be a country bumpkin. He could also see that the owner of this ship was either rich or powerful, so naturally he wouldn't care about such a small reward. The people around him laughed even harder. The Transcendent Realm Cultivator nodded lightly, "I didn't expect you to have some spare cash, boy. However, you can keep those 10 crystal stones for yourself." Saying so, he waved to a nearby cultivator and ordered, "Give him a small boat and tell him to scram." Yang Kai's previous answer had made him somewhat vigilant. Although Yang Kai's strength wasn't high, he wasn't prepared to leave Yang Kai on the ship, only wanting to send him off as quickly as possible. "That's fine." Yang Kai didn't insist, "But can you point me in a certain direction? No matter where it is, as long as I can reach land as quickly as possible." "What's the use of pointing you in a certain direction?" The other man coldly snorted, "With your cultivation, you won't be able to reach land, you'll just have to prey on the sea. You can consider yourself lucky to have met my 9 heavens holy land. If it were any other great force's ship, I'm afraid you would have already been chopped up and thrown into the sea." 9 Heavens Holy Land? Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Daring to use the word Holy Land, this great force was no small matter. After arriving in Tongxian realm, Yang Kai had also seen a variety of forces, big and small, such as Bold Independent Union, Water Spirit Temple, Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, Soaring Heaven Sect, and so on. Among them, Bold Independent Union and Bright Thunder Spirit Religion were relatively weak, Water Spirit Temple was in the middle, and Soaring Heaven Sect was the strongest, but this 9 Heavens Holy Land should be even stronger than Soaring Heaven Sect. As they spoke, a small boat that could accommodate several people was lowered from the ship and a cultivator called out, "Uncle Qian, the boat is ready." The Transcendent Realm cultivator called Uncle Qian was about to answer, but his brow furrowed as he quickly turned around and bowed, "Young lady, why are you out here?" The other cultivators standing on the deck also hurriedly saluted in that direction, their expressions extremely respectful. Following their gazes, Kai Yang's eyes lit up. From the cabin, a young woman wearing a white dress walked out. This woman was very young and extremely beautiful, her skin as white as mutton fat, her eyebrows curved like crescent moons, and her pair of beautiful eyes exuded a lively charm. Her figure was exquisite, tall, and straight, and her buttocks were round and supple. Her entire body exuded the aura of a noble young lady, pleasing to the eye. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's unbridled gaze, the woman couldn't help frowning slightly as she glanced over at him casually. Uncle Qian turned his head and sneered coldly at Yang Kai, his tone full of warning. Yang Kai responded calmly. "It was a bit stuffy inside, so when I heard some noise outside, I came out to take a look." The woman's lips parted slightly, her voice crisp and pleasant as she glanced around and asked, "What happened here?" Uncle Qian immediately reported everything that had just happened, no matter how big or small. The woman couldn't help looking at Yang Kai with some surprise before nodding lightly, indicating that she understood. "I didn't expect such a trivial matter would disturb young lady, this subordinate deserves 10,000 deaths." Uncle Qian showed quite a bit of fear. "Uncle Qian, you're too serious." The woman slowly shook her head, staring deeply at Yang Kai, smiled slightly, and said something shocking, but he should be lying. Yang Kai was stunned, curiously looking at the woman, not understanding why she was so sure. "And this subordinate also has some guesses, so I was thinking of making him leave." Uncle Qian glanced at Yang Kai darkly. "There's no need to drive him away, he is an immortal ascension boundary cultivator, if we drive him away, he will have no way to live. Although he lied, he has no malice towards us. Perhaps he has some difficulties that he can't speak of, so we'll take him with us on the road, and when we arrive at our destination, we'll let him leave. Since young lady says so, this subordinate will do as you say." Uncle Qian respectfully responded. "I'll go back first, you all be careful," the woman ordered, turned around, and left. After she left, Uncle Qian walked over to Yang Kai and coldly said, "Young lady is merciful, not letting me drive you away. You'd better behave, if you dare to plot against us, I'll let you know what it means to be in so much pain you'll wish you were dead." Yang Kai grinned, "Rest assured, I'll be very safe, I just want to return to the mainland." "That's for the best." Uncle Qian nodded heavily, waving to a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, "Cheng Fei, keep an eye on him, don't let him have a chance to cause trouble." "Yes." A tall and sturdy man hurriedly responded. After giving his orders, Uncle Qian also went to do his own things. The cultivator named Cheng Fei walked over to Yang Kai, looking him up and down, his eyes full of contempt. Yang Kai was only showing his immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivation at the moment, so unless a Saint Realm Master came to spy on him, no one would be able to see his true cultivation. This kind of cultivation, at this age, was very common in Tongxian Realm, so it wouldn't arouse any suspicion. This Cheng Fei was a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, so he naturally felt superior. "Little brat, behave yourself, uncle doesn't have so much free time to take care of you, if you make uncle angry, I'll make sure you suffer. I'll be very, very honest. Yang Kai nodded quickly. Everyone in Nine Heaven's Holy Land had a sense of pride, probably related to the transcendent status of their force in Tong Xian realm. Just like in the central capital, the disciples of the 8 great families also had a sense of superiority when they went out, feeling that no one in the world was inferior to them. Yang Kai had seen this many times, so he didn't care. Come with me, I'll arrange a place for you to live. Cheng Fei sneered, beckoning Yang Kai. Yang Kai quickly kept up with his pace, asking as he walked, "Friend, who was that girl just now? Why does it seem like you're all very respectful to her? Boy, you're quite curious." Cheng Fei glanced at Yang Kai contemptuously, coldly snorting, "Why are you asking about this?" "Nothing, I just thought she was very beautiful." Yang Kai showed an expression of gentleness and gentleness. "Heh, Her Highness the Saintess is naturally beautiful." Cheng Fei's face flashed a trace of fanaticism, seemingly quite obsessed with Her Highness the Saintess, but soon he snapped back and angrily shouted, "Smelly brat, the next time you dare look at Her Highness the Saintess, this uncle will dig out your eyeballs. Do you think a toad can eat swan meat? Why don't you take a look at yourself? Her Highness the Saintess is gentle and kind, the one who can match her has yet to be born. Just you, being able to look at her is a blessing left over from your previous life." This big man snorted disdainfully towards Yang Kai, his words causing Yang Kai to feel as if he had nothing left to hide. Yang Kai rolled his eyes, thinking that although he couldn't compare to that little white boy Xiao, he was still a heroic and extraordinary man. How could he be described as a wretched person by this guy? Immediately losing interest in talking, Yang Kai followed behind Cheng Fei silently. However, this woman was actually the Saintess of Nine Heaven's Holy Land, a fact that surprised Yang Kai. It was said that saintesses were holy and noble existences. Under normal circumstances they would not appear in public. Yang Kai didn't know why this Saintess of Nine Heaven's Holy Land was floating on a ship at sea. Soon, Cheng Fei led Yang Kai to a room at the bottom of the ship's cabin. With a look of annoyance, Cheng Fei said, "Go in, until we arrive at our destination, you'll have to stay here. Your 3 meals a day will naturally be sent to you. You're not allowed to go out without permission. If you dare go out, you'll be thrown into the sea." Looking at the small space where even turning around would cause him to run into a wall, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. However, he didn't ask for too much and simply walked in without saying a word. Cheng Fei saw Yang Kai act quite meekly and was very satisfied, immediately closing the door after Yang Kai entered. This room wasn't really a room at all, it was probably just a small warehouse used to store things, covering an area of about 2 meters and emitting a strange smell. Yang Kai was extremely helpless. There was nothing in the room, so he could only sit cross-legged on the floor and open the window behind him, allowing the clear sea breeze to blow in. Only then did he feel much better. The big ship continued to sail on the sea, the entire journey uneventful. Yang Kai didn't want to cause trouble for himself, so he didn't spy on the movements of the people on the ship. Every day, he just sat down in the cabin and cultivated, waiting for the big ship of Nine Heaven's Holy Land to dock so he could leave. During this period, Cheng Fei also delivered 3 meals a day, all of which were sea fish that Yang Kai didn't have much taste in his mouth. Uncle Qian, who was a transcendent realm cultivator, also came to inquire about Yang Kai's situation several times, and after seeing Yang Kai behave himself, he was very satisfied. Occasionally, some sea beasts would cause trouble, but under the siege of the ship's masters, they were quickly killed. After several battles, Yang Kai was secretly shocked by the heritage of Nine Heaven's Holy Land. There were at least 6 transcendent realm masters aboard the ship, 2 of which were third-order transcendents, Uncle Qian being one of them. The remaining 4 were all second-order transcendents. However, what made Yang Kai feel slightly strange was that there weren't any Saint Realm Masters here. Logically speaking, the status of the Saintess was very important, so if such a character was drifting on the sea, there should be a Saint Realm Master stationed here to guard against any accidents. Unable to understand, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. Inside a huge room in the ship's cabin, the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess sat at a table, resting her chin on her hand, seemingly lost in thought. Compared to Kai Yang's room, this room was a million times better. The room was lit with the highest grade of incense, the fragrance was pleasant and filled with warmth. The room's decorations were also incomparably exquisite, with a noble aura flowing through every corner of the room. Chapter 743. Young lady, what are you thinking about? A maidservant standing next to the saintess saw her remain motionless for 1 or 2 hours and couldn't help asking. Nothing, the saintess slowly shook her head, a faint trace of sadness appearing on her brow. Young lady, are you thinking about whether or not you can find the Holy Master this time? Bei Er smiled. I don't want to find the Holy Master. The saintess sighed softly. But this is young lady's duty. Bei Er's face also became gloomy. I know, I'm looking for him right now, but he hasn't appeared. What can I do? It would be best if he never appears, that way young lady won't have to worry about anything. Shoo. The saintess quickly raised a jade finger to her lips and quietly glanced outside, whispering, You can only say this to me, don't say it outside, it won't be good if Uncle Qian and the others hear. I know, Bei Er stuck out her tongue. But young lady doesn't need to worry too much, my Nine Heavens Holy Land has a total of 4 saintesses, in addition to you, the other 3 are also looking for him, perhaps they will be able to find him. No matter who finds him, it won't be good, the saintess sighed slightly, stood up, and said, I'm tired of sitting here, let's go out for a walk. Bei Er nodded quickly. Outside the cabin and looking around for a while, the saintess' mood improved greatly. Suddenly remembering Yang Kai, she quickly asked one of the disciples on the ship about him. Learning that Yang Kai had been hiding in the cabin and hadn't come out, the saintess couldn't help frowning. Because she was born with a special ability, she could basically spy on the true thoughts of others. When she met Yang Kai before, although she understood that he didn't have any hostility or malice towards her, she still felt that he was a bit strange, as if he was shrouded in a mysterious aura that made the saintess, who had always been good at observation, unable to see through him. After learning that he was safe, the saintess didn't have any intention of talking to him and after resting for a while, returned to the cabin. Days passed, and the ship had been sailing on the sea for about a month when Yang Kai, who was meditating under the cabin, suddenly smelled a scent that made him feel nostalgic. It was the smell of soil. He hurriedly looked out of the window and saw that in the distant horizon, there were some irregularly arranged islands. Shocked, Yang Kai stood up. During this period of time, he had been cooped up in the cabin, and it had suffocated him to death. Now that he saw land, he could finally leave this small space, and his mood instantly became happy. Half a day later, the large ship stopped at the side of an island, and a wave of footsteps came from outside the door. Not long after, the robust man called Cheng Fei pushed the door open and shouted, Kid, we've arrived, come out. Yang Kai nodded slightly and followed him out. On the deck of the ship, the disciples of Nine Heavens Holy Land were disembarking in an orderly manner. On the edge of the island, there were also some cultivators who seemed to be local tyrants who were respectfully greeting them, all of them wearing respectful smiles. When Yang Kai saw the saintess of Nine Heavens Holy Land on the deck, he thought for a moment before walking towards her. His movement immediately attracted the attention of many cultivators. Uncle Qian's Yuan Qi surged as he glared at Yang Kai. It seemed that as soon as Yang Kai made the slightest move, he would immediately be mercilessly killed. Yang Kai acted as if he didn't notice this and leisurely strolled over to the saintess, cupping his fists and saying, Many thanks for young lady's rescue this time, this one will remember it in his heart. I wish young lady eternal youth, health, and longevity. The saintess' eyelashes trembled slightly before she suddenly smiled. Yang Kai's words were quite different from others, causing her to be a bit surprised. Nodding lightly, she said, "You're too polite. In the future, you should pay more attention to your surroundings, don't drift out to sea again. Many thanks for young lady's concern, farewell." Saying so, Yang Kai jumped off the ship and quickly left. Smooth talker. Uncle Qian seemed to dislike Yang Kai very much and couldn't help coldly snorting. "I think he's quite sincere." The saintess looked at Yang Kai's disappearing back and smiled. Below the ship, many cultivators, whether old or young, were attracted by this smile and were momentarily stunned. It wasn't until Uncle Qian let out a heavy snort that everyone recovered and couldn't help feeling a bit embarrassed. Yang Kai got off the ship and walked around the island. There were also many cultivators coming and going on this island, but the world energy aura here was a bit thin, not as rich as the other islands occupied by Water Spirit Temple. Moreover, there didn't seem to be many masters on this island. Among the local masters who had come to greet Nine Heavens' holy land just now, the most powerful one was only a second-order transcendent, a white-haired old man with one foot in the grave. From the looks of it, the nearby islands weren't very good and should be occupied by some small forces, completely incomparable to Water Spirit Temple. From the scene of people coming and going, it was obvious that on Water Spirit Temple's side, outsiders were not allowed to enter, but on this island, there seemed to be many outsiders. After wandering around the island for a while, Yang Kai walked into an inn, chose a table by the window, and ordered the waiter to bring him some food and drink. The waiter nodded and soon returned with many exquisite dishes, but just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Yang Kai. "What other instructions does honored guest have?" the waiter asked with a smile. Yang Kai didn't say a word, simply taking out 2 crystal stones and placing them on the table. The waiter's eyes lit up and he immediately flattered, "Honored guest, these dishes won't cost more than 2 crystal stones. I'll ask you a few questions, if your answers satisfy me, the extra is yours. If honored guest has any questions, please feel free to ask, this humble one will answer to the best of his ability." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Where is this place?" The waiter stared at Yang Kai in amazement for a moment before smiling. "Honored guest doesn't know where this place is? Then how did you get here?" Before he finished speaking though, he saw the look in Yang Kai's eyes and quickly stopped and explained, "This is Sea Green Island, then what kind of forces are there here?" "Here, there is the Cheng family, Wang family, Hai family." The waiter reported one by one. After listening to the waiter's description, Yang Kai understood that these nearby islands belonged to a force called the Seven Family Alliance. There were about 20 to 30 islands nearby, and a total of 7 families occupied these islands. These families were all fairly equal in strength, but none of them were too powerful. As for the masters in these families, as Yang Kai had seen before, the most powerful one was only a second-order transcendent, and there weren't many transcendents, each family only having 4 or 5. After inquiring about the distance to Water Spirit Temple, the waiter's answer left Yang Kai dumbfounded. He seemed to have followed Nine Heavens' Holy Land's ship in the opposite direction and was now several tens of thousands of kilometers away from Water Spirit Temple. Learning this, Yang Kai could only shake his head helplessly. It seemed that there was no way for him to return to Water Spirit Temple and thank Shui Ling in person, so he could only wait until they had a chance to meet. As for the mainland closest to these islands, it would take at least a month to reach by boat. "Is there an alchemist guild here?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. The waiter shook his head. What a remote place. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Even the Alchemist Guild headquarters didn't establish a branch here, obviously this place was quite desolate. Is little brother an alchemist? The waiter was a shrewd man, so from Yang Kai's question, he was keenly aware of something. What's wrong? Yang Kai glanced at him. The Seven Family Alliance is vigorously recruiting alchemists and the benefits are first class. If little brother wants to make some money, you might as well apply. Yang Kai quietly curled his lips, obviously not interested in this. He didn't care about the benefits, all he wanted right now was to improve his alchemy skills, but looking at the Seven Family Alliance's forces, it was obvious they didn't have any good herbs for him to refine. Right, what are the guests here talking about? Why do I see them all dressed up so well? Why do they look so elegant and elegant? Kai Yang asked again. Since arriving on this island, Yang Kai had noticed this problem. Basically, as long as one was a young man, they would dress up like dogs. Not only were they particular about their clothing, but when they spoke, they were also very polite. It seemed like all of them were very well educated. Not only young people, but even some middle-aged people were like this, always paying attention to their manners, as if there was a pair of invisible eyes observing their performance. This made Yang Kai quite puzzled, not understanding whether this was the custom of this place or some other reason. Little brother, you don't know? Hearing Yang Kai's question, the waiter suddenly showed a smirk, his expression becoming ambiguous. Should I know? Yang Kai glanced over at him before taking out 2 more crystal stones and placing them on the table without any trace of politeness, saving this waiter from continuing to talk nonsense with him. The waiter's eyes were sharp and his hands were quickly grabbing the crystal stone and thanking him profusely. Sure enough, he didn't waste any more time, glancing around before whispering into Yang Kai's ear, "The 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintesses are here today, all of them are deliberately showing off." Yang Kai frowned. What does the saintess coming here have to do with them? Of course it has something to do with them. The waiter saw that Yang Kai really didn't seem to know the inside story and couldn't help being surprised, quickly explaining, "The saintess is out on an inspection tour, she is looking for the next holy master of 9 Heavens Holy Land. If one can catch the eye of Her Highness the Saintess, that person will be like a fish leaping through the dragon gate, flying to a branch and transforming into a phoenix." Just based on them? Yang Kai swept his eyes around and saw all these crooked and pretentious people, causing him to feel nauseous for a moment before sneering disdainfully, that saintess would have to be blind to take a fancy to this group of trash. Shoo. The waiter's face changed as he became vigilant, whispering, "Honored guest, please don't say such things, you'll only provoke public anger. Besides, who Her Highness the Saintess will choose, we don't know. Every time the 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess goes out on an inspection tour, it will cause such a disturbance. Half a year ago, 9 Heavens Holy Land released news that the Saintess was going out on an inspection tour, shocking the world. Countless young geniuses have been secretly preparing. Our Clear Sea Island has been lively since half a month ago, everyone has been waiting for the Saintess to arrive. If it were before, how could this place be so lively?" Chapter 744. Although Yang Kai had been in Tongxian realm for 3 or 4 years now, he was still in a state of ignorance. After listening to the waiter's explanation, Yang Kai realized that the Saintess of 9 Heavens Holy Land going out on an inspection tour was a world-shaking event. Moreover, it wasn't until now that Yang Kai realized that 9 Heavens Holy Land had more than one saintess. There were a total of 4 saintesses who had gone in different directions. The itinerary of these saintesses covered almost all of the human territories. These saintesses had grown up in 9 Heavens Holy Land from an early age. After 10 or 20 years of cultivation and numerous selections, each one of them was young and beautiful and had cultivated the special secret arts of 9 Heavens Holy Land. Their biggest purpose for going out on an inspection tour was to find the next Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land. Currently, the current Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land was very old and likely would not live for long, so these 4 saintesses had decided to go out on an inspection tour. As for what method they would use to find the next Holy Master, no one knew, only that every Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land had been found by the saintesses. According to historical records, before the first 9 holy masters were discovered by the saintesses, they had done all sorts of things. Some were young talents who had become famous throughout the world, some were just ordinary peddlers, some were mediocre people, but once they were found by the saintesses and entered 9 heavens holy land, they would blossom into a dazzling brilliance and undergo earth-shaking changes. And when these 9 people were found, their ages ranged from 10 to 60 years old. The saintesses seemed to have a unique vision that was different from ordinary people. Because of this, when the saintesses of 9 heavens holy land arrived, those who had illusions in their hearts would carefully display themselves. If they were really chosen by the saintess, it would be a blessing to them. That was why there were so many pretentious people on this island who were deliberately trying to show off. None of them knew what method the saintesses would use to select the next holy master, nor did they know whether the masters around the saintesses were monitoring the entire island, so they could only strive to be perfect and not make any mistakes. Yang Kai listened in amazement. Before this, he had never thought that such a bizarre thing could exist in this world. Second brother, you know a lot. Yang Kai was impressed. The waiter chuckled. It's something that everyone knows. It seems that you're the only one who doesn't know. Then you don't have any ideas? Yang Kai looked at him meaningfully. According to what he said, the Saint Master was most likely a mediocre person before he was found. The waiter also had a chance. Of course, why not? As expected, the waiter nodded heavily. But I don't think I'm good enough for someone like the saintess. If she takes a fancy to me, it's my fortune. If she doesn't, it's only natural. I'll just live like before. I don't know how to act. Respect. The indifferent attitude of the waiter surprised Yang Kai. He cupped his hands and said, "Well, good luck to you, brother waiter. Thank you for your auspicious words, sir." The waiter beamed and went back to his own business. After eating and drinking in the inn for a while and obtaining the information he wanted, Yang Kai left. Now that he didn't have anything urgent to do, he naturally wasn't in a hurry to leave. The matter of the 9 heavens holy land saintess looking for the Saint Master was something he was quite curious about. Naturally, he wanted to stay and watch the show. Each of the 20 or so nearby islands was extremely lively. Since the arrival of the saintess, all the young men seemed to have been injected with chicken blood and were extremely excited. Yang Kai stayed here for 10 days, running around the various large and small islands, appreciating the local customs and buying a lot of herbs. Unfortunately, the matter he had been paying attention to didn't appear. After the saintess arrived here, it was as if she had disappeared without a trace, so there was no way she could find the mysterious Saint Master. While Yang Kai was touring the archipelago, inside a palace on one of the islands, the third-order transcendent Uncle Qian respectfully came up to the saintess and asked nervously, "Young lady, is there still no response?" The saintess slowly shook her head. Uncle Qian's expression became gloomy as he sighed slightly. "This is already the 8th place we've visited, it seems the Saint Master isn't here. In a few days, we'll leave and head to the next place." The saintess nodded slightly, not refuting. She knew what kind of responsibility she shouldered since she was a child and had always strived towards this goal. Between her and her 3 sisters, one of them would eventually find the next Saint Master in this vast sea of people. "Uncle Qian, we've been here for a few days and haven't gone out yet. Today, I want to go out with Bei, to enjoy the scenery, is that all right?" The saintess suddenly asked. Uncle Qian hesitated for a moment before nodding, "Good. But young lady should dress up a bit first. Rest assured, I have a sense of propriety." With Uncle Qian's approval, the saintess' mood seemed to improve greatly. After dressing up, the 2 women happily went out, 2 second-order transcendent masters quietly following behind them in case something unexpected happened. On the island, Yang Kai was searching for rare herbs in a shop when suddenly, a sensational energy fluctuation spread out from nearby, accompanied by a loud bang that seemed to shake the entire island. Everyone on the island paled, not knowing what was happening. Yang Kai's expression also became solemn as he quickly rushed out of the medicine shop and flew up into the air to look in the direction of the source of the sound. Above the sea, a pillar of water was slowly descending, as if something terrible had happened in the depths of the sea just now. Some people were hurriedly flying back from the sea while many cultivators who didn't know what was going on were also rushing over. At the same time, Yang Kai noticed an aura that made him feel very comfortable. It was the aura of Yang attribute energy. Obviously, because of the accident just now, this aura had leaked out from the depths of the sea. Immediately shaking his spirits, Yang Kai rushed over. The water attribute aura in the sea was extremely rich, so under normal circumstances, it was impossible for anything with Yang attribute to form, but once it did, it meant it was extraordinary. Yang Kai really wanted to know what kind of thing could actually emit such an aura. But before he could approach, he was stopped by a group of people. These people should be cultivators from the Seven Family Alliance who had formed a line of defense on the coast, not allowing anyone to approach. Although there were many foreign cultivators, everyone adhered to the principle of not looking for trouble and didn't try to force their way in, all of them stopping a short distance away and staring towards the sea, whispering to one another. Yang Kai listened for a while but didn't hear any useful information, only that this accident had happened very suddenly. Soon, many masters arrived on the island. Yang Kai had seen these people before. They were the group of people who had come to greet the Saintess when Nine Heavens Holy Land's ship docked. They were all masters from the Seven Family Alliance. These people had gathered together and were discussing something in low voices, their expressions dignified, from time to time glancing towards the place where many outsiders were gathered. Yang Kai had been observing all this time and felt that the Yang attribute aura leaking out from the depths of the sea seemed to be getting richer and richer, causing him to become more and more curious. After waiting for half a day, just as Yang Kai was considering whether to sneak into the depths of the sea to investigate before nightfall, the masters from the Seven Family Alliance seemed to have come to a decision. One of the transcendent realm yellow-faced old men walked over to the crowd and stopped a short distance away before lightly coughing. "Everyone, I'm sure everyone has heard about the accident just now and has even seen it with their own eyes. My Seven Family Alliance won't hide anything from you. In line with the principle of sharing good news with all of you, we're guests from afar, so I'd like to inform you that below this island, somewhere in the sea, there seems to be an ancient ruin." Cries of alarm rang out. Yang Kai's expression also changed slightly. Ancient ruin, these 4 words were like a thunderclap in everyone's ears, shocking them all. The yellow-faced old man glanced around and was very satisfied with everyone's reaction, smiling lightly as he said, "There's no need to doubt, that is indeed an ancient ruin. Before this, my Seven Family Alliance was aware of it and sent some people down to investigate. It was precisely because they triggered the spirit array that such a big commotion occurred. The people who returned have confirmed this." "Old man, what are you planning? Do you want us to go down and help you explore so your Seven Family Alliance can take advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of us?" Immediately, some of the people who thought they were smart shouted. Hearing what he said, everyone couldn't help becoming a little vigilant as they stared at the yellow-faced old man vigilantly. With such a great opportunity, the Seven Family Alliance had no reason to tell these outsiders about it for no reason. Obviously, they were trying to entice them to go down and investigate. If that wasn't the case, then there must be a great deal of danger down there, otherwise, the Seven Family Alliance would have already gone down themselves. The yellow-faced old man chuckled and unexpectedly admitted, "I did have such an idea, but that's not all of it. My Seven Family Alliance knows our limits. If you want to forcibly go down and take a share of the loot, we can't stop you. You old man, it seems you still have some self-awareness." Someone laughed loudly. Because of the arrival of the Saintess, there were too many outsiders here, and although most of them didn't have high cultivation, it was impossible for them to stop all of them. It was possible that as soon as they stepped foot down, someone would follow them. The yellow-faced old man's words were quite honest and won many people's goodwill. So after some discussion, my 7-family alliance has a proposal. I hope you'll listen to it. Old man, if you have something to say, then say it quickly. My 7-family alliance will take the lead and go down to investigate what is hidden inside the ancient ruins. If there are any friends who want to come along, please register and register. When the time comes, if there are any benefits, my 7-family alliance is willing to share them with you. This way, everyone will benefit and avoid any unpleasantness. The yellow-faced old man shouted in a deep voice. However, this old master must remind you that we don't know what the situation inside the ancient ruins is like, but where there are benefits, there are also risks. If you want to act together with my 7-family alliance, please have a certain level of awareness. If you lose your life, we will not be responsible. Chapter 745. After the yellow-faced old man finished speaking, he no longer said anything, stroking his beard as he stood to the side and waited quietly. Although his words couldn't be completely trusted, the words ancient ruin still touched everyone's nerves. As long as it was an ancient ruin, there were bound to be treasures inside. The world was bustling with activity for profit, so the foreign cultivator gathered on the shore couldn't help but be tempted. What's more, when the barrier was triggered, everyone was aware of it. Everyone gathered together, frowning as they discussed. There were also many people, like Yang Kai, who stood alone and vigilantly observed the situation. The 7-family alliance had no choice but to make such a decision, but it was clear that they wanted to use these outsiders as a pawn in order to avoid any losses to their own side. This also meant that they had some understanding of the ancient ruins below, but not much. Kai Yang's thoughts raced through his mind, and he soon understood the gist of it. Should I go or not? There was definitely a risk down below, but the source of the rich young attribute energy was something Yang Kai was very concerned about. Now that he had reached the transcendent realm, he didn't have any decent artifacts on hand. His bone shield had been destroyed by the storm in Star Field, so the only artifact he could use was the small soul-type sword in his knowledge sea. However, this small soul-type sword was only a heaven-grade top-rank artifact, and while it had some value in the central capital, it didn't have much use here. If it was a powerful artifact that exuded such a strong young attribute aura, it would complement Yang Kai. After obtaining it, his strength would increase significantly. Even if it wasn't an artifact, it would still be of great help to him. Considering all this, Yang Kai came to a decision. There were many others who had made the same decision as him. Not long after the yellow-faced old man finished speaking, someone strode out from the crowd and walked towards the place where the 7-family alliance was gathered. Soon, the scattered cultivator gathered together, Yang Kai also walking over. However, more people were still watching, hesitating, some unable to make up their minds. Seeing this scene, the yellow-faced old man who had been silent all this time suddenly said, "Right. There is one more thing I must tell you. Although my 7-family alliance is leading the way, there is a limit to the number of people who can participate. It is impossible for my 7-family alliance to accept everyone without limit. Each family will only accept 30 friends. As for strength, the higher the better. Those below the immortal ascension boundary won't be able to join in the fun. F***ck, you old man, why didn't you say so earlier?" A wave of angry curses came from the crowd. The cultivator who was still observing was afraid that they would lose their position if they were too slow. All of them scrambled to be the first to rush over. The yellow-faced old man stroked his beard with an indescribable smile on his face. He was immensely proud of his trick. Each of the 7 family alliances sent a representative to stand at the front. Any cultivator who wanted to work with them could freely choose which sect they wanted to cooperate with. There were at least 2,000 people gathered in the 7 long lines. Yang Kai had arrived early and casually reported his name. Showing his disguised immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivation, he easily passed and was arranged to wait in another place. Time passed slowly as one cultivator after another arrived in front of the 7 Family Alliance's masters. Most of them were politely rejected because of their low cultivation, but there were many who, like Yang Kai, were accepted. In less than 2 hours, everyone had finished their inspection. However, the number of cultivators who remained far exceeded the yellow-faced old man's expectations. There were nearly 300 of them, the weakest of whom was an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage master. Among them, there was no lack of transcendence, but there weren't many of them. Of these 300 people, there were less than 10 transcendents. The 7 Family Alliance's cultivator gathered together to discuss for a while before the yellow-faced old man declared, "This old master has felt everyone's enthusiasm. Those who pass will follow my 7 Family Alliance into the sea, the rest of you must remain on the coast. If you dare not listen to my advice, don't blame my 7 Family Alliance for not showing mercy." The remaining cultivators weren't very strong, so the yellow-faced old man's words were no longer as polite as before. Obviously, he was certain they wouldn't dare act rashly here. After all, this was the 7 Family Alliance's territory. Seeing him change his attitude so quickly, the excluded cultivator could only curse a few times in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. After they finished speaking, the masters from the 7 Family Alliance gathered together again, seemingly preparing for the upcoming battle. Yang Kai stood in a remote corner, coldly observing the strength of the people around him. Most of them were doing the same thing as him, as if everyone here was his competitor. Perceiving this, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. They hadn't even found any treasure yet, but the smell of gunpowder was already so strong. If they really found something good, this group of people would likely immediately start fighting. The 7 Family Alliance had played a good game. They knew that they couldn't prevent these outsiders from exploring the sea, so they had adopted a conciliatory strategy. On the surface, they were willing to share the secrets of the ancient ruins with outsiders, but in fact, even if they took them down, they would only become a hindrance to each other. Such a state of disunity would make it difficult for them to achieve anything in the ancient ruins. When the time came, the 7 Family Alliance's cultivator would only need to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight while reaping the benefits of the fishermen. In this way, they would be able to reap most of the benefits, avoiding losses as much as possible while also reaping great benefits. Yang Kai secretly shook his head. While he was observing, a fragrant wind suddenly blew in from the side, bringing with it a somewhat familiar scent. Yang Kai frowned and turned his head to find a woman standing next to him with a faint smile on her face. Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously for a moment before his expression suddenly changed. "You, Shu." The woman quickly raised a jade finger and signaled to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he quietly released his divine sense to investigate the surroundings. Looking at the beautiful woman before him, a strange smile appeared on his face as he whispered, "Young lady, why are you here? Are you sure it's me?" The woman smiled faintly, seemingly a little surprised. Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head. There is a saying that one can recognize a woman by smelling her fragrance. Every woman's fragrance is different, although you've changed your appearance. I don't know what method you used to conceal your original aura, but this fragrance can't be changed. You really have a dog's nose. The woman's face blushed slightly as she glared at Yang Kai. "Seeing how experienced you are, you must have seduced a lot of women, right?" "Nope." Yang Kai shook his head solemnly. "I've always been a clean and honest person, who would never do such shameless things." The woman giggled and shook her head. "I don't believe you." Yang Kai glanced over at her before glancing over at the 2 second-order transcendent masters who were hurriedly flying away. The 2 of them were releasing their divine senses unscrupulously, seemingly anxiously searching for someone, but after failing to find anything, they could only dejectedly leave. "Isn't this inappropriate? No matter what, you're still a saintess. What are you doing here?" Yang Kai quietly pointed in the direction the two masters had left. They seem to be looking for you. Don't look at them. They're still vigilant. If they discover you it won't be good. The woman quickly tugged at Yang Kai's clothes. When he realized the true identity of this woman just now, Yang Kai was truly shocked. She was actually the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess on that ship. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of exquisite method she had used to perfectly conceal her aura and even change her original appearance. If she hadn't taken the initiative to approach him, Yang Kai wouldn't have discovered her. The skills of this Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess were truly bizarre. No wonder she was able to escape from those two second-order transcendent masters and secretly hide here. You haven't told me yet, what are you doing here? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Joining in the fun, there are so many people here. This kind of fun isn't easy to join, if you make a mistake you'll lose your life. Yang Kai snorted, shooting her a strange look. The saintess immediately became annoyed. Do you think I don't understand anything and will only die in vain? Humph, if an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator like you can go, why can't I? My strength is much higher than yours. Hey, don't you have the manners and upbringing of a saintess? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. The woman in front of him at this moment was very different from the gentle and quiet saintess from before, as if she was the real her. Why do you care? In any case, I won't choose you as holy master. The woman snorted disdainfully. I don't want to be holy master. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. The woman suddenly frowned and said, Don't expose me, I only approached you because I believe you. Don't worry, I won't meddle in other people's business. Yang Kai nodded, but soon became vigilant again. Why would a saintess like you approach a nobody like me? The saintess' long eyelashes fluttered as she smiled and said, How do I say this? I always feel like you're hiding something, like there's a mysterious aura around you that I can't see through. I'm a bit curious. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he grinned meaningfully. Same here. What kind of cultivation did this woman have? Yang Kai couldn't see through her. Even if he was in close contact with her, it was as if there was some kind of mysterious power around her that prevented him from prying. Your smile is quite evil. The saintess looked at Yang Kai timidly before sighing. I grew up in the Holy Land since I was a child, and this was the first time I had ever left the Holy Land, but wherever I went, there were always people following me. It was so annoying. I just wanted to be able to be my own master for once, so I was able to shake them off. You don't need to explain yourself to me. Yang Kai said lightly, I have no interest in the affairs of outsiders. And, when we arrive at the ancient ruins, don't get entangled with me. If you really encounter any danger, you can only pray for yourself, don't expect anyone to come and save you. Chapter 746. Today, seeing Yang Kai's attitude suddenly become cold, the saintess snorted, I don't expect you to save me, just take care of yourself. Saying so, she angrily walked away, apparently unwilling to communicate with Yang Kai any longer. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know what the situation below was, but perhaps there really was some kind of great danger. If this saintess had been by his side all this time, he really wouldn't have been able to act freely. It was far better to be on his own and not care about the life or death of others. Although this woman had allowed Yang Kai to stay on the ship, they were only strangers who had met by chance, so Yang Kai had no obligation to protect her safety. In Yang Kai's opinion, this was just a little girl who had grown up in a greenhouse and wanted to prove her ability just because she had some skill. He needed to make her suffer a bit so she would understand how dangerous this world was. After waiting for a long time, the cultivator from the Seven Family Alliance finally finished their discussion. Under the yellow-faced old man's command, the selected outsiders gathered into 7 teams. When Yang Kai had signed up before, he had also chosen a random family, but only now did he discover that the family he had chosen was actually the high family this yellow-faced old man belonged to. There were about 40 outsiders in this team, each one of them looking quite strong, with one of them even being a transcendent. The Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess was not in this team, instead she was with another family. The yellow-faced old man came to the front of the crowd, cleared his throat, and swept his eyes over them. This old man is untalented, but he is Hai Wanggu, the protector of the Seven Family Alliance's High Family. This time, this old man will lead everyone into the ancient ruins at the bottom of the sea. I ask everyone to listen to this old man's orders and not act rashly to avoid unnecessary casualties. In addition to all of you, my high family will also send a dozen capable masters to cooperate with you. Since all of you have chosen my high family, then this high will definitely do his best to protect all of you. But, let me warn you first, if any of you end up harming everyone's interests, then don't blame this high for being ruthless. Saying so, he swept his eyes over the crowd in a dignified manner, causing everyone to remain silent, not saying a word. Hai Wanggu nodded with satisfaction, then, life or death is up to fate, let's go. While he was talking, he was the first one to fly out. More than 40 foreign cultivators gathered together with the dozen or so cultivators from the Fair family. They closely followed his footsteps and rushed towards the surface of the sea. At the same time, the remaining 6 families also made their moves. While flying, Yang Kai secretly observed the group of people dispatched by the Hai family. There were only a dozen or so of them, but if he counted Hai Wanggu, there were 3 transcendents while the rest were all peak immortal ascension boundary masters. Although their numbers were small, their overall strength was undoubtedly much stronger than this group of outsiders. The Fair family could be considered to have dispatched all of their elites. They had completely occupied the initiative. The other 6 families also had the same lineup. After a short while, everyone arrived at the surface of the sea. Hai Wanggu waved his hand and summoned out a disc-shaped artifact. This artifact was shrouded in a silver glow and exuded a rich energy fluctuation, clearly a spirit-grade artifact. "Everyone, please come closer, this old man will take you down," Hai Wanggu shouted to the crowd. Everyone hurriedly moved closer to him. Hai Wanggu poured his true qi into the disc artifact, and suddenly, a silver light curtain appeared around him, wrapping up a 200-meter radius around him. Under his control, this light curtain quickly sank, bringing everyone down to the seabed. Seeing him reveal such a skill, many people's expressions became solemn. Although Hai Wanggu did not display any powerful artifacts or martial skills, just his ability to bring dozens of people into the sea with him was enough to impress many people. Secretly observing everyone's expressions, Hai Wanggu's face showed a faint smugness. All around them was blue sea water, and below them was a sea of darkness. It was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. Many of the martial artists who had never entered the sea before couldn't help but gulp. They quietly moved closer to Hai Wanggu, as if they could find more safety. Yang Kai glanced around and found that there were bright lights all around. It was the cultivator from the other 6 families, all of them using different methods to rush towards the bottom of the sea. The silver light curtain created by Hai Wanggu was extremely tough. Even when the sea water flowed outside, it was unable to penetrate. Around it, there were also a number of colorful fish swimming around. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help pointing at it curiously. As they dove deeper, the expression on Hai Wanggu's face gradually became less relaxed. The depths of the sea were unfathomable, and the deeper they went, the greater the pressure. Even if he was a transcendent realm master, maintaining such a large-scale artifact required him to consume a huge amount of yuan qi. The silver light curtain also seemed to be under great pressure and was no longer as smooth as before, slowly shrinking in size. Noticing this, the cultivator's expression couldn't help changing, frowning as he stared at Hai Wanggu, wondering if he could keep going. After diving for a while, Hai Wanggu suddenly said, "Everyone, this old master would like to ask for your help. Can you use your yuan qi to help this old master maintain the operation of this artifact? If this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach the bottom of the sea." Hearing him say this, many people couldn't help cursing in their hearts. This old man clearly still had some strength to spare, but he was putting on an extremely difficult expression. Obviously, he didn't want to consume too much yuan qi and wanted to maintain his condition, so he wanted everyone to help. Seeing the silver light curtain shrink to the edge of their bodies, the cultivator had no choice but to act, all of them quickly circulating their yuan qi and sending it towards the artifact in Hai Wanggu's hand. Hai Wanggu smiled and nodded, accepting this yuan qi and transforming it into his artifact's power. Yang Kai also followed suit and sent out a few yuan qi bursts. Everyone snorted in their hearts. Everyone was holding the idea of saving yuan qi and was unwilling to contribute, hoping that others would waste their energy in order to gain the upper hand in the upcoming exploration. They hadn't even reached the bottom of the sea yet they were already scheming against each other. Who knew what would happen once they reached the bottom of the sea? After accepting everyone's yuan qi, the silver light curtain really did expand a lot. But after a while, Hai Wanggu once again asked for help. After repeating this process many times, they still hadn't seen the so-called ancient ruins. Everyone's yuan qi consumption was too great, so they suddenly became impatient and began to ask questions. Hai Wanggu calmly explained, "Don't worry, we're almost there. The depth of the seabed is not something you can imagine." This continued for about the time it would take to burn a stick of incense before someone suddenly exclaimed and pointed down, "Look down there." Following the direction he was pointing, everyone looked down and couldn't help shaking their spirits. Down below, there were flashing colorful lights, and surrounded by these lights, a huge and boundless ruin appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Ancient ruins. Everyone couldn't help feeling excited. "It looks like we've finally arrived," Hai Wanggu smiled faintly, leading everyone down at a much faster speed. Not long after, the group arrived at the periphery of the ancient ruins. Looking from the outside, the ancient ruins covered a vast area, about a few dozen miles in radius. Inside the ancient ruins, it was desolate. There were many palace-like existences, and neatly arranged houses, but most of them had already collapsed, leaving behind only broken walls and ruins. Moreover, the periphery of this huge ancient ruins seemed to be wrapped in an inexplicable barrier, so even at the bottom of the sea, the ancient ruins were abnormally dry, without the slightest trace of moisture. At the edge of the ancient ruins, countless corals swayed back and forth with the flow of the sea. These corals exuded a colorful light, illuminating the ancient ruins with a gloomy aura. Everyone couldn't help feeling frightened, not knowing if there was some kind of danger lurking inside. Hai Wanggu, on the other hand, continued to maintain the operation of the artifact as he led everyone directly into the ancient ruins. The barrier around the ancient ruins blocked the sea and turned a blind eye to everyone's intrusion, allowing the group of a few dozen people to easily enter the ancient ruins. Hai Wanggu took back his artifact and took a deep breath, his old face filled with excitement as his eyes flashed with expectation. "Since we're here, let's hurry up, the other 6 groups should also be here soon," Hai Wanggu said. Everyone's face went black as they looked at Hai Wanggu's relaxed appearance, realizing that they had all been fooled by this old fox. In order to maintain the operation of the artifact, most of the people here had consumed a lot of energy, but Hai Wanggu was still full of energy. Now that he had made such a proposal, it was obvious he didn't intend to give everyone time to recover. As they spoke, from different corners, the other 6 groups of people arrived one after another. Not having the time to curse, these cultivators quickly took out pills and stuffed them into their mouths, following Hai Wanggu's pace while secretly circulating their secret arts to dissolve the medicinal efficacies and replenish their yuan qi. In order to avoid suspicion, Yang Kai also put on an act and casually tossed a pill into his mouth. After entering this ancient ruin, Yang Kai felt an extremely rich young attribute energy flowing out from a certain direction. This young attribute energy filled the entire ancient ruin, causing it to not only not feel cold, but instead feel warm. However, young Kai didn't leave the group and head in that direction. The ancient ruins were mysterious and unpredictable, so he planned to follow the group and explore the situation first. As everyone walked, they couldn't help exclaiming in amazement. Because the things in this ancient ruins were extremely old, at least a few thousand years old. It was unknown which great force it belonged to, but in the end, it had sunk to the bottom of the sea. Everyone was paying close attention to their surroundings, releasing their divine senses to search for any possible treasures. As Hai Wanggu walked, he said, "If you find anything, please give it to this old master. Rest assured, after we leave this place and return to the surface, this old master will share everything with you. My Hai family will never take anything here for itself. Of course, the more effort you put in, the more benefits you will receive in the end. My Hai family is no exception." Hai Wanggu's words were righteous, but after suffering such a loss, no one dared to believe him. Chapter 747. After walking for a short time, a few people suddenly jumped out of the group and ran towards the collapsed houses on both sides. At the same time, many people noticed that inside the houses on both sides, there seemed to be something emitting energy fluctuations. Hai Wanggu waved his hand, signaling everyone to stop and wait quietly. The people who rushed out were the cultivators of the Hai family. After all, this was their territory, so even if a foreign cultivator noticed something unusual, he wouldn't act first. If there were benefits, the Hai family wouldn't mind drinking the soup, but if there was danger, the Hai family would be the one to test it out. That was what everyone was planning. A moment later, the Hai family cultivator quickly returned from the left and right sides. The two who returned from the left side were dejected and slowly shook their heads towards Hai Wanggu. Obviously they hadn't gained anything. On the other hand, the one who returned from the right side had an extremely excited smile on his face as he handed over a seemingly simple object to Hai Wanggu. Everyone's eyes were like locusts biting into this object. Hai Wanggu took it and carefully wiped the dust off its surface, releasing his divine sense to investigate it, and couldn't help raising his brow as he nodded. It's an artifact, but with the passage of time, it has lost most of its spirituality. Now, it's only mysterious grade low rank. What a pity. If it was in perfect condition, I'm afraid it would at least be a spirit grade top rank artifact. Listening to him say this, everyone couldn't help showing a look of regret. What he said this time was the truth, because everyone's eyes were focused on this artifact. Under the prying of their divine senses, it was impossible for him to lie. However, they had only walked a short distance before obtaining an artifact, which could be considered a good thing, so everyone was looking forward to this trip. This artifact will be kept by this old master for now. When we return, I'll have an artifact refiner repair it. Perhaps it can restore some of its spirituality and improve its grade, Hai Wanggu said as he put the artifact into his universe bag. He had made it clear that everything he found would be kept by him and shared with everyone after they returned. On top of that, this thing was found by the Hai family cultivator. At this time, naturally no one said anything. With such a harvest, everyone became more focused on their search. Moreover, in order to expand the search range, Hai Wanggu divided everyone into 3 small teams, each led by a transcendent from his Hai family, each of them heading off in 3 different directions. Yang Kai still followed behind Hai Wanggu, but after the team split up, there were less than 20 people left. Besides Hai Wanggu, only Yang Kai was a transcendent while the rest were all immortal ascension boundary cultivators. Among the collapsed houses on both sides of the road, from time to time, everyone would find something that made their eyes light up. Most of these things were artifacts, although occasionally there were also secret arts and martial skills. But because too much time had passed, these martial arts manuals were not well preserved. The moment they entered the hand, they turned into fine powder, causing people to wring their wrists in pity. There were also some medicinal pills, but similarly, because too much time had passed, their medicinal properties had completely evaporated, and only some residue remained. They could no longer be used. Half a day later, the group only managed to obtain a few incomplete artifacts that had lost most of their spirituality. This made them somewhat dissatisfied. These gains were far from what they had expected. Yang Kai had been following the team from the beginning. Neither showing off nor deliberately concealing himself, only displaying the performance of an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator, not attracting anyone's attention or suspicion. Among the dozen or so artifacts they had found, he had also contributed, but he wasn't interested in them. What made him slightly puzzled was that this ancient ruin should have belonged to a great sect from a long time ago. Such a sect should have many layers of barriers placed around it. Inferring from the barrier that blocked the sea water, these barriers should still be functional, but until now, no one had encountered any danger. This made him even more vigilant. As he was walking, a thin man suddenly approached him. Yang Kai frowned and glanced over at him casually, only to find that the other party was grinning at him silently and strangely. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked. "Boy, you're quite smart." The man glanced over at Hai Wanggu, who was leading the way, and determined that he wasn't paying attention to them before lowering his voice. "Am I?" Yang Kai suddenly felt interested. This man was also a foreign cultivator following Hai Wanggu, a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator. He wasn't very old, probably only in his 30s, but his pair of small and narrow eyes were like those of a poisonous snake, giving off a shrewd and insidious aura. Him suddenly coming to find him for no reason made Yang Kai somewhat confused, not knowing what this man was planning. "I can see it." The man nodded lightly. "Although you're taciturn, your eyes are shining brightly, which is a sign of your shrewdness. You want to hide your true strength so you can make a big move?" "No, you're thinking too much." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Don't deny it, that's what everyone is thinking." The skinny man chuckled and said, "That old man kept all the spoils in his own Qinkuan bag. Who knows what he's thinking? If we really go up there, he might not give us anything at all, or just give us a small profit. This is the territory of the Seven Family Alliance. In the end it's up to them to decide. They eat the meat, I'll just drink the soup." Yang Kai chuckled, "My requirements aren't high. You don't look like someone who's so easily satisfied." The thin man curled his lips, his voice becoming even lower. "How about it? Are you interested in joining forces with me?" "Join forces for what?" The thin man's expression was one of utter disdain. "There doesn't seem to be any danger here, so we might as well leave this team and search for it ourselves. If we find something good, we can keep it for ourselves. Why follow behind them?" "Oh. Good idea." Yang Kai's eyes lit up, a look of interest appearing on his face. "You also think this is a good idea?" The thin man saw Yang Kai was tempted and quickly struck while the iron was hot. "Let's act together, and if we really find something good, we'll split it evenly. No one will cheat the other. I've always been a fair person. Although the idea is good, I'll follow them, the more the safer." Yang Kai seemed hesitant and slowly shook his head. The thin man anxiously tried to dissuade him. Yang Kai stubbornly refused to budge, so the thin man couldn't help but scorn, "You stupid bird, if you follow them, sooner or later you'll suffer a great loss." Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to him. This guy obviously wasn't a good person, so he was trying so hard to pull Yang Kai into his group. Obviously, he wanted to find someone to bolster his courage, so if they really encountered any danger, it would be easier for the two of them to deal with it together. Once they found the treasure, with his peak immortal ascension boundary strength, wouldn't it be easy to deal with Yang Kai? At least that's what he thought. "Do you really think I'm stupid?" Yang Kai coldly snorted in his heart. "Those few houses in front of us, send a few people to check them out. Hai Wanggu suddenly stopped and pointed to a few houses in front of them. Everyone nodded, and the team quickly dispatched a group of 3 to 5 people, heading towards the houses. Yang Kai also followed behind them, heading to the right. A total of 5 people had entered together, and outside the house, the 3 cultivators were rummaging through the cabinets. Yang Kai glanced around and felt that there wasn't much to gain here, so he lowered his head and walked inside. But before he could enter, a figure suddenly flashed beside him. The thin man who had been talking to Yang Kai before had actually rushed in ahead of him. Yang Kai secretly shook his head but didn't care, following his footsteps into the house. Most of the things inside had already decayed into dust, but in a corner of the house, there were a few jade bottles scattered on the ground. At this moment, the thin man helplessly grabbed one of the jade bottles and casually opened it to take a look. Everyone had discovered many of these jade bottles before, all of which were used to hold pills, but the pills inside had long since lost their medicinal efficacies and were now nothing more than trash. But now, after the thin man took a look, his expression suddenly changed, a trace of fanaticism flashing across his eyes. Something good? Yang Kai's expression changed. The thin man seemed to recall that there was still Yang Kai next to him and quickly nodded, "Take a look." Saying so, he handed over the jade bottle. Yang Kai took it and lowered his head to look at it, but after seeing the somewhat different pill inside the jade bottle, he couldn't help feeling shocked. That medicinal pill was very different from ordinary medicinal pills. The round body of the medicinal pill seemed to be covered by a dense cloud, and this cloud was purely composed of spiritual energy. It was like a layer of transparent protective film that enveloped the entire medicinal pill. Although Yang Kai didn't know how many years had passed, the medicinal efficacies of this pill not only had not dissipated, but had instead become even richer. The fragrance wafting from it was enough to make one feel enlightened. With just a sniff, Yang Kai determined that this was a saint-grade pill. The grade of the pill was secondary, but what shocked him was the cloud-like world energy surrounding the pill. "Pill cloud?" Yang Kai exclaimed in a low voice. Now Yang Kai was also an outstanding alchemist, and when refining pills, he would often see lines similar to the human body's meridians appear. These were the meridians of a pill, known as pill veins. Once a pill formed pill veins, its value would increase several times over, and no matter how long it was stored, as long as the conditions were right, its medicinal efficacies would never dissipate. Every outstanding alchemist pursued the birth of pill veins and tried every means possible to make the pills they refined appear with pill veins, but unfortunately, there was no effective method to ensure that every pill would have pill veins. This had a lot to do with luck. Above pill veins was the legendary pill cloud. When Yang Kai was refining pills, pill veins would often appear, but pill clouds had never appeared. Now, for the first time, he finally saw what a pill cloud was. According to legend, when a pill cloud appeared, not only would it increase a pill's medicinal efficacies several times over, but it would also constantly gather world energy for the pill, nourishing it. It could be said that the longer a pill with pill clouds was stored, the greater its medicinal efficacies and value would be. Chapter 748. Yang Kai did not know how many years this saint pill in the jade bottle had been stored here. Throughout the countless years of the flowing time Great Emperor, the pill cloud had been gathering world energy for this pill, nourishing it. Such a saint pill was no longer a simple pill, its value was immeasurable. Especially for an alchemist like Yang Kai, it had great research value. If he could figure out the mystery behind the formation of pill clouds, Yang Kai would be able to refine pills with pill clouds in the future. All kinds of thoughts quickly intertwined in Yang Kai's mind, his expression fluctuating. Inside the jade bottle, the pill cloud exuded a subtle attractive force, drawing in the surrounding world energy. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and glared coldly at the thin man. The other party was also grinning at Yang Kai, but the moment he turned his head, a green light suddenly burst out from the thin man's hand and in an instant, the entire room was wrapped in a poisonous mist. "Heh heh, you stupid bird, don't blame father for being ruthless." The thin man saw Yang Kai motionless as he was surrounded by his poisonous mist and chuckled in a low voice. Saying so, the thin man formed a blade with his fingers and sent out a surge of yuan qi, stabbing straight towards Yang Kai's chest. At this moment, the thin man erupted with all his strength, vowing to kill Yang Kai in one fell swoop. A saint pill with pill clouds, and one that had been stored here for at least 1,000 years, not only did Yang Kai want such a treasure for himself, but the thin man also had the same idea. As long as he could obtain this saint pill, this trip to the sea would be a great harvest. Even if he could not obtain anything in the following journey, it did not matter. Inside the green poisonous mist, the thin man's face was filled with fanaticism and ferocity. King Chang, Yang Kai's figure did not move, but a spark burst out from his chest, not even breaking his skin as he stared coldly at the thin man. The smile on the thin man's face quickly disappeared, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Soon, his face distorted. He had used all of his strength in that attack, but not only did he fail to kill Yang Kai, his finger was also fractured. The moment he poked Yang Kai's body, he felt as if he was poking steel. His opponent's body was unbelievably hard. Idiot! Yang Kai calmly patted his chest and smoothed out the creases on his clothes. If you don't do it, I have no reason to kill you. You're courting death, my friend. How did you, even a transcendent can't resist my bone-eroding poison smoke, how did you manage to escape unscathed? The thin man's eyes trembled violently as panic filled his heart. Nothing is impossible. Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. Seeing the thin man make a gesture of fleeing, his figure flickered and blocked his path, sending a palm strike towards the thin man's throat. The thin man's eyes bulged out as he covered his neck with both hands. His throat made some noises, but he couldn't say a single word. After staggering a few steps, he fell to the ground and died. A peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, Yang Kai could easily deal with him now. Without waiting for the thin man to die, Yang Kai grabbed the remaining jade bottles and hurriedly opened them, confirming that there were no pills with pill clouds inside before quickly rushing outside. What happened? What happened inside? The three cultivators outside just happened to rush in and ran into Yang Kai, so they hurriedly asked. Although the confrontation between Yang Kai and the thin man had been concealed, Yuan Qi's sudden burst of power had alerted them, so naturally they had come to investigate. Run, the barrier inside has been triggered. Yang Kai's face paled as he shouted. The three cultivators glanced behind Yang Kai and upon seeing the green poisonous fog, their expressions became solemn and they didn't dare to rush in, hurriedly following Yang Kai. What happened inside? Hai Wanggu saw the four of them in a hurry and couldn't help asking. There was a barrier in that room. When my friend and I were investigating, he accidentally touched it, Yang Kai quickly explained, his face turning green as he spoke. Where is he? Hai Wanggu's expression changed. He's dead. Dead? The group of people suddenly became horrified. After arriving here, everyone had been walking for more than half a day without encountering any danger. Originally, they thought that this ancient ruin was extremely safe, but now that one of them had inexplicably died, it made them feel slightly uneasy. How come you're fine? Hai Wanggu's pair of bright eyes stared closely at Yang Kai as he asked in a deep voice. I was a little far away, but it seems that I was also poisoned. Yang Kai coughed lightly, the green color on his face changing even more rapidly. As soon as they heard him say this, everyone quickly moved away from him, afraid that they would be implicated. Yang Kai secretly observed the situation and his heart suddenly calmed down. Just now, before the thin man had attacked, he had first released a cloud of poisonous fog, so it was likely that he had been prepared to give the same explanation as what Yang Kai had just said. Yang Kai was just borrowing his means to explain the cause of his death. The room was still filled with poisonous fog, so it was likely that no one would investigate it carefully. Moreover, Yang Kai had deliberately inhaled a little of the poisonous fog, making his explanation even more convincing. There must be a barrier inside. Hai Wanggu muttered in a low voice before suddenly turning to look at Yang Kai. Did you obtain anything? Only these few jade bottles. I quickly brought them out before leaving, Yang Kai said as he handed the jade bottles to Hai Wanggu. Everyone had a disappointed look on their faces. They had found too many jade bottles, but they had never found any useful pills inside. Hai Wanggu's expression was also not very good, looking at Yang Kai with some distrust. They had not encountered any barriers along the way, but now that they had encountered one, it was very likely that there was some kind of treasure inside this room. Otherwise, why would the original owner have placed such a barrier? You didn't hide anything? Hai Wanggu narrowed his eyes at Yang Kai and asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I don't have a universe bag, so even if I did, where would I hide anything? Hai Wanggu swept him with his divine sense, and after confirming that he was telling the truth, he nodded lightly. Although a universe bag was a very convenient storage artifact, not everyone on Tongxian realm could possess one. When he was in Bold Independent Union, of all the people Yang Kai had met, only a few captains from Bold Independent Union were qualified to be equipped with universe bags. This time, most of the cultivators who had followed the Seven Family Alliance into the sea didn't have such a storage artifact. Does Senior not trust me? Yang Kai looked at Hai Wanggu coldly. Hai Wanggu explained lightly, it's just a routine question, little brother doesn't need to mind. Saying so, he no longer paid any attention to Yang Kai and instead opened the jade bottles with some helplessness. Originally, he didn't expect to find anything in these jade bottles, but when he opened them, Hai Wanggu couldn't help showing a shocked expression, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing, carefully inspecting one of the jade bottles. At the same time, everyone smelled a pleasant medicinal fragrance. Hai Wanggu was surprised as he poured out all the pills in the jade bottle. There were about a dozen of them, most of which were already wasted, but there were still 2 pills that stood out from the rest. These 2 pills had pill veins on them and were filled with rich world energy. It was because of these pill veins that they had not lost their medicinal efficacies and were still in good condition. Spirit pills! Hai Wanggu exclaimed. The group of people was also extremely excited as they stared towards the pills in Hai Wanggu's hand, their eyes flashing with ecstasy. These 2 pills were not only spirit-grade pills, but also spirit pills that had formed pill veins, making them several times more valuable than ordinary spirit-grade pills. Yang Kai stood to the side, coldly observing the expressions of the crowd, his expression indifferent. He had also checked these jade bottles just now and knew what was inside, but he didn't take them away. To him, these spirit pills with pill veins weren't of much value. He could refine them himself, but the saint pill with pill clouds was something he needed to obtain. Throwing out these jade bottles successfully attracted everyone's attention, making them no longer pay attention to him. Hai Wanggu's pair of old hands trembled as he quickly opened the other jade bottles. Sure enough, he lived up to everyone's expectations and found a few more pills with pill veins. There were spirit-grade pills and mysterious-grade pills, all of them perfectly preserved. Sure enough, there are good things in that house. Hai Wanggu kept nodding as he laughed heartily. Their Seven Family Alliance was just a small family. They couldn't afford to hire powerful alchemists, so naturally they couldn't obtain spirit-grade pills with pill veins. Now that he had obtained a few, he couldn't be happier than ever. If you find more jade bottles later, don't turn a blind eye to them, there may be some pills inside. Hai Wanggu said as he put away his harvest. Everyone quickly nodded. None of them had considered this aspect before, only now did they remember the legendary pill veins. Little brother has done a meritorious deed. There was also a foreign cultivator who patted Yang Kai's shoulder affectionately, praising him. No one mentioned the thin man who had died. All of them had just met by chance, so even if he died, no one would cry for him. Yang Kai kept coughing, his expression pained as he said sadly, "It's a pity that the friend who went in with me didn't come out." Hai Wanggu looked at him, and although he didn't agree in his heart, he still said, "Little brother can rest assured, after we return, we will give him a share. If we can find out where his friends and relatives are, this Hai will definitely send them his share. Let's not talk about this for now, take this detoxification pill. This is a pill refined by my Hai family's chief alchemist, it should be of some help to your injuries." With this harvest, Hai Wanggu not only no longer doubted Yang Kai, he even began to care about him, handing a pill to Yang Kai as he spoke. "Many thanks." Yang Kai took the pill and examined it a little to determine that it was indeed a detoxification pill, and that it had not been tampered with before directly popping it into his mouth. Sitting down cross-legged, he pretended to circulate his secret art and said, "You go first, I'll catch up later." Chapter 749. Although with Yang Kai's current strength, he didn't put these people who had come to the ancient ruins this time in his eyes. With his soul devouring insects, anyone below the Saint Realm was no match for him. However, because he wanted to use the strength of this group of people to explore the situation inside the ancient ruins, Yang Kai had concealed himself and followed behind them. Now that he had a good grasp of the situation, Yang Kai planned to leave this group and act on his own. He was very curious about the source of the Yang attribute energy and wanted to find out what it was. And right now, there was an opportunity. Yang Kai felt that with Hai Wanggu's temperament, he shouldn't care about his own life or death. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Hai Wanggu slowly shook his head, "That won't do, how can I leave you here alone?" It seemed that because of Yang Kai's performance just now, Hai Wanggu had become somewhat concerned about him, his face filled with concern as he turned to one of the Hai family cultivators and ordered, "Fourth brother, stay here and take care of him, when his injuries are stable, catch up." The cultivator who was ordered quickly nodded and stood beside Yang Kai, assuming a defensive posture. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, only able to say, "Many thanks for senior's kindness." Hai Wanggu gently nodded, "Good, heal yourself as soon as possible, then catch up with fourth brother, we'll rest up ahead and wait for you." Saying so, he led the others forward. Yang Kai was helpless and could only pretend to circulate his secret art. The cultivator called fourth brother also remained silent, standing not far from Yang Kai like a wooden stake. After half an hour or so, Yang Kai stood up again. "How is it?" Fourth brother quickly asked. "It shouldn't be a problem." "Then let's catch up," fourth brother quickly said, his face filled with urgency. Following the tracks left behind by Hai Wanggu along the way, after a stick of incense worth of time, the two of them caught up with the rest of the group. However, when Yang Kai saw the situation of the group, his expression couldn't help becoming solemn. Originally, there were about 20 people in the group, but now there were 6 or 7 missing. Furthermore, the remaining people had a look of lingering fear on their faces, while he pretended to be recuperating from his injuries. It was obvious that they had encountered some sort of danger. As for the 6 or 7 people who had disappeared, it was easy to guess what had happened to them. This ancient ruin was indeed not a safe place. Seeing Yang Kai and the cultivator called fourth brother return to the team, Hai Wanggu just gently nodded, his expression ugly. He didn't say much. "What happened just now?" That fourth brother walked to the side of a cultivator from the Hai family and asked softly. There was still a look of fear on his face as he explained softly, "There seemed to be many inexplicable restrictions here. I accidentally triggered one of them and several people died." The fourth brother's expression suddenly changed, and he didn't dare to ask any more questions. While they were talking, suddenly, a sharp howl came from afar. Hai Wanggu, who had been sitting in place, quickly opened his eyes and stared suspiciously in that direction, muttering softly, "Cheng family." Saying so, he hurriedly stood up and waved his hand. "Everyone, please come with me, there seems to be some movement over there." About 5 kilometers away from where Hai Wanggu and the others were resting, a large group of people had gathered, all of whom had heard the howl coming from this direction. Many cultivators had rushed over. These cultivators were led by the masters from the 7 Family Alliance. Wave after wave of cultivators arrived here. After arriving here, everyone stared at the scene in front of them. Everyone was shocked and inexplicably excited. In front of them, there was a huge transparent ball of light that was exuding shocking energy fluctuations. It was unknown what material this transparent ball of light was made of, but inferring from the energy fluctuations it was emitting, it was definitely a high-grade artifact. And it was completely intact. However, at this moment, in front of everyone, there was an invisible barrier that blocked everyone's path, making any cultivator who wanted to approach the ball of light unable to do so. One cultivator after another tried to approach it, but all of them were pushed back by a gentle force, none of them able to get within 500 meters of the light ball. When Hai Wanggu led Yang Kai and the others to this place, the scene was lively, with at least a few dozen people gathered. Looking at the light ball, Yang Kai's brow rose as he secretly paid attention to it. A familiar aura came from the crowd, and when he followed this aura, Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes. Over there, the Saintess of 9 Heavens' Holy Land was smiling towards him with a strange expression on her face. Yang Kai turned his eyes away and pretended not to notice. This woman seemed to have some skill, not even a speck of dust on her body. Moreover, her beautiful eyes were brimming with excitement. She looked particularly happy. It seemed that this underwater adventure had allowed her to enjoy excitement and pleasure that she had never thought she would experience before. Silly girl. Yang Kai couldn't help cursing. "Brother Cheng, what's the matter?" Hai Wanggu stepped forward and asked a second-order transcendent old man. The roar just now was from this old man. The 7 Family Alliance had been established on this nearby island for a long time and had a special method of communication with each other, so when he heard the other party's roar, Hai Wanggu knew he was calling for help. Many people had the same question as Hai Wanggu, so one by one, the transcendents gathered around Old Man Cheng and asked him questions. "Let's wait for everyone to gather first, then I'll explain," Old Man Cheng said. No one asked any more questions and simply waited quietly. As time passed, more and more teams joined in. Obviously, they were all people who were searching for treasures in the vicinity. More and more people gathered, soon more than 100 people had gathered. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one else was coming, Old Man Cheng said, "That's it, probably no one else is coming. Brother Cheng, can you explain why you called us here?" "Of course it's for that artifact." Old Man Cheng smiled faintly and pointed to the light sphere not far away. "The power of this artifact is unfathomable. I don't know what kind of effect it has, but when we tried to find it, we were blocked by an invisible barrier. I believe all of you saw this clearly just now. With the strength of my Cheng family's team alone, we can't break through this barrier, so I want to ask all of you to work together to break through this barrier." Hai Wanggu's brow wrinkled for a moment before chuckling. "Brother Cheng, there is no problem in working together, but there is only one artifact. If we break through this barrier, who will obtain this artifact in the end? Everything can be discussed." Old Man Cheng didn't answer directly, instead pointing to the back of the light sphere and saying, "Behind that artifact is a palace. If I'm not mistaken, that should be a very important place for this ancient sect, otherwise, they wouldn't have used such an artifact to protect it. As long as we can break through this barrier and enter, what need do we have to worry about not finding anything good inside? Maybe there are even better secret treasures in there. In the end, this is just your guess." Hai Wanggu frowned. "But it is worth a try. Someone agreed with Old Man Cheng. Many masters quickly discussed this matter and after a short while, reached a consensus. Although Hai Wanggu had raised some doubts before, it was undeniable that this artifact was extremely attractive to him. After reaching a consensus, everyone quickly set about making arrangements. Each of these transcendent realm masters led a team of varying numbers, ranging from 10 to 20 people. Hai Wanggu returned to Yang Kai and the others and explained the decision he had just made. Everyone, we need to contribute our strength to see if we can break through this barrier. If we can, not only can we obtain this mysterious artifact, but we can also enter the palace behind it and search for it. There are many benefits to be had, so I ask all of you to do your best. Old Hai can rest assured, we will do our best to live up to your trust. Someone immediately shouted excitedly. Hai Wanggu nodded with satisfaction. A moment later, all the arrangements had been made. More than 100 people all stood not far from the invisible barrier, each of them holding their breaths as they secretly prepared. The old man surnamed Cheng stepped forward and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, please listen to my orders. This barrier's defense is a bit strange. It seems that we must use our greatest strength to break it in an instant. Otherwise, no matter how much we attack, it will remain unscathed." Everyone nodded. Old Man Cheng swept his eyes around and slowly raised his hand, his expression dignified. Everyone present also condensed their yuan qi, ready to act at a moment's notice. Suddenly, Old Man Cheng's large hand swung down fiercely. The moment he waved his hand, the power of his colorful martial skills and artifacts burst out and struck forward. Hong Long Long, the entire ruin seemed to shake. Of the cultivator present, although there weren't many transcendents, less than 10, the rest were all cultivators at the immortal ascension boundary 7th stage or above. Even so, the number of cultivators present was not small, so the combined power of their attacks was earth-shattering, shocking everyone present. Countless energy beams bombarded the invisible barrier, causing ripples visible to the naked eye to spread out in the air. It was as though hundreds of pebbles had been thrown into a calm lake, causing halos to ripple out. The invisible barrier seemed to be extremely resilient, and after being hit by these attacks, it caved in a lot but remained undamaged. After everything had calmed down, everyone's expression became ugly. The attack just now had failed to break the barrier in front of them. Old Man Cheng clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention, and shouted, "Let's do it one more time, please don't hold back, the sooner we break this barrier, the better it will be for everyone. Everyone doesn't want to waste time here, right?" He could also see that although the attacks just now were quite powerful, most people had not used their full strength, undoubtedly underestimating the defensive strength of this barrier. Hearing him say this, the cultivator who had held back just now no longer dared to take any chances and simply waited for the next attack. After another round of preparation, Old Man Cheng raised his hand again, his pair of eyes sweeping the crowd majestically. Everyone who was targeted by him immediately condensed their yuan qi. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.